Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. What's going on, family? How you doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on this Thursday. We're going to introduce the crew, man. We got a few folks. We got some folks in the back. We got an excellent show here for you guys. But right now on the panel, as you guys see, we got M. White, St. Reese, Bash, Rini, Bo, the J.E.'s, Bougie, Lady Di, Miss Pearl. We also got Trev in the back as well. And we also got Lady Di. I mean, not Lady Di. Dr. Lady O. There's too many ladies in. All right, so I'll be popping in and out, man, and I already mentioned some of you guys, so I'll put you in the back just to make sure you guys are staying active in the chat as well as we go ahead and cycle these topics in this amazing show. How y'all doing?
Big Bibble snip on the Urkel yip. You be watching Could Have Been? Y'all seen that show?
Oh my God, you know who Bipley Yipple Sniff is? I think that man is hilarious.
Hey, put some clothes on. I'm on camera.
I think that's hilarious.
Dude, you can't. I love you, but you can't come over here naked. Go that way.
Okay.
It's a toddler just jumped out the tub and he tried to run up on me.
As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's see what else we got. See what we got in the chat. What's going on, Nike? Got Flavor One. Sharon D. Berry. We also got Julie in the house. Gutter and Saint. If you got catching this on the replay, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We got Boaz in the chat. Good to see you there. Shout out to the sponsor, Anson Belt and Company. Their link is in the description. Let's go ahead and get our belt game up, man. What's going on, Scorch? Also a green gang. How you doing? So y'all ready to do this?
Yes, sir.
Good to see you, Lady Di. Feeling well?
I'm good, yeah. Thanks for asking.
All right, how's the family? They good?
Yeah, they good. Okay. Just a lot of them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's what you call a legacy right there. Nothing wrong with that, man. But anyhow, we're going to go ahead and get this show started, man. Let me see if this video is ready. It's almost ready. What's going on, J.E.'s? I don't think I got a mic check with you. You good?
I'm good, brother. Good. How about yourself?
Man, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. I had a old co-worker, man. Surprising, it's probably bad news, man, but he had a heart attack at 49 at the job. And so just got that news today. And unfortunately, he has transitioned. So when you hear stories like that and everything I've gone through today, I'm blessed. I'm blessed because some people weren't able to make it through the whole entire day. So that is something that we need to make sure we take care of, prioritizing our health. So men and ladies, make sure y'all going to get them checkups. Make sure y'all get them checkups. It's real out here. It is real. Make sure y'all know what to do too in the event something happens. AED, CPR, those are some good skills to have on deck in an event that you find yourself in a situation. Hopefully you don't, but you just never know. Better to be prepared. Anyhow, I ain't mean to shine a dull light on you guys evening. We're gonna have an amazing show. As I said before, I think this video should be good. It's taking a long time to export. Don't leave me hanging, man. Y'all just quiet.
I was thinking about the person that passed away.
Oh,
you kind of transitioned from,
Yeah, I know I shouldn't have probably brought that up, man. But
no, it's cool.
Very sorry for your loss, JR. It's
thank
a
you.
lot.
Yeah. I actually just seen the picture because I'm like, I hadn't seen him in a while. And I'm just like, damn, that shit crazy. Had everybody stunned. You just never want to see things like that.
He died at work.
Mm-hmm. It was at work. Yep. They said he was sweating really bad and it wasn't even hot. So he was in the yard up on Canal and Roosevelt.
Oh, he was in the city.
Yeah. Yep.
Black dude. I know a couple people that work up there.
Yeah.
I don't be online, so I might know the person.
Yeah. I mean, I'll shoot you the picture. You take a look at him and see. Yeah. Heart attack is no joke, man. No joke. I would just start.
My pops died.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we getting younger, being taken out by that, man. I'm 39, and I had a classmate that passed away from there about 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, we got to do something. We got to do something different.
How long your voice sounded like that?
It's been a while. I don't know the exact amount of years, but it's been a while.
Like 5 years older than you, and my voice do not sound like.
we got this thing in our family, specifically on my pop's side. When the boys turn 13, they get facial hair, chest hair, and the voice comes in. My son just turned 15 this year. I remember when I was on the road, I called here one night. Called in to talk to my wife one night, and I heard somebody in back. I said, "What the hell?" Yeah, that's my boy sounding like a grown man paying bills in here these days.
Man, I don't got no chest hair, no leg, arm hair, and I barely got it. I've never cut my mustache ever in my life. It just don't work like that.
I'm telling you, I've seen the yearbook pictures of my pops. My mom, my pops. She transferred to the school that my pops was going to in high school, and she said when she first seen him, he sort of made, he was kind of flirtatious with his eyes, I guess. And she was like, "Who the hell is this teacher flirting with me?" So yeah, that's what we like in this family, man.
So salute to that. You gotta do some voiceovers or something for somebody, man.
Just started, actually. I just went through an audition yesterday. We're going to be reading books to teach our a new AI platform. So
that's what's up.
Just
man.
started.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think my voiceover would be for teenagers.
What
I'm just about ready, y'all. My bad.
misogyny.
Y'all can somebody can ask a question or something, man. Yeah.
We got quiet because we thought you was about to move to the because you
I'm just
the conversation.
Allow me to
Let's go on radio.
chat.
Well,
If I could say, in light of what JR just said, I just really want to encourage the men to like really take care of yourselves. Y'all need rest. Y'all need to figure out what outlet you have or could get in order to enjoy yourselves, because stress will kill you. You need to make sure you're going to the doctor on a regular basis, because the earlier you can figure out what's going on with your body, the better it would be to fight against whatever, like especially like something like a heart attack or a stroke, things that usually take men out. I think that you all need to regularly see the doctor. Yes, it's scary. Yes, it's inconvenient. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but relieving some stress and doing your regular checkups, I think that would be beneficial to your family, because if you're gone, then who's there? So I think that y'all need to learn how to take care of yourselves a little better.
All right.
Can't
Appreciate that.
Can't disagree with that.
Okay, I'm ready, y'all. All right, here we go. All right, so this conversation is from tonight's conversation. They did a segment called Broke Boys in Suits. Do you guys have any idea what they might be referring to?
We them dudes and the pimped out.
They're talking about the guys online. They're talking about the guys online, and so they actually titled it Broke Boys in Suits, and they had conversations spurring all around surrounding this. So I'm gonna play some clips, and man, we're gonna start the conversation and see how we feeling about it. All right, so I'm opening it up with this, and then let's get to it.
In the red pill ideology, and we can get some more examples, is it a result of just common sense or men not getting play the way they want to get play?
It's not a result of common sense at all. If you look at the red pill community, there are some men are misogynistic, not all. Some of them are, but some of it is rooted in men who've been rejected, men who were the court system has failed them, and like divorces and stuff like that. Men who were bullied as well, men who have parental trauma as well. You have a lot of men in that community who have the extreme ideology, and they have this polarized thinking that's coming from things that they have not resolved. That's the red pill community. The more unhealthy standpoints, and I get it. I understand why it's there. A lot of times it's just a protective defense mechanism that they're utilizing, and they're trying to protect other men. But at what cost is the issue of the red pill community? Y'all can have your think points all day long, but when it gets to a place to where a community is building paranoia in somebody, or paranoia on young men, we'll say that. Well, I'm not even saying all young men, because some of them are older. But you are acting on other men's trauma as well, projecting your trauma onto other men's trauma. You're building a community out of your own projection of trying to connect with people who have similar traumas, because you have issues that are unresolved. That's when it becomes the issue of the red pill community.
So why did you think I was red pill? I'm going to see the similarities. No, I was going to know so I could talk about it from that perspective.
I was just asking, because I remember a big, not you in specific, but I remember a lot of the talking points that was, well, let's go back to, Kevin, right? Okay. A lot of people, now I don't know if he was necessarily, right, but a lot of the ideas about, what is it? Hypergamy, alpha, high value man, all those things have been morphed into this thing. And then where I'm about to go back to before we go further with that is, as a result, though, there's been this vitriol towards women online, right? Oh, yeah. The value of a woman has been questioned, right?
To her sexual market value.
So before
to that.
Yes. Okay, let's stick on that real quick. Sexual marketplace value.
Take your time.
That's how you know I never say that shit. Okay, first of all, that's how you know I never say that. Jay, do you think sexual marketplace value is a thing?
For sure.
For sure. Mm-hmm. How would you define it?
I wouldn't, but I mean, I can't deny it, right? I feel like men like women for what they look like. I'm a man. I like women for what they look like. Mm-hmm. But I mean, if you somebody that can't go deeper than that, then like, I mean, that's all your worth is, if that makes sense. But like, I can't say that that's not a thing. I'm not about to sit up here and act like it's not a thing. So I definitely think it's a thing. That It ain't really too much to say about it.
It's a problem when you're assigning it to every woman,
Right.
though. It's a problem when you're dehumanizing and objectifying women and you're limiting them to their sexual market value and you're saying that's all that a woman is good for. That's when it becomes a problem. There are some women that there is their value. You're not going to talk about them. Some of them, yeah.
Was, I don't know if you do it on your show. You probably don't, okay? But maybe you do. Was it fair to do the 1 through 10 not using 7?
So
We're going to stop it there, man. So we got the sexual marketplace. We got the guys online directing their energy towards women. How you guys feeling about this conversation thus far? Go ahead, Rennie, because it's like
I think it's I think it's an important one because and it's something I've talked about for a while now. A lot of us as men, our arrested development is between the ages of like 13 to 17, because that's usually when we first got turned down by that girl we had a crush on. And from that point, if we've never seeked out any sort of healing, if you will, we have placed that 13 to 17-year-old girl's personification, sometimes even the way she looked, on every other woman we've met after her. And I'm talking well into your 40s. And a lot of these brothers are even sometimes married and resent their own wife because she's not that teenager that turned them down. And we're still feeling like we have to prove ourselves to our teenage selves, to that teenage girl. And because of that, and the lack of us actually seeking out therapy, the APA, the American Psychological Association, reports that only 26.4% of us are willing to go to therapy. And even then, if you want to see a therapist who looks like yourself, it's even tougher because Black Americans only make up about 3 to 4% at the doctoral level. We hold on to these things and we make community with other men who share the same hurt, so much to where we make it truth. And that is the harmful part about a lot of it.
Yeah, that's great. Let's go to Rennie next.
I feel like he really hit the nail on the head. But I think a lot of what we're seeing, specifically when we're talking about our community, but like in general, there's a lot of, like he said, I think a lot of broken people, unhealed people, that create these communities. We talk about the red pill community. I hate like the whole passport bros, but like things like that, those are created based on, I think, a bunch of unhealed men. So I think he hit the nail on the head. That was pretty much my perspective on it as well.
So for me, I don't really think it's a fair conversation because to me, like stuff like that has been happening with women. Only difference is when women talk about, I guess, men, it'd be like under the table. So it's not right now. I guess the red pill is like a large platform now. It's all over the internet. But under the table, women been doing the same thing as far as like saying from their trauma. So women, older women, their traumas are passed down to their daughters, to their nieces, to whoever female is close to them. And the trauma is basically saying that you don't need a man. You could do stuff only by yourself, the independent part. Not saying you can't be independent, but that's all they want women to do because men are going to cheat on them. They're going to leave you for a white woman, you know, all these different things that has been happening. This is way before YouTube. I've been hearing all of these things, all these crazy like statements to my, like I've been hearing it to me before I got married. And I had to kind of get away from it. Like, okay, I understand this is what you went through. This is what you believe. This is what you understand. But all men are not like this. So it's been crazy nonsense to me I don't know how, if it's like to the same level as the red pill, but it's similar. So it's the same nonsense I've seen where it's like attacking another gender and, you know, it's trying to conquer over it. So results are a lot of women are single, choosing to be single. They're choosing to, you know, have kids by themselves now, right? Because it's not because there's no good men out there. It's because they're hearing all of these things from their family members, their women family members saying that you don't need these men. You could do this. You don't need it. I was a single mom. I was this, I was that. These are the results. Women don't even want to be married today. So I don't think it's a fair conversation. It's kind of like we're just, oh, well, why are these red pill men doing this? Well, why we never kind of fix the women doing this under the table? Maybe if we fix that, then we wouldn't even have a red pill. That's just my opinion.
Can I jump in? Y'all on? Okay. So I think everybody's trauma responding, both the men and the women. Everybody's going tit for tat. And one of the biggest things that we all need to realize is all of us been traumatized in one way, form, or fashion. We've been cheated on. Some people been beat, lied to, everything. And everybody is trauma responding. So, like anything, people build community because they want to get around people who can feel what they feel. And I think that's one of the most dangerous things you can do, because when you get around people who feel how you feel and there's no community of development and true healing and restoration, all you're doing is bonding emotionally. And now it's just like the red pill and the passport bros. It's all they doing is trauma responding. Okay, we're gonna go overseas and do something with these other women because our women and the women, you know, the sisters are saying something else. We're gonna date or we're gonna, you know, decenter men and all this stuff. Everybody's trauma responding. Everybody is hurt. And even like with the getting counseling conversation, I always tell people go to counseling with intention. Unfortunately, you can go to counseling and meet somebody, but what you went to counseling for, you still might need. You might not still be what that person want or desire. So I always tell people, man, if you find once you find somebody you rock with like that, and y'all start, you know, going to the next level, I encourage people to go to counseling together so that y'all can work out them kinks together and grow together. Because me going to counseling on my own for self-development is important, you know, work out my own, you know, personal improvements. But as it pertains to relationships, you should always go to counseling together. But all this stuff is trauma responses. Now, you know, I come from a biblical, you know, standpoint. I believe was, you know, in a grand scheme of things, worldly behavior is going to produce a worldly product, worldly fruit. If you don't have instructions on how to love or how to, you know, nurture somebody or how to react to somebody, you're gonna always do what you're used to doing. And that's what we're seeing with the men and women. Everybody's so used to doing what they used to doing and getting the same results. We're in 2025. You would think that people learn by now. It's 2025. We live in the most you know, advanced time, and we still dating like we in the 50s, in the 20s. I'll land right there.
All right, we're gonna play a little bit more of the clip, and then we're gonna jump to somebody else.
Don't do the ratings, because that is, I mean, I don't get into it. I think attraction is subjective, but I think we have these large words to explain simple things. Like sexual marketplace value just means if the guy's attracted to the girl or not. Like, we're making it bigger than what it is. And guess what? If he's telling you he's not attracted to you, first of all, woman, you're worthy with or without a man. What I've learned is women are attracting their worth to someone's preference. Like, stop it. He has the right to say, this is who I desire, who I like, and you shouldn't feel a way about it. Like, at all. It should not bother you because that's his preference. Just like women have a preference of, I want a man who's educated, or I want a man of a certain height or of a certain background, income. You have a preference. So I think that we waste so much time trying to argue people about who they are. If you don't like who they are, keep it moving. Like, the world is big. Like, I'm not challenging anybody. I think it's the one thing I do like about Red Pill. I don't know too much of them, to be quite honest. They're telling you who they are at the door. So why are you still watching it? Like, their views are being fed by women, which to me is mind-boggling. Why are you guys tuning in? You guys are making them rich. You are proving their point because, again, you have challenged, you have attached your worth to a man's preference. Stop right there. You're worthy because God said so. It's into that. But he has a preference. He don't want a woman with kids? That's his preference. Don't get mad. Keep it going.
But I think, it's funny. First of all, I think I might have chose the wrong episode because I thought I was about to get on here with like red pill guys, but really we all in the same accordance. But I think even when it comes to like the marketplace value on a woman, right? Look what we talking about though, right? Like I'm not here to kick nobody while they down, and I don't have anybody here to like really have the dialogue with. So I don't even want to get too much into it. But when we talk about men that talk about high value and what they place their value in, it's like everything but what matters to me, right? So like when you talk about a high market or a marketplace value on a woman, I don't think of nothing else. I mean, of course they're going to talk about what they look like because that's what they're talking about. When I hear about men talking about high value, they always talking about how much money they make, what they look like, how tall they are, and I'm like, damn, what happened to character? You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about what happened to like if I could trust you around my kids or like what you do when nobody's looking. That's what character is. So like when you say that this marketplace value on women, it's like of course they're going to have this requirement of women because they had their own requirement of themselves. Ooh. And so what you were saying is like when you talk about their biggest audience, the consumer, is the woman, right? And what I don't like about it is, and this ain't, I do a podcast and I talk to men, right? Because I think we should be able to hold each other accountable. I let the women do that for themselves. If they do it, if they don't, that ain't none of my concern. And when you talk about that, I feel like when I hear high value men talk, it's like everything that they said makes them high value is what came from a woman. I just don't move like that. Of course, I want to be attracted to a woman, but I don't move like that. Like you said, like when I get up, I work out because I want to look good and I want to be healthy. Last time I went to my annual checkup, right, and the doctor said I was a little overweight. I'm like, damn, I want to see my daughter get to an age where I can see her play sports. I didn't think about I want to get skinny and fit because I want a woman to look at me. Like, that's corny to me. If anything, like, that's insecure. And, I mean, quite frankly, I don't know what we can I say on here. That shit is gay. I'm just be straight up. Like, I'm not thinking about that. Like, I'm thinking because I want to look in the mirror. I want to look good. I want to feel good. I want to be able to do things. Yeah, like, we can be competitive and things like that. But, like, man, that shit is weird. Like, where I come from, we don't move like that. So it's like, when you say these things, like, yeah, that's what they're trying to fit in a box where they can be accepted by women. And I'm so high in my purpose and who I believe in and God, my God, I don't have to be moved by you. Like, God, I'm good. You know what I'm trying to say? Right, yeah. So like, that's how I look at it. And I just feel like it's all for somebody else. It's all to get attention or to get some type of affirmation from somebody else. And like, I don't know.
I'll let anybody jump in.
I talk too much, so I'm not. I'll let y'all go.
One of the ladies go ahead.
I got a lot of.
Well, you want to go? Go ahead, Bo. Bo Nation.
So this whole marketplace value, like it's a term, whatever. If you want to use it, use it. But the way men like to make women like what they look like, what they present as, the way they like to make this marketplace, sexual marketplace value thing, the woman's whole existence, who you've been with, what you look like. Now, don't get me wrong, attraction matters, but attraction is also subjective. I think she said that. Attraction is extremely subjective. I don't think that Jalen Hurts is cute at all whatsoever. A lot of women do. That it's subjective. So to me, his sexual marketplace value is like 0. And so we have to be real about what people look like and how important that is. One person, the way they look to you may not look that way to another person. Who someone's been with in their past matters to you, but it may not matter to anyone else. So we're trying to put people in this box, because you all have heard me speak about this before. We try to put people in this box, and it's stupid because none of us fit into a box. So if we're talking about sexual marketplace value subjectively, cool. But if we're talking, there are rules to this, I think that's dumb. But I also think that the arrested development of these men out here is what's affecting all of us. Because Jay said it. They are stuck on that first girl that broke them. And so now all of us, especially if you like resemble them at all, if you act like them, if you resemble them, their wife that left them, the little girl in the 6th grade that said, I don't like you, you ugly. Like men have arrested development. They are stuck at one point in their life. And if you remind them in any way of the woman that hurt them or took them down through there, then you're automatically off the list. Like, you fit the description, you're gone. They can't, it's a mental block for some reason. And we have to get over what people look like, what they present as, what people initially act like, because first impressions are sometimes bad and not true about that person. Despite what that woman looks like, despite who she's been with, how loyal is she? How supportive is she? Who is she? How intelligent is she? What kind of accomplishments has she had? What kind of addition to her would she be? And I mean, what kind of addition to you would she be, and vice versa? We don't have those types of conversations. We always want to have the conversations about 304s and fit, feminine, and friendly. Fit, feminine, and friendly will take all your money, just like you think somebody that looks and acts like me would. They'll take everything from, well, the 2 cents you do have, but that ain't my business. They'll take all of that from you. Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here. I don't need none of that. You know what I'm saying? They look at me and they hear me talk about things fairly and evenly, because we all do these things. We all have a thing that we do to each other. And they would look at me and be like, nope. So we have to stop judging books by their covers and really get to know people. This misjudgment about red pill men is getting tiresome.
Laisha, you want to go?
Me? You said me?
Laisha, you on mute.
Oh, my bad. So the biggest thing that I kind of like feel about sexual marketplace value is that it doesn't really matter. Like, I am not in the business of trying to prove my value to this person or that person. I don't think anybody should be in the business of trying to prove their value to me. A lot of people may feel like because of the opinions that I have, like, I try and think like, oh, a lot of people will be like, oh, she thinks she all of that or whatever. But I do. And I think everyone should. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that anybody should feel like they said in the video, because so-and-so doesn't like you, that should make you think you're a 7 or you're a 6 or you're a 5. And there have been a lot of conversations I've been a part of where, like, I'll go on to a panel and they're talking about sexual marketplace value. They're talking about, what do you think you are on a scale of 1 to 10? And it baffles me how many people get these applauses because they're like, oh, I know I'm only a 6. Why do you think that? Like, really, that makes me think your mama and your daddy didn't like hug you hard enough, because everybody should say they're a 10. There is absolutely no reason that, like, you yourself should not feel like you are the top of the top, the creme de la creme. You can get whatever you desire. Like, if you wanted to do something, you wanted to have someone, I think that is like something that everybody should feel like, I'm capable of achieving whatever, getting whoever, you know, like, so I don't think it's my place to tell somebody, oh, your sexual marketplace value is low, or, oh, you're beneath me, or any of that. Like, to me, that's a weird thing. And it makes it even weirder that people are sitting on the internet doing that to complete strangers, because it's never crossed my mind to go and tell a man like, oh, you're not 6 feet. Your sexual marketplace values little. The same way, like, a man should never be like, oh, you're not 130 pounds. You're second. Like, what is the purpose in that? Like, besides just trying to tear somebody down to make yourself feel good. Like, I don't know why you would be so hung up on telling somebody else that you've never met, that you don't know, whether or not you have an interest in them. Like, if you don't have an interest in them, that's cool. You could literally just keep that to yourself. I never understood why it needed to become a discussion and why it needed to be broadcasted when, before TikTok, before we started having YouTube panels, before all of these things, everything was just fine. If you didn't like somebody, you didn't like them. If you weren't attracted to them, you weren't attracted to them. And that was just your business. And that was okay. Like, I just don't know why we need to like tell them to try and like bring them down a notch, like humble somebody. It's not our job to humble somebody.
So I agree with, I don't think people should insult anyone, but I don't believe that everybody's a 10. So I look at it like this. What is the most popular food in America? Hamburgers, right? So there's categories. People, I'm just saying, hamburgers, you can look it up. Hamburgers, when you go to fast food restaurants, they're selling hamburgers. They're selling a sandwich, right? Fries. It's the most popular thing people like to eat. So there's just popularity when it comes to looks. There's a certain type of look that most people like. There's women. It's not just men. Women want to look a certain way. A lot of women today are looking the same. So it's a look that you're looking for and you're trying to achieve it for a reason. It's the most attractive. So people, women, men, don't matter. We're in categories. Now, what you like is on you. I believe it depends on the person. The beauty is the eye of the beholder, basically, right? It depends on you, what you like. But saying everybody's a 10, come on, that's not true. If you just look at celebrities today, we could just look at that, because that's the people that's on mainstream. There's a top most beautiful celebrity female. There's a top most fine, handsome man. So it is what it is. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just what most people like. So it's just kind of like majority rule. Now, if somebody's not a 10 and they're like a 2 just means they're not as attractive. It doesn't mean they're like the most hideous person in the world, because we could go look at the most hideous person in the world. You could look that up on YouTube. There is one. I don't think it's here in America, but I'm just saying there are looks that are just not attractive. I'm just saying. So everybody is not a 10. I don't like people saying that. It's not true. If you are
Well, I don't mean to say it like you're like, I'm not, put it like this. I'm not saying that I'm going around telling everyone they're a 10. I'm saying that I don't understand the shift of when it needed to become a discussion, right? Like, if somebody doesn't think that I'm attractive, or somebody doesn't think anybody on this panel is attractive, when did we get to this point where we needed to discuss it, have a round table about it? Like, didn't it used to be just like, oh, she's not my type, he's not my type. Okay, cool. When did it turn into, you're not my type, let me tell you about it, let me humble you, let me let you know that you have such high self-confidence, you think you a 10, but let me point out all the things to let you know you're really a 4. For what? It's like, you're a 4 to me. Like, who am I to tell you that, though?
Like, I feel like it's always been a conversation, right? It's just, we talking about on what's on social media. Now it's just like everywhere. But if you think about it, when you was in high school, we as women would have our little group we talking to, and we'd be like, you know, talking about the cute men or the cute guys or whatever that's in the school, right? And then it's just a conversation. Men did the same thing. The only problem I see is that men are telling women that they are not this, because women, all women or most women think that they're 10s, and they're going out there having like the most cockiest attitude, saying that they could get any man they can get. No, they cannot. So it seemed like, I'm not a man, so I don't know why they feel like they got to check him, but they feel like they need to check him. Like, no, you cannot get every man. You're a 2, whatever. That's just what men are wanting to do. But if you walking around and you're not that attractive, saying you could get any man, like, you know that's a lie. Laisha, you know a lady that's not cute saying that she could get the most attractive man, damn fucking well, you know you're gonna be like, now sis, like, you might not tell her.
Here's my thing though. I feel like I don't. You know what? I'm gonna tell you what it is. I think that my dog in the fight has always been that I don't try and pride myself on like being a mean girl unless I'm like I feel provoked to be mean. So I don't feel provoked to be mean if you're telling me like, oh, this weekend when I go see Chris Brown, I'm trying to get him. I'm gonna be like, great, like awesome. This weekend when that man goes to see Beyonce, he wants to try and get her. Great, cool, awesome. Like, I don't feel the need to be like, child, please, you could never, like, for what? Like, that's super negative. It just sounds mean. It sounds unnecessary.
Hold on for
like,
a second, y'all. I want to get a couple people in. All
It's
right,
the last thing I'm gonna say.
Go ahead.
From what I observed, I feel like men talk shit to each other all the time. So there'll be men right in groups
to each other, the same way we do to each other.
Okay, but now
but saying it to them is unnecessary.
Right? It just be crazy. I be hearing how they talk, and it's like, damn, like you said that, right? But now it seems like they're doing it to women, but they talk like this amongst each other. That's what they do. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's get Bash in there real quick. Oh. Hey, does this sound like that for everybody else? Okay. Yeah. Your mic tripping right now. Oh damn. No, it's bad. You know what? Just try to you got a headphones or something? Yeah, that might do the trick.
Okay, say something now. Can't hear you.
You on mute.
Oh
no, same thing. You know what? Bash, just jump out and jump back in. Rini, go ahead.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of lost my train of thought when I was listening to the back and forth, but because I was gonna touch on the same thing, whereas like the whole like being a 10 thing, but I don't want to dive down that again because we've already dived down it. But I do, however, I do agree that when it comes, you gotta come back to me. I gotta bring my thought back up.
All right, no, it's not. No doubt. Dr. Lady
So
what's up?
Oh yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, he can.
Yeah, I just want to I want to just get everybody else to who hadn't had a chance to talk yet. Then we want to circle back and make sure everybody can get theirs out.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Lady.
The red pill community. Be honest with you, I have noticed over the past year that there's a lot of hurt souls that has taken over the red pill community. I knew exactly what they originally stood for. It wasn't about bashing women. It was about, elevating yourself. It was about, being able to be a provider and things like that. But yeah, you got a lot of them now that's really, they hurt. I see it a lot. And it's really transformed. Now, when it comes down to looks and stuff, I've never really cared about that. I don't think I'm a 10. I just don't think that way. I just think I just do the best that I do with my body. I work out, I eat right, take care of myself. People gonna judge you for what you are. Sexual market value, men gonna always look at you eventually sexually because that's what they want to have sex with you. So that will never go away. How they're spilling it is, I know it's just kind of all over the place. But those things don't bother me literally at all. They just don't bother me because at the end of the day, you can look, you can want what you want, but can you get it? That's just how I am. You can want who you want, but can you get him? Can you get her? Do some people inflate themselves because of the sex? Yeah, you hear women all the time. I get any man I want. Oh, these men will sleep with you all day long. You can probably get the finest dude to lay down with you. you know, but what are you really looking for outside of that? I think sometimes we as women as starting to using the sex market value more than anything, more than men. I think because we just trying to keep up in so many ways, but so it, you know, I heard a lot of good points up here earlier. So, but yeah, when it comes down to the red pill community, there's a lot of hurt people out there, and I will say this: just don't listen to them. I mean, if they're making you feel that, oh my God, they're bashing out all women, I don't feel like they're bashing all women, because I ain't one of the women. I know what they're talking about. So they are talking about a small percentage of women that are acting that way, or the women that they're able to attract. They're attracting those women that they're now talking about. You know, the women are talking about the men that they are attracting. They can't attract nothing better. So of course they're going to sit up here and complain about it. And we got to know that everybody's not going to qualify for a certain type of people. There's certain type of men I know I don't qualify. I just don't even, I'm not even attracted to, I was telling the girlfriend the other day, I'm not even attracted to white collar men. I love construction workers. I love men that work. I love men that work with their hands. My ex-husband owns his own construction business. That's what I like. That's what I'm drawn to. A white collar man, I'm not drawn to him. But that doesn't mean, you know, I don't know. I know. I think that some women just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of lost. I got to collect my thoughts a little bit more on this subject. But
that's all right.
Yeah.
Bash, you want to try it again, Bash? See if your mic cool.
Oh no! What did you do? No. Are you on YouTube too, or is it just your headset? Maybe you can take. You probably need to restart your computer or something.
It depends if. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. Or you had a chance to go yet? No.
I mean, I haven't, but if I was going to say anything, I kind of agree a little bit about what everybody was saying tonight. I'm not active like on the podcast as many of you all are. Like y'all been at it for years. Like I'm like super duper new to this. I would never come on here and act like I just know a lot of this and I don't. Like I'm literally looking up red pill and blue pill. Like I know, I've seen videos, like I know about Fresh and Fit and podcasts and all that, but I've never delved into it to really understand like their viewpoints and see people. I think the problem is like St. Reese was saying, the trauma turns people into extremists. It started out real good. Like, yeah, go ahead, let us know like what we're doing wrong, where we can come to a common ground so that we can see some improvements in our overall interactions and our relationships and marriages as a community as a whole. Like I get it. But once everybody got to coming from a hurt place and you're hearing people triggered and now they coming back and it's like a back and forth. And it's like, now we lost in that. And we didn't got so far disconnected from the point, which is again, for us to have just a common space. It's to the point people can't have their own opinion. You come on here and say something and now you're going back and forth with somebody. I'm not talking to you. I'm telling you either how I feel or what my perspective or my opinion is. If you're triggered, that's on you. Like, it's not my fault how it's going to land with you. You got to take that and do what you're going to do with it. I'm just letting you know how I feel. So if anything, I just feel like we're all looking for an answer. And I just feel like the solutions have already been given to us. And even though it's 2025, like we steady hyping that up like we supposed to be creating a wheel, like recreating a wheel. I've said that before already, I'll say it again. Like, I don't really feel like a lot of this is new to us. It should really be, if we're looking at it the way it is, it should be true to us. Like, we as women, we know what to do to lock down and get our men. I just think a lot of this, we've been humbled by their opinions. We've been humbled by what they've told us. Like, we've been humbled. Every woman is not a 10. You're not. Like, that's just what it is. You can't get anybody that you want, especially when you haven't done the necessary work. You haven't. You don't choose when you get married. You are not in a man's space where he should be. We shouldn't be competing with them. It's just, I think it's just a lot of, like I say, people just running from the truth, running from who they are or running from who they're not, faking until they make it. And a lot of this, like I say, these podcasts have been revealing that. So I don't want to like keep going. I'm gonna do like y'all be saying, like, let me land my plane. Like I say, again, I think a lot of people are just looking for solutions, but you're looking from hurt people. And so I don't think you're ever going to find a real solution from those people. Just take what resonates deeply with you, do your own work, and see what results you can get based off of that. Like, don't keep running to the internet. It's like me going to Google to try to find some shit. Like, if it's not a verifiable source with results,
Got it. Bash, we're gonna try you one more time, but then we're gonna let a couple gentlemen go.
Can y'all hear me now?
There you go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry
Hey.
y'all. I did kind of lose my train of thought, but as far as the sexual marketplace value, I really think just kind of going back to what Ms. Pearl said, when you haven't done the work as women, I do feel like a lot of us don't do the work, and the work that we do is put into our bodies and making us look a certain way. And so I feel like a lot of times that becomes their entire personality, and that's your
Hold on, because
It went out again.
Yeah,
It went out again.
And there was some type of weird reverb happening too.
You was doing so well.
Yeah, you was cooking for a second. Bro. It's like, hey, yo,
Is it still,
don't worry
is it
about
still like
that.
that?
Just talk faster,
No,
girl.
we can
Get
hear-
out the way.
go
I'm
ahead,
just
go ahead.
saying.
Yeah.
Is it good now or no?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
You
hear
cool.
you.
You cool.
I
We
can
can hear
hear
you. Go ahead.
Okay, but I don't
Hurry
know where
up,
y'all
hurry up.
at. But I feel like that becomes the women's like whole personality. Is it going in and out again?
No, you
Okay.
good. You good. I don't hear
But
the
yeah, that
burping no
opens
more.
up the conversation for men to judge us on like, oh, she looks like this, oh, she's not a 10, oh, she's the, and that. So I feel like a lot of it is our fault, I hate to say, because we're not doing the proper work. Instead, it should be a discussion on like, oh, she has these type of values, oh, she comes from this type of family, oh, she has this type of certification or whatever she's working on with herself, and the men too. And also, I do feel like a lot of the men are hurt, and the passport bros, or my uncle used to call it the chronically single community, men and women, like they find each other and they feed off of each other because of these horror stories that they've been through. And the reality of it is like, you're gonna get hurt. We've all been on earth for a decent amount of time. Like somebody's going to hurt you, but you have to understand like you can't take that to the next person and the next person. Everybody's different. And my biggest advice to people that have been hurt, to regular people, is always just love the same. Like don't let whatever you've done or whatever somebody did to you, don't let that taint the way you love somebody else. Like that just wasn't the right person to love. It just, you got to keep going, you got to move on, and we have to do the right work to prevent actually feeling judged by the passport bros or because they pride themselves on who they sleep with, how many women they sleep with, and that don't matter, because at 40 when you're still the passport bros, that looks crazy. Like you need to get your life together.
And White, what you got?
Yeah, y'all been So Ms. Pearl, you always represent Chicago well. What you was saying, even without understanding the full concept, it pretty much was spot on. So the red pill and like the feminist movement, right? They both initially set out to do something positive, and create a correction in the world where they seem fit. So like with red pill, it was self-improvement for men, accepting the reality of who women are. And it's a red pill guy in the comments. Don't kill me if I miss a point, right? Understanding that a lot of it was supposed to be focused on self-improvement, getting your money up, getting yourself in shape, and all these other things. That was supposed to be the focal point of it. And mentorship, older men teaching young men how to matriculate through society, give them mentorship on jobs, how to deal with different relationships, give them the understanding of how to operate in a marriage, what the expectation was, how to operate as a husband and a father, and teach from some of the mistakes they had been through that got them divorced and all that stuff. Those people still exist, but then there's also a segment where men just be trying to catch a thought slipping. And Frank Castle, I think that's what they call it, where they find a woman that's real young and not experienced, and she gonna say some crazy stuff because they pumping all type of weirdness out in the atmosphere now, and then they can embarrass her and she get mad and they kick her off. So both those things exist, but the thing that's gonna get the most publicity is you watching somebody get kicked off. It's like world star fights. When you see the most sensationalized stuff is gonna always lead. If it bleed, it lead type stuff, right? And the same like with feminism, it had a goal of getting women to a place where they wasn't subjugated and they felt less than and all this other stuff. Then it turned into all men are bad. Yeah, we hate men. We don't need y'all for nothing. Don't give me chivalry. Like it morphed into something different, right? So yeah, both of those things just went in a complete opposite direction. I think he was bogus for calling it gay though, because even if they was focused on doing all those things to attract women, they're attracting women, so that's not gay at the end of the day. Like I can't see that being gay. But yeah, I think it could have served a great purpose, and then it veers off. But the other stuff I believe is still there, because I had the same understanding as you coming in, that like a fresh and fit, that was everything, that was the entirety of what the space or what these men were engaging in. And I kind of found out that it's accurate concerns as far as the experiences that some of them have been having. And the same with like the radical feminist women. They've been through some stuff. I read a comment section one day, and she was talking about how her father had done XYZ to her and then traded her off to the uncle. And if I was her, I hate men too after something like that. And then a guy talking about how he got somebody pregnant, or he thought married her and found out the baby wasn't his. Like, they be dealing with real life trauma. Like, so I can understand where all of this hurt is coming from. They do need to heal it and not push it out on other people. But yeah, like you said, it's a lot of hurtness, like grenade going back and forth at each other. So yeah.
Hey, Jay, I know you had a thought. Then we're gonna play a clip right after that.
Yeah. So the thing that concerns me the most about calling it the sexual marketplace value is not only are we dehumanizing relationships, we're dehumanizing people. We are talking about people under the terms sexual marketplace value, as though you can walk into somewhere and if you got a certain amount of funds, then you can afford this person. You can buy this person. You can buy this amount of time. I mean, if it's that case, if we're gonna dehumanize it and bring it down to that small of an idea, then we might as well, those people at least, might as well start investing in sex work. It's still out there. And both men and women are in the industry. Shit, I used to be a professional when I was younger. Is if we're putting sexual marketplace value as an idea that encompasses people and their worth, their value from who they can be with and who they can't be with, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to continue this idea to where we're going to look at each other and not see human beings anymore. And that's actually a part of the problem that we're seeing right now with the red pill community. Because here's the thing, the ideal is the manosphere, right? The manosphere is the umbrella. And what's under the umbrella is red pill, passport, incels, I think certain men rights groups, et cetera, et cetera. The only reason why I mention that is a few years ago, the FBI has started to flag the manosphere as violent extremism. There were reports warning passport bros that, hey, these countries that you're going into, you're not coming back from. They know why you're coming over here now. Places like Colombia, places in Brazil, Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. As for what's going on in America and Canada, incels specifically, also under the manosphere, right next to red pill bros, they're taking people off this planet because of their own hurt, because of how their lack of feeling, by looking at people as a sexual marketplace value item. So what I would wish, even if they don't change their whole ideas, we got to get rid of the idea of sexual marketplace value. You're not even talking about humans anymore. You're talking about something that you can purchase or, I don't know, win in a context.
So you don't think there's any
real quick. That was a great take, Jay. But did you before we play the clip, did you say you were a professional?
All right, so I let it slip sometimes,
Go ahead.
without going into detail. But between the ages of 19 and 21, yes, I was an escort. I had a madam and everything. I went on dates, all of that.
Oh, she was pimping you out. I hear you.
Me and about 8 other men.
Okay.
You was in a stable.
You know what? And see, and that's the dehumanization of it. The fact that we would be considered a stable. That's crazy, right? It's crazy. So,
for sure.
look, the
For
only
sure.
thing I would tell you is therapy is a motherfucker, and I'm happy I was able to get into it. I've
I
gotten
think
a lot of work in therapy. So,
I thought you was speaking like metaphorically, like I was professionally
That's
out here
why.
in these zones. Oh, you was out here selling weed. Wow.
No, he said professional. I kind of
but
know what that means.
I'd
Just
say
want to
this
be
one
clear on
last
that.
thing, because, and I really hope I'm able to come back. I'm saying this because I'm looking at my my device battery.
Okay.
I think you guys will be, and not just you guys personally, I think the general public will be surprised at how little bedroom activities are happening in that line of work. There are so many people out here who are lonely, who are paying for time, paying for conversation, paying for a +1 at an event. There was a lady who paid me to drive her car to a date that she paid for us to be on, just because she wanted to see what it felt like on the passenger side. There was a lady who paid for sets and wanted to call me by her husband's name because that's the only man she ever been with. There are people out here, and on the other side, for women with men clientele, there are men who are just paying for time just to talk. They have no interest in doing nothing else. When you are behind those closed doors with those people who pay for your time, you find out who these people actually are as human beings, because they can control it. They've paid for it. Otherwise, they don't trust the general public or even their families with a lot of the things that they're going through. With that being said, I guess the only thing I can say to leave out of here, this is before my device give up on me, is be kind to yourself, man. Try it. And I mean that for everybody. I absolutely mean it for my brothers, but I mean it for everybody. Make sure you say something kind to yourself about yourself. Because the more you say kind things to yourself about yourself, the less you need it from everybody else.
That's
that being
right.
said,
Gotcha.
y'all be good.
AJ, we
No,
definitely
don't
appreciate
leave.
that.
I got some juice bigger.
That's right. I ain't know not look, Miss Pearl. I don't know how to do that.
We go now. Definitely try to come back through, Jay. We're gonna jump into the clip and then we're gonna get to you, Kia.
Thank you for your transparency.
Now there was this thought process. Appreciate your contribution. There was this thought process. Now that we on the high value thing, what do y'all feel about the alpha male rhetoric?
Alpha. Wait, tell me.
I'm not going to define it. I just know because I know.
Okay, so I think when I hear alpha male, so I host a dating show. So what I do is, and I'm a journalist at heart. So what I've done for the last 5 years, I have talked to more than 15,000 single people. I now have a dating app. So when I talk about stuff, it's more so from facts. I'm not emotionally attached. I'm just gonna give you the data. So I believe this alpha male is when women say, you're supposed to be the provider, you're supposed to be the protector, you're supposed to be the leader. Now, what I have learned, what I love about my show is, having so many conversations from the other side, from the guy. Now, a woman will say she desires that, but then it's real difficult to allow that man to do that, for him to lead, for you to follow, for him to make the decision. So now we're butting heads, right? So I feel as though some women, and also I think some women are refusing to understand what an alpha male may want. Like, a lot of alpha males they're telling you, I want a woman that's gonna be submissive and fall in line to my plan. You might not agree with it. You probably shouldn't agree with it, but he's telling you what it takes to get him. So you wanna argue for the rest of your life about him being wrong when he's telling you who he is? I think you gotta start accepting people for who they are and stop wasting your time, and then do self-work and asking yourself, why am I attracting this person? What is it in me that wants this man when I really don't really want his rules or his desires of how he wants to live?
Yeah, and I think that an entirely alpha man is unhealthy. I think everything requires balance and a hybridness to it. And so, like, I call myself a hybrid, an alpha submissive, meaning I'm alpha in the boardroom, but when I come home to my man, he's daddy, and I'm submissive, not because I have to force myself, because my natural way of being with the man and loving him is submitting. That turns me on. Just like being in the boardroom, it doesn't turn me on to be soft. It turns me on to come in there with muscle and close the deal, deliver, and execute like I'm supposed to do as a powerful woman. But I also believe that if a woman is hybrid, or one or the other, and the man is just extreme alpha, there's an imbalance in that relationship. As the Bible says, that we are to submit unto each other. And so a man also has to understand that there's a time for alpha and there's a time for submission. His submission may look different than ours does, but he also has to be able to have this very much mature wisdom within himself that says, I can do both depending on what capacity I'm in and what goal I'm trying to reach. When it comes to relationships, a man also has to understand that when he taps into his submissive, that also is being the head and leading the neck, the lady, on how she submits. And it also turns her on and gets her in a position of following his leadership. And so if he's always an extreme alpha to a point where she feels dominated and unsafe, then that is also teaching her how to do what? Dominate and be unsafe with him as well. I just feel like we all have to understand that when we're talking about equally yoked, that consists of two people that are consisting of all of the components that take for a healthy relationship to work, not two extremes, and then both people have to go overcompensate for what's missing in the relationship.
Can I add to that?
I'm really getting tired of people talking about shit that they never been in. Like, so if what I'm hearing is all alpha males are just like on a high 24/7. They never have a chill. So they can never just relax and cater to somebody, which is their lady. That's not true. So when she's talking, she ain't never been in that type of relationship, but she know how those relationships go because of what people are saying. That's or whatever she observing maybe, but she don't know what people are doing behind closed doors. These men that she's talking about are not like this all day. They not.
And that's what I was about to say. Every last one of those people on that panel is not even married. Most of even the red pill, the pink pill, whatever pills you want to take, none of these people, everybody taking advice from people who's not in a long committed relationship or either married. But seem like everybody got a solution. The problem we're having is not even about men and women. What people have done, they have turned relationships into a curriculum. You got to check off your math ain't right, your social studies ain't right, your language arts ain't right, your daggone, what is it, emotional intelligence. You turn something that you're supposed to connect with on a human basis to a curriculum. That's why everybody sound the same, talk the same, look the same, wear the same. It's like a boarding school. Everybody wearing the same uniform. That's and everybody getting the same results. I don't listen to none of these cats because none of them have a foundation. Nobody have a foundation. My foundation is scriptures. I live on love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. And my mindset is what man, woman, and child wouldn't want: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. So when I'm I'm married, if I'm looking for a wife, I want to see if she adopt those principles, because everything else we can work on. You got a career, I got a career. If you want to start a business, we can do all that. We can do all that. And it angers me to see this stuff because we're in 2025 and people just not sitting back and observing. Like, you already predetermining on that man and that woman, or prejudging that man and that woman before you even step out on a relationship, whether he got money, whether she's bad or got a BBL and all this stuff. Because that's the reason. If you listen to a lot of the rhetoric, everybody's projecting. Everybody's projecting. But and the crazy thing, a lot of the men and women can't even get the men and the women that they daggone projecting on. You're not even in those rooms. You're not even a part of the conversation. But it's a projection, because if you could, or those type of people was in your reach, you would have had one already. I'll land right there.
You could, Reese.
When someone is talking, what I do my best to do is to listen to what it is that they're saying, whether I disagree with it or not, and then think about what I already know and compare it to what it is they're trying to tell me. So she's talking about, she made a big point about the term like alpha male, and he rejected the opportunity to explain or to define what an alpha male is. And I'm assuming, because I'm not going to assume that someone's ignorant, I'm assuming it's because he knows that the term alpha male has been disproven. Where it comes from, like the idea of an alpha male. I forgot the guy's name, but I had to look it up for full transparency. His name is Rudolf Schnetsko. I'm assuming that's like a Russian or a German name. I don't know. Basically, they did this experiment where they were observing wolves, but the thing is, the problem with this experiment, they only observed wolves in captivity, and then also we don't share that much DNA with wolves. You know what I mean? We share like less than 1% of DNA with wolves. I think it's like maybe 0.8%. So even looking at the way that wolves live their life, even if there was a central alpha male, which there isn't, it wouldn't be indicative of our character as human beings. So this red pill movement or this anything that has anything to do with being an alpha male, it doesn't exist. It's not real, because the studies and the book that this man produced has been completely debunked. It's not real. And so when I hear a woman say something like, oh, okay, well, I'll talk about the alpha male movement, and then she says, literally verbatim, it comes from women thinking blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't. She made a claim that was not real. And all it takes is a simple Google search to critically think and say, does it come from women? No, a man came up with this theory. Not to blame any one or the other, but why would you say something like that? So from then on, when I was like, I don't remember that being a claim made by a woman or even being popularized by a woman. So I'm going to look it up. And I look it up, and it's not even substantiated by any educated man or by any woman whatsoever. So she flat out lied. I don't know what this woman's credentials are, but yeah, I don't know. She's just yapping.
And that's you have the point. Can I say something? That's the point. Everything is a curriculum. Everybody's trying to get their best scholar, research this, that, or third to do a relationship. You're actually playing into the system of a mindset. People's being controlled. Get out, cut grass, do life with people. That's the whole point. That's how you grow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, when I kind of think of when I think of the concept, I'm familiar with the study about the wolves too, but I think that it was just using it as a concept to kind of encapsulate or describe what they mean by like the leader of men or somebody high in a social hierarchy. And although the wolf thing might not be true, there are social hierarchies that exist with men. I don't know if women operate in the exact same way. I kind of see like group dynamics where it'd be like the more attractive friend will get this type of friend and this type of friend to create whatever type of social hierarchy that exists within them. But within men, we do have like the more responsible, the person that people look towards, or they show more respect or deference, and that person usually has a responsibility to either wield it without trying to harm or hurt anyone that looks up to them, or they can become a bully and then just make everybody miserable up under them. But it's still that social hierarchy exists. And I think when we are discussing it as men, we're speaking about the role within our families being the alpha male, because every man would be or should be in that position of leadership in a household, which would make him the alpha of the family. Using the terminology, you could swap the word out for whatever word, but just using that as a consistent concept. Did somebody say why?
I did. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I don't want to interrupt, but I do want to know your reason.
The reason for what?
You said every man should take on that role of like leadership in their household. Why?
So, in my general observation, there's certain type of relationships that seem to work extremely well, where I see women getting the things they ask for and men getting the things they ask for. 9 times out of 10, when men ask for a woman, they kind of give an archetype of somebody that's going to follow, be caring, kind, XYZ, all the attributes, I guess you would say, like a Proverbs 31 woman mixed in with the idea of a traditional woman. And when women give a explanation for the man they want, they a lot of times will give you the protect, provide, leader, and all of those things. It seems to go and flow with what people would prescribe biblically, as well as in the social settings what's requested. Like, so it makes sense that if you give people what they're asking for, then you'll get better results. And I have that same social hierarchy within my home, and it works perfectly. Partly because we don't have to fight about anything, because there's no power struggle. It's not me trying to wield and demean or belittle her or make her feel any type of way, and she's not trying to usurp me, and it just doesn't exist. And we peacefully coexist, and that's why I be in such a great mood, because I'm not dealing with any of those issues.
Right. I think when we talk about the word leadership, women think it's just all about the man just going to make a stance and you can't say nothing, you don't have a voice or anything. And this is the reason why it's kind of hard to talk to people that's never been married. That's not how relationships work. This is the reason why I do talk about my married children, because that's not how their relationships work. They're both contributing to the household. Nobody's more than, it's just, look, the man at the end of the day, he ultimately is the one that's going to put his life on the line. He got one time to do it to save you, for whatever reason, he got one time, somebody break in the house, shot in public, whatever. That's ultimately just like you can unalive on the table, from giving birth to his kid. But when we talk about leadership, when we talk about leadership, it's not to put a woman down, because women, we both are leaders. We both are leaders. We both are leaders. The man and the woman are both leaders. So it's not like one is more than the other, but you have different roles in life. Your leadership is different. This is why, I don't know why we try to compare ourselves to men in the house. So I ain't trying to work like a man. I ain't trying to do none of that stuff. You don't need a man to have a soft life or live a soft life. You don't have to do all that. You don't need a man to do that. Okay. You just got to know how to stay within your means of living. But it does not mean that the man is not the ultimate leader, because that's the way God designed it. See, he designed it that way. That's why they're stronger than us. That's why most of the physical jobs is handled by them. The bricklayers, all the hard working, the men I love. It's out there laying bricks. I love them men. Okay. Love me some. Okay. They out there, they strong. That's what I like. I'm just saying, that's the way God designed it. He didn't design you to try to compete with him in that way. It doesn't make you less than him at all. It makes you kind of walk beside each other. It is, and I think when we get on this whole alpha term, again, it's not to put the woman down, because I think there's some alpha females out there. I know they that's just me. People always tell me, even men, like, if I have alpha personality as a woman, but but it's not to make you look like you're less. So if you're in a relationship, or marriage, it's a partnership. You guys it's a goal. It's a goal that the man set. That's why I say a man do need to bring the whole entire table. That's just what I believe in. I believe you need to bring the whole entire table. And a woman is the person that upkeep the table. The woman keeps up the house. She builds it. She helps build it. That's your role. It's not a lesser role at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. So, I want to say that to women, because I see too many of us, we stress ourselves out trying to compete with the man. And it unalives you. I just read about a lady, I don't know if it was her story, but of the newscast. She was 42 years old, had a heart attack at 42. I think she was in Mississippi. She was a beautiful lady. And I'm like, wow, 42, I couldn't have having a heart attack. We are literally working ourselves into the grave at young ages, because we so busy trying to all that work in 2 or 3 jobs. I'm not doing it in my 50s. I done done it already. I done it in my 20s, raising kids, working at the hair salon 15, 20 hours a day. I've done all that. I'm not doing that in my 50s. But
right, we're about to jump into. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I
I'm gonna
thought you was
land.
done.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
you go ahead. You good. I
All
can
right,
finish.
cool.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just gonna be honest again. These big words to me, I think we're making it more complicated. Like people that I know that are in long-term relationships, roles change all the time. Like one day he got a job, maybe he don't got a job. Now you got to be the alpha woman. I think we're trying to design something that is so easy. It sounds pretty, but it's really not that complicated. Like
to your point though, it's not like it's not even making it complicated. Like it's misinformation. Like I'm looking at the definition, right? And the definition of an alpha male is totally different from what the definition of an alpha is in a group setting, right? So like an alpha male, like it literally says aggressive, hyper masculine, things like that, right? But when you look at an alpha, it talk about leadership. So like I do believe that you can be an alpha. Like I believe in gender roles, I believe in all that. But I think what makes me an alpha man is the fact that I can take the backseat sometimes. I feel like what makes me an alpha man is the fact that I can listen to my woman. I feel like because I'm so, when you talk about the alpha in the group settings, we can look at the definition. We talk about being able to be a leader. Being a leader is understanding that sometimes I don't know what's going on right now, and I can take the back and I can take a step back and let my woman lead. And I don't think that, I just feel like when you're confident in who you are, that makes you an alpha. Again, the alpha male together is something that we're starting to create. Because even when I looked at the definition, it says alpha male in Urban Dictionary. Yeah. But clearly it's not even a real thing.
But real quick, not to go off tangent, you're making my point.
Yeah, no.
There's all these high value men, alpha male. It's all bullshit. Like it's just titles to just brainwash people who can't think for themselves to start falling in line saying, oh, this is what I am, this is how I should act, this is what I should want. People gotta think for themselves, and just like it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't think it's that complicated.
All right, transition. Another theory or a belief, and we're asking if these things have validity. There's a lot of men on that side that feel like there's an attack on masculinity. Now, do we believe that to have validity?
I do. Yeah.
Absolutely. Explain. You got to tell me when you say stuff.
Like everything, like they may feel that everything is now being termed as toxic masculinity. Like just a man just being a man now, or having masculine opinions, however you define that, is now being villainized and persecuted. Do you?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, like, bro, I can't speak for everybody, but where I'm from, like, we grew up learning things, like, even me just loosely being able to say gay, right? Like, I say that because of the background I come from. Like, as I get older, I understand that's wrong. I should probably use different words and things like that. But, like, the history and my community made it okay to be toxic. Shit, my family, my mom's, how I looked at parenting made it okay to be toxic. So, like, I can see how, like, everything is an attack, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta be able to differentiate what is and what isn't. And even if it is an attack, you gotta have to understand a perspective of it. So, like, I definitely can understand it, but how you move in it is just, I'm just not okay with that, if that makes sense. Like,
I just think if a man is too much in his, I call it submissive, because I use titles that help me identify what I'm referring to, then he's soft. If a man is too in his alpha, then he's imbalanced and he's toxic. And I think that, unfortunately, there's not a space where a man can just be the man that he fucking wants to be without there having to be him being compartmentalized or put in a box or called a certain term because of the man he is authentically trying to become while he's in this self-discovery space. And I think it's okay to be in self-discovery and figure out, how do you operate, right? What is the alpha for you? Or to your point, is there no alpha? Are these words that you don't want to identify with? And then you come up with your narrative that best fits what works for you and what serves what you're trying to do. That's how I look at it. And I feel like when we are having conversations like this, to the red pill point and the sassy boy point, men do have to have this really keen awareness so that they ain't coming off or popping off as sassy. Or they're not asking, do you want to have, can you, whatever she said, do you need some lip gloss? And so I feel like with women, we're able to be more expressive in any tone and in any emotion we want to, and she's expressing herself. Or she has a voice, right? But when a man does it, especially a black man, it is very much looked down upon. It is very much suppressed and oppressed, and it is very much putting you guys attempting to put y'all in this inferiority box, so that when you try to say, I'm superior and I am somebody, it just happened with the Sander family. They got a fucking problem with it. Now you're arrogant. Well, he can't just be confident. But then if you have no type of confidence, then what are you? You're inferior. And you're soft, and you have no leadership. So to me, it's challenging to say, I'm happy I'm not a man experiencing that, because that's very heavy. As a man, I would think, well, damn, okay, well, where the fuck do y'all want me to fall in between? Which one makes sense? Or to your point, you know what, I'm just gonna draw my own narrative, do what the fuck I do, and that's just what it's gonna be.
That's what it's.
That's some men that's raised from in women-led households that allow that. It's just gonna be fact. Okay.
That's not a minority.
Right. That's right. I'm a man. I don't care about them gender roles. I tell people all this. I can be toxic. I can be overly masculine at times. I'm a man, and I'm not. Listen, I know how to regulate myself. I know how to talk to my wife. I've been with the same woman for 30 years. You know, I'm still on my first girlfriend. Just just put that out there. But here's the thing. Like, yes, I know, and that's something we learned. We learned to develop with each other. You see what I'm saying? I can be every term that they say a man could be, except for abuse. I don't put my hands on a woman. But at the end of the day, and I embrace those. I embrace it, but I know how to regulate it. I know how to control. I know how to have self-control. But like all the new terms, alpha male and alpha, man, that's stuff that they get from the animal kingdom, and that's the reason why they treat niggas the way they do. Y'all treat them like animals. Like I'm just a man. That's all. I'm a man. I don't need no adjectives.
Can I hear your definition of masculinity? Because multiple people have said like masculinity or masculine. Like most people, like I've heard that word a few times. Like, do we have a common, like an agreed upon definition or description of what masculinity is?
Well, I would say this. When I talk to a man that's 66 years old, they don't have no idea what we talking about when it comes down to alphas and stuff, because those are nasty. They don't have my friend have no idea what an alpha, what is that? He don't know. We don't know these terms. He don't talk like that. So I think it's just a young man, the younger men coming up with this mess. So
is there something wrong with men being dynamic? It's like, is there something wrong with that? Is there, well, not even men, like men and women being like dynamic, like, you know, how when you read a book and there's like a dynamic character, means like there's layers, there's ever changing, there's growth, there's all kind of things. It's just a lot of times I feel like I hear conversations and it seems like a man can't be a man without being just this list of things. And if he's emotional, he's less of a man. And a woman can't be feminine without being this list of things. And God forbid she gets aggressive or a little loud. That's only something a man can do. But it's like everybody feels aggression. Everybody feels tired and wants to be catered to. Being tired and wanting to be catered to isn't like a feminine thing. And being angry or aggressive isn't a man thing. And I mean, like, obviously I'm not a man, so I don't know. But I would think that that's exhausting, feeling like every day, all day, you can only be these 7 things, which is like, oh, I have to be a provider. I always got to be a protector. I always got to be aggressive. I always got to be like, okay, if it like, I don't get it. I don't understand why it's just this little list for femininity and masculinity, as if like feelings aren't for everybody, and like everybody can't feel something. Like if you're getting robbed and I get robbed, why shouldn't you be scared? Why shouldn't I be scared? If you want to go shopping and I want to go shopping, why shouldn't you feel happy from shopping and the same way I feel happy from shopping? Like, it's just certain actions and certain like things that will happen to people that will provoke said emotion. And that emotion isn't gender specific. It's just like everybody's going to feel all the feelings, right?
I would argue the same thing for characteristics. I don't think it just goes for emotions, which is why I was asking like the panel and St. Reese specifically, what is your definition of masculinity? Do we have an agreed upon definition like before I got here? Because certain characteristics are considered masculine, certain characteristics are considered feminine. And if you possess these things in too much or in excess, then you're either masculine as an insult to women, or you're feminine as an insult to men. And that's why I say even the alpha male thing, it's not based in reality. And I think I said the last time that I was here on this panel, and thank you for having me again, was that I don't really see what masculinity, these characteristics or these traits or even these roles are even built upon. And is it built upon anything sustainable or anything real?
To answer your question, right? Me personally, I don't subscribe to those masculine and feminine. I'm a man. I'm only the man for the woman that need me. I ain't trying to be a man for everybody. I ain't trying to be what you need me to be. I only need what my wife need me to be, and my children need me to be. I've never been the type of person that feel like I gotta assimilate to somebody else's way of how I should be. You know, this is my mindset, right? You ever see that old couple and that you see them, they in their 70s, and you just see the way they talk to each other? Like, how you talk to your wife like that? I'm that man now. Cause I'm like, listen, I'm like at the age, I'm not suppressing myself for nobody. I'm not trying to assimilate to what somebody else think I should be. I'm not getting into these gender norms, these gender fight. I am who I am. You can either accept me or reject me. I'm not predatory. I'm not abusive, but I'm gonna show up as me. And that's all you're gonna get. And listen, I know I ain't for everybody, and that's fine. And I think that's wrong with society. Everybody is trying to be accepted by other people.
That's what makes it so strange, because I feel like I've made similar statements like that, and that ideology was rejected. It's almost like when a woman is saying, I don't need to be taught by you because I have a man. I like, he likes me. That should be enough. But It's like, that's not enough. Because I've said that on this panel, and it's like, nope, that's not enough. Let us tell you how, not like, of course, y'all on the panel, but it's like, in general, a lot of like the pushback that women get is like, when they're like, okay, well, I already got a man, so I don't need your approval. Who are you to teach me something? You're not my man. Then it's like, how dare she think that? How dare she not care what men think? But when a man is like, well, I got a woman, I'm good, I'm just letting you know how I am. Yeah, brother, you right. Don't let them women change you.
Right. You want to know
But
why
I said that too. Like, I'm good with me. He's good with me. You don't have to deal with me. And the icing on the cake of it is kind of like a question that I can't ever get a straightforward answer to, right? I go on TikTok, I go on Instagram, and I find men arguing with women. Did they not know that there is a trad wife side of TikTok?
Right.
Why would you come over here on the modern woman, right, side of TikTok, on the single woman side of TikTok, and feel like you, as a man that doesn't like these women, would rather spend hours arguing with them or listening to their opinions, when you can go to the trad wife, the traditional woman side, and be like, oh, thank you, this is lovely.
You want to let me tell you why
like, what's the point?
Right? The reason why that happens is most men don't have confidence. See, a lot of women, y'all been taught since birth to have confidence. That's why y'all always affirming each other. But men don't. We don't get confidence. We have to build our confidence, and oftentimes, unfortunately, our confidence comes from what a woman says about us. See, and I'm trying to help men understand. No, if your identity ain't in Christ, what yours gonna come from the world. But for the group of men that I talk to, my confidence comes from I'm already solidified in Christ. You can't tell me nothing. When I show up anywhere, I walk with my chin up and my chest out, and I don't live my life centered around a woman. I don't live my life centered around a man. I walk to my own drum beat. Most men don't have confidence. Now watch this. Most men confidence is so deep in hell that the only thing that they got is money. And they don't, and that's the reason why that's why they always showing up with that. They always presenting that. And then they get mad. Those are the type of women that what they're going to attract. I tell, like I don't have to show up my money. Everybody know who I am. Everybody knew the business I own in Atlanta. Like I don't have, I go in hoodie, this, that, and the third, but I'm always the main character in the room. Because you don't have to show up like that.
Right.
But when you got motion, if you are a man and you got motion, you making some things move and shake, you ain't gotta, and you don't have to show up you don't have to show up with nobody else's character but your own. And that's why I'm telling men, you got to rebuild your confidence. You have to get strong with who you are and be comfortable with who you are. I'll land right there.
Right.
I want a question for y'all real quick because for the most part, we try to listen to understand, right? And we obviously realize there is an issue with some of these voices of men. We do know what it started out as, which was, I think Marcus alluded to this a little earlier, that there was an overcorrection, similar to what has happened with feminism. There's just a little bit of an overcorrection. And unfortunately, I know the dude said that mostly women are the audience. That's a damn lie. That's completely inaccurate. It's mostly a male audience. And a lot of them even say their audience is about 90% of men. And it's almost like a support system. There's a lot of men who just don't have the answers, right? Most people don't know, but the most selfish generation, when it really started out, was right after the silent generation. We had the baby boomers, extremely selfish, right? We started to see more of the single parenting and people worrying about themselves. That really hurt us as far as men. We lacked the fundamentals simply because that time was not invested into us. And a lot of us had to learn on our own. Those birds and the bees talks went away, right? We had no direction and we were thrown into a buzzsaw as far as the dating game is concerned, and pretty much had to figure it out on our own. Now, some of us did, some of us did not. And we just have to sometimes understand these men, there's no nefarious intent. Sometimes they don't know how to navigate in a relationship, and it's usually not one woman who rejects him. It's several women who continuously reject him for a person to start to look for answers and become desperate. And you have these people, a lot of them go to the gym, a lot of them got their money up, and some of them lying about a lot of the things they do, you can tell. But men who have no XP are going to see these men and be like, oh, he's got the answers, he's going to help me, right? It seems like a savior. So they're desperately trying to get answers to correct what's going on. And these guys a lot of times don't care because there's money involved, and they will want to bring a woman up to slam dunk on them, which is wrong. It shouldn't be like that. Again, I said it's an overcorrection. So what I want people to kind of get is just that these men, they need help. They want to be masculine. They don't have an idea of what it's like. And YouTube is where, unfortunately, most of us learn how to do things, right? You can learn valuable things. I learned how to change my first toilet from YouTube, right? Or how to take drop a transmission in one of my cars. Fine. But you can also learn how to kiss, learn how to date, learn how to talk to women. And you don't have to provide credentials. And people are offering these ideologies and advice without credentials. And some of them really don't have any experience. And if they went outside right now and tried to get with females, they would crash and burn too, right? That's particularly without the status of money. So, all right, you had something, Rini?
No, you can finish. I just wanted to touch on something you said.
No, go ahead. I'm cool.
Just because you had mentioned, because I think that's a really good point to make, is when we're talking about, because I thought about that earlier, when it comes to especially like today's generation, or even when we're talking about like baby boomers, like the generation of people who didn't have the foundation of men being taught how to be men. But I also think it's women being taught how to be women as well. I think a lot of women are being taught. So a lot of the issues I think in society today stem from how we're taught. Mothers saying we don't need men. You know, we don't, you get it on your own, get your bag, go to college, get a degree, all this stuff, and we don't need men. And then men aren't being taught how to be men. And so, in all, both genders are failing at dating because we're being taught that we don't need each other. And so, I feel like on both ends, there's that issue.
We're also all taking advice from the wrong people, in my opinion. You know, the woman that wants to be married, you need to take more advice from married women versus, you know, all your single friends. Single women keep women single. Single men keep it's a never ending role, and we can't have that. Who was talking? Saint, when you were speaking, like there are a lot of young men that would benefit from speaking to someone like you, but just like anything else, you know, we gravitate towards to our own experiences or to the things that we like. It's so easy to be on TikTok and be like, you see something that you know, an experience with a woman that was bad with somebody, and you're like, yeah, my experience was bad too. And so you click on that and you just find all these terrible women experiences, and it just becomes like a wormhole. And in reality, you need to go look at things that are praising women, the woman that you should try and attract. And that's another thing about us too. Like we forget to have accountability in the people that we attract. You know,
Right.
I didn't meet you by accident. There was something about me that attracted you over here. And there was something about me that let you in, that let you have that conversation. And so we have to look in the mirror at ourselves too. These men that are complaining about this certain type of woman, these women that are complaining about a certain type of man, you are attracting this certain type of man because there are good women out here. There are good men out here. And you have to adjust the things that you do, adjust the things that you're even attracted to, you know? So yeah, I don't know.
Well, you know, I'd say this. The word dating is whack. I can't stand that word. You know, I can't, because dating means you just date. But when you're courting, when you're dating with intentions, see, when we take the money out of stuff, this is why I say everything boils down to money. Oh, we got to date, got to go to this restaurant, got to go to that restaurant. Honey, I've gone on some park dates. I've gone to Starbucks, walked through the mall. Those are the best ones that I steal food. The ones that took me to the Chops and Lobster Bar where you need reservation only. Them people, I don't need food. I don't even talk to them no more. You take the money out of stuff and get to know the individual. That other courting stuff, when they take you to these nice dates, let them do that because they want to do it. They plan that for you. They're going to take the time to really plan something nice for you. But when you're forcing stuff, like you're basing a whole relationship on where he take you, you know, the whole relationship on whether now you like him or not is where he take you, and where he take you, then you get mad because now he wants some. He went spend $500 on you. You think he wants you to spread him? He wants you to bust it wide open. Okay. You don't have to, but that's what they expected. I'm just saying. you take her these nice places. And the thing is, who wants to go on a date with somebody that get dressed up, get your hair done, and you don't even like this person? We just gonna save a whole lot of time. And we gonna when I got my ex-husband, our first day, of course, we was broke back in the day. It was Burger King. Okay, I had a waffle cut in half. That was the best time. The best days were the ones where you really get to know somebody intimate. And it has nothing to do with our divorce. That man was a damn good father to his children, you know, because I had time to really vet this person, you know, deeper than that. But when we got, you know, people just, like I say, take money out of a lot of this conversation, a lot of this dating. You really want to get married, take money out of stuff. You're gonna find a lot of things out about somebody just by talking to them, spending time with them, getting to know them, going places with them. You're gonna learn a lot about an individual. But when you base everything on a Ruth Chris or a SKT place I ain't never been before, okay? Don't even eat meat, so we go Olive Garden. I'm just saying, my meal $20 at the Mexican restaurant. That's why I take my kids. I'll eat a vegan bowl, baby. Okay, best dates. Hell, that's what. I'm but those are the ones that I'm just saying. Those are the best people, y'all. I'm just saying.
I don't think they like each other no more. I don't feel like people.
I also just want to say, Lady O, that a lot of people may not realize that some of those dates are actually very performative, because when I was in service industry, right, I would see the dude take the girl there and they're sitting at the bar, he's doing this and this and that. And literally I have seen that same man 2 hours later come in with another girl, because he knows it's just like the performance of like, oh, I know that she'll be into me if I come to this caliber of restaurant with her and she's going to call me back. So this is my date spot. It's like, you're a regular, and within this 3-day time span, I've seen you with 8 chicks at this bar sitting here for happy hour. And the trick that you mentioned, STK, it's kind of funny because I don't know if you remember a conversation we had. One of the tricks that I kind of realized was, men have started to get savvy about stuff like that, because they're like, oh, she wants STK, cool. STK has a happy hour from 6 to 8. So when you want 6 martinis and you want steak and frites and you also want 2 appetizers, all of that came half off. All of it. So you thought he gave you a $500 dinner. He gave 3 girls a $250 dinner, all on that same Tuesday.
That's mad work.
It be real shady. It does.
I believe
think that's how a lot of women are deceiving themselves. Now, of course, I don't know, but I've made it clear I don't believe in these like heteronormative ideas. I don't believe that men are naturally providers or naturally protectors and women are naturally submissive. I don't subscribe to any of those beliefs. But I think women are like tricking themselves. And a lot of feminists are doing this too. Like, oh yeah, well, a man is supposed to take me on a date and he's supposed to like basically peacock. And the truth is, it's like you end up deceiving yourself, because you put this man in a position to where, okay, he's supposed to protect and provide. And the way that he's supposed to demonstrate that he's capable of doing so is by dates and gifts and all this other stuff. But what you're doing is you're tricking yourself. You're literally infantilizing yourself, for lack of a better word. Like, and it's deceitful, because I also was a server, and I bartended at multiple restaurants, and I've seen the same guy come with multiple girls, and they all seem so impressed, and they all seem like if I didn't see this couple that came before, even if it was a different day, I would be like, oh wow, they're such an amazing couple. But the truth is, it's not true. I think it's making men, all in all, it's hurting them, because this same system that tells men that their value is in their ability to protect and provide is also telling men that you're the chaser, you're the predator and not the prey, you're the catcher and not the rye. You know what I mean? And I think also, and not to shame anyone here, but that's the same reason why earlier when the man was talking about like him being a sex worker, that's literally sex trafficking. And that's why it was funny, because, oh, it's a man this time, and so this patriarchal system, these beliefs that we are attaching ourselves to are all things that we've been told our masculinity is a man, is a man is someone who does XYZ, when a man is really just a boy that grew up and decided to continue to identify himself as a man. It's not, I don't think any of these things are based in reality or even statistics, science. It's not based in anything. And if we continue, especially as Black people, to hold on to what we've been told is masculine, from what we've been told is feminine, what we've been told is the right way a woman or the right way a man should act, men are going to continue to be victimized, because we can't see protectors as victims.
I have a question.
Real quick, before anybody else go, I had a quick question that I wanted to pose to the panel. Kid, I like what you did say about the how just what you were talking about sex trafficking and how it's viewed differently towards men than women. Do we think that the expectations of men have become greater as of modern day, and women? Do you think that the expectations have absolutely changed? Like, are we expected to do more or less than we were 50 years ago?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In order, okay, so for millennials and Gen Z to have the same buying power as like a 20-year-old in the 70s, our minimum wage would have to be, our federal minimum wage would have to be $66 an hour, but it's still $7.50. So everything is expected more. We're still being sold this white picket fence dream. The man goes out, the man is the ideal way, right, in America is the man's supposed to go out and protect and provide, the woman stay home and be the homemaker. But when you look at the numbers, that's not what's happening in large. What's happening in large is most homes are dual income. What's happening in large is most Americans are making $40,000 a year. So unless you live in buttfuck nowhere, Idaho, you're not gonna live a substantial life. Maybe you can go to Disney World every 2 years, but you're not going anywhere. You're not gonna do anything because you do not have the money to do so. So when we place these expectations on people and say, okay, a woman, what you need to do is you need to have a child. And as a man, you need to protect and provide. But a man says, okay, well, I mean, I can protect maybe, but I'm 5'4" and I'm 109 pounds. Will I find a suitable wife? Why am I automatically discounted for masculinity for that? Or a man that, for whatever reason, is disabled in a wheelchair, he can't protect in the traditional way. Is he automatically discounted from masculinity because he can't protect? Or a man that can't provide, he didn't have the opportunity to go to college, so now he can't provide in the traditional sense. So yeah, there's a lot more expected from us, and I think millennials and Gen Z are doing an amazing job, especially compared to Gen X and baby boomers. The numbers say like Gen Z is the most sexless generation. Our birth rates are declining. For the first time in American history, more women in their 40s are having babies than teenagers. There are more virgins in our society, in our generation, than there were pregnant people during the baby boomer time. So it's like we're doing a lot. Like we're doing a great job. Millennials and Gen Z, we're breaking generational curses. Millennials were the first generation to say, in the Black community specifically, no, we're not pushing things under the rug. That creepy uncle, my children aren't coming around them. I'm not gonna like millennials were the first generation to say, no, we're not gonna go to this toxic church. I have nothing against Christianity at all. I love Jesus. But we're not going to go to this toxic church just because that's where I grew up at. And millennials were the first generation to rebel against that. And I think millennials are taking after, I think Gen Z is taking after their lead because of how much expectation.
Hold on, y'all.
Can we let Bo go?
I want to get Bo in here real quick.
Let Bo go first.
Well, I've had many thoughts. I guess I'll start with the last one I had. We have to stop talking about how we were raised to be. We are grown people. These are talking points that give adults excuses to be people that are undesirable. I was raised to be this way. I personally, and no one that I know, and no one that I've come across, no one was raised to think that they don't need a man. We were raised to know that we may not be able to rely on a man. That man may not come along, and you have to be prepared to live life safely and securely, and you need to be able to provide that for yourself. However, even if there are women that were raised to not need a man, you don't need a man, you need to do this and you need to do that for yourself, forget a man. Even if we are all grown, fully grown adults, and we can make our own minds up about what we need, just like whatever men were raised to think about women. We are all grown adults, and it is harmful and counterproductive for you to set your mind on what someone told you and not grow up and take the information that is useful in your life and learn different information that helps you live a different life. Because I always looked at the people, the women around me who were single, and I heard what they were teaching me. I desired something different than they did because they chose to be single. They were happy single. And so I took what I needed from those women. I wanted something different. I wanted to be married. I wanted a man. So I took what those women taught me and I applied what I needed to my life. All of that other stuff, because there were older women that told me all men are good for is money, because the only thing they want from you is sex. And if they're going to get sex, they might as well give you some money. I thought that was completely ridiculous. You do not have to listen to those things. And I'm speaking as a woman. I don't know what men are taught to do and say and think. But as a woman, as far as us, we have to stop using what we heard as children as an excuse to be problematic, to use men for money, to pay attention to a man's protection and provision. That's not yours. That man's money is not yours. You need to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. Mm-hmm. And if that man chooses to give you his provisions, cool. But we're not in mass being taught we don't need a man. And if we are, oh well, we don't have to listen to that. We can make up our own minds about who we want to be and who we want to be with and what role men play in our lives.
I think that I think that when women are told that they don't need a man, they're not saying don't get a man. They're saying make sure you can take care of yourself. That's just what they're saying. Because I know women who got married young and her husband died from a car accident. They died young. So they had to know how to go out here and had a kid. I know a lady who lost her husband very young. I think they were married at 18. I think he passed away at like 20s. It was very young. She ended up getting remarried, but she had a baby she had to take care of, you know. So I think when they talk about that, when they say, you know, you don't need a man, there are some women who really do tell a woman don't need a man and all that stuff. But for the most part, they're telling them make sure you can take care of yourself. I think men and women both need to be told that, not just women. You need to know how to sustain. That's why I don't believe in women, you know, after kids get a certain age, I think women need to go to work because you need to know how to take care of yourself. And I work on the ugly side of life. I work in Medicare. Everybody broke. Trust me. I hadn't heard it all, seen it all in the past 4 or 5 years. I've been in the insurance industry. I hadn't heard it all. And I can tell you both need to work and contribute to the household. I've talked to people that worked 30 years and got laid off right before retirement. Lost everything.
Wow.
But thank God these people had a spouse to back them up. So just imagine you don't have a spouse. But when it comes down to you know, the birth rate and everything leaving, you know, degraded, this is a thing that's going to push. It's going to push you having to work till you're older because there's not going to be anybody under you to work. So, you know, it's a different effect when we do talk like that. We got to understand that, you know, the birth rate going down, but who really going to take over the workforce? You know, it's deeper than that. Huh? Go ahead, and White.
Oh, somebody was about to jump in after you finished. Just when you finish right after you. That's what I was saying.
That's what I want to land right there. I just want to say who's going to take over the workforce. I think when we look at that, I think it's a beautiful thing to get married and have kids grow together and stuff. That's how you build generational wealth. That is just known. That's how you build generational wealth. You know,
I think that rhetoric is dangerous because the black people have been 13% of the population since the 40s. So when they say the birth rate is that's not us. That's them. And it's unfortunate it's black women who's regurgitating that rhetoric. You never thought just think about this like, well, since the 40s, how is black people still 13% of the population when they the ones that keep saying that the black women is having all the kids? something ain't that math ain't math.
Right.
But I'll land right there.
I think because maybe there's a difference between like I think the overall like opinion of most people and then also like what like the research is saying. So I would not cite a source unless I have read the source. So the thing is, when the day after the 2020, the day after the 2024 birth rate study came out, I read it. Birth rates with Black women also declined as well. It was an overall 1% decrease in birth rates for all races. The only people that had an increase in birth rates are women of all races over the age of 41 years old and Hispanic women of all ages. Those are the only rates that either increased or stayed the same. Black women birth rates also declined.
But
So
let's
it's not
just be
just
clear.
something that I'm like regurgitating. I
But just
actually
to be clear, a woman that's over 40 only who have kids only make up 4% of women who are having given birth. It's still a small percentage of them that's going to be able to have babies. So let's just not run with that and just telling women just wait till you're 40 when we know the lifespan of an individual won't be that long in the first place.
Well, no, I
No,
don't
no, no.
think
That's not
that
what I'm saying.
I don't
That's
think
not
that
what I'm
younger
saying.
generations are advocating for women to wait till they're 40. What I think is kind of happening is that I see a lot of millennials and Gen Zers saying that they were talked to and treated like and made to feel like their parents had them as a chore almost. Like it's so many people that I feel like I'm hearing their parents are like immediately ready for them to get out at 18 because you didn't have them because you were ready to be a parent or you wanted to. You had them because you felt like you had to. And I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with the millennials and the Gen Zs saying, I know I'm not capable. I know I'm selfish. I know I'm immature. I know I'm not ready. So I'm going to wait till I'm ready. I don't know why anybody would be pushing for women to have kids. And then you're also saying, why all of these moms in the club? Why all of these mamas getting their hair done before they go buy baby clothes? Why is this? Why? Because they weren't ready. Like they were immature. They were selfish. They weren't fully developed. Like to be selfless, to be caring, to be empathetic, to be nurturers. So you have moms walking around calling their daughters little bitches and stuff like that because they never wanted them kids. Like, I think it's way better instead of being like talking about like, oh, you need to have the baby before 25, knowing that these girls want to travel, knowing that these girls want to like that's and here's the thing. Whether it's right or whether it's wrong, it's not even our business what these women want to do and why they want to do it. I feel like it makes a lot safer of a home to have a child and to be a mom when you're actually ready to be one. Like, I don't think that that's a bad decision.
Yeah.
So I wanted to jump back to like
and
earlier in
I
the
wasn't trying
conversation.
to advocate for women
when
having children.
When you were talking about the heteronormative couples, that you don't think that should be the standard. What should be the standard, and what does that relationship look like in your opinion? And I had a follow-up question.
I think the standard looks like overall freedom of expression. And what I mean by that is like this idea that, you know, women are supposed to be submissive or that men are like natural protectors. What I see is none of it is substantiated by anything. It's not substantiated by science. It's not substantiated by statistics. So let's say men are natural protectors, for example. So it's like, you know, ideally, right, you have a husband so that you can have a covering. And you have a covering in your home. So that way, if the big bad boogeyman breaks in your house, you know what I mean? You have a man that's already there that's going to go and take care of the boogeyman. But the truth is, statistically, that's not what's likely to happen. What's likely to happen is that the boogeyman is the person that you had a child with. What's statistically likely to happen, because Black women specifically are 6 times more likely to be murdered than any other demographic in America, and typically it's with gun violence. That statistically, Black men, media is pushing to Black men like, hey, be scared of rape allegations, when statistically they are more likely to be raped than they are to be accused of rape. So
You gotta watch that R word.
Oh, sorry.
Grape.
Great. Okay. Sorry, excuse me. But statistically, they're more likely to be raped than being accused of such a thing. But the media is saying like, hey, you still need to be my buck. You still need to perform. So I think it causes aggression in a lot of people, not directly, but now I'm not with numbers. Now this is Kia's opinions have. So I want to be clear on that. In my opinion, in my theory, after observing the facts that I know, I think it causes aggression. I think it causes men to have misplaced anger. Like, well, if I can't be weak at any point in time, if I'm not allowed to be a victim because I'm supposed to be the predator, I'm supposed to be the hunter, and 6 years ago, an older woman or an older man hunted after me, I'm not allowed to be a victim in that because I'm supposed to be strong and I'm supposed to be a protector, I'm supposed to be a provider. And that's everything that patriarchy and white supremacy is telling him. So in a relationship that I would like is if that man, why can't a man be submissive? Why can't a man just say like, hey, I want to take a back seat and you take,
again, those words, we use those words too much. We taking too much out of it. You're both actually supposed to be submissive to God. And that's how you learn how to treat each other. Okay. All this submissive.
Hypothetically, if you believe in God.
Well, it don't matter. He's still there. It doesn't really care. Okay. That's the reason why people's lives are crappy. But the thing
his ass in your opinion.
This is okay, whatever. Okay, but this is the thing here. When it comes down to the unaliving rate, in 2023, less than 800 women, Black women, were unalived. Okay, due to domestic violence, and it wasn't all through men. It was some women on women unaliving, and also other family members and stuff. We got to stop running. We got to stop running. Man, go look it up. Because you're all about these stats. Look,
when you make a claim, you have the burden of proof.
Okay, less than 800.
I actually got the stats on that. Like it's
not a lot. We gotta stop that crap.
I didn't claim that.
I mean, it's enough. But y'all have like 800-900 women unalive in a day from domestic violence, and that's not the truth.
The funny thing is the stats we talk about patriarchy, but yet we're taking the stats from the same people that we say that we are against. Why? You got to ask yourself this and just logically think. Why out of all communities they got a stat on everything the Black community is doing? Like you don't find that a bit suspicious? You see what I'm saying?
No,
because it's all designed to keep us divided and conquered. The same people we say is white supremacy, we're going to their institutions to get educated. We regurgitating their words. Before 2020, I ain't never heard no Black people say narcissists. I ain't never heard no Black people talk about toxic masculinity before 2020. That's the crazy thing. We are adopting their mindsets. You can't expect your oppressor to give you weapons to destroy them. War don't work like
and
that.
I believe that. But what I'm saying is, okay, so when it comes to statistical data, first of all, I'm not saying that every single statistic that you see, you have to believe. No. But what I'm saying is you have to read past the headline and see what is going to be involved, included in that study. There's a statistic on how happy people of demographics in different states are. Is there really a real way to measure happiness? No, it's not. Because today, if I feel like filling out a survey, I'll say, hey, I'm living in Dallas, Texas, and I'm super duper happy. But if I took that stat tomorrow, because tomorrow's supposed to rain and it's going to be really muggy outside, maybe I'm going to say, hey, I'm living in Dallas and I'm not so happy.
That's so not how they
every statistic is not going to be substantiated. Like you have to literally read past the headline or the name of the study and see what this thing is including. And this is exactly what I'm studying.
That's not how they do stats, sweetheart.
That's not how they do stats.
That's not how they do stats.
What?
There's
three law firms that they use, and they typically use Harvard Law, Yale Law, and it's another law firm that they use to do statistics. And the crazy thing is, what most people don't know is they only do statistics on 100 people. So how you going to get 100 people to and it's not even Black people at that. Most of the time, it's not even Black people. So how can you get statistics on the Black community when you're not even going to the Black community? You going to they're not doing real case study. These are just these are theories.
This is why I'm saying you have to read past the headline. Because every study is going to say what it includes. Every study, or even most studies, it's ridiculous to say that they only include 100 people or that that's not how they collect data. I was using the I was using the state and the measure of happiness example to say that you have to read past the headline to see what is this study including. And if it's saying like, oh, people in this state are more happy than people in this state, really, we know already there is no real way to measure happiness. So we have to take that into account when reading a study. But when we look at something like the FBI crime report, and that says that X amount of women have unalived due to X amount of crime, I don't see how that is undeniable information. That is not a statistic that is based off of 100 people in one region in Idaho. That's ridiculous.
The Violence Policy Center reported in 2022, 763 Black women were unalived in males in such incidents. Through this figures is not limited to intimate partners, but all single victim male on female red rums. And now from 2018 to 2021, there has been 3,991. That's according to the CDC, but of course, of unalivings. So again,
in comparison to white women, if you scroll 2 paragraphs down, you'll see in comparison to white women.
Kia, do you think that your ideology or thought process would be kind of what's prevalent in higher academia right now? Would it be safe to assume that this is being taught?
No. So the thing is, I wouldn't know that because my particular degree and my particular study is archiving and library studies. So
okay.
I'm not in school to be a Scientologist or to be studying human nature or on things like I just have a specific interest in statistics and reading. So that's what I do. Like I just like it. So I enjoy it. So this is a hobby of mine. But when I do Socratic seminars in school, which is honestly not that often, it's not typically about these kinds of topics. Things aren't honed in. And also I don't go to a HBCU. Someone said that's a fancy title for a librarian. Yes, in order to be a librarian, you have to have a master's degree.
That's fine.
So the reason
good though, yeah.
The reason I asked was because it seems to be encompassing like theory of how the world should move forward. Like when you were saying removing the heteronormative relationships, the genderless roles, and all of those things seem to be pushing the world in a specific direction, right? And you can create, so you can tell any story you like to with statistics. If you want to make somebody so
not if you read them correctly, you can't. I mean, but at the same time, most Americans read on a 3rd grade reading level, so they're not even reading past the headline. Statistics tell one story.
She's right. No, she's right about that.
Yeah, and that's true. And I'm not saying
you're not listening.
That doesn't mean that they can't read words on paper, but a lot of Americans do not have the ability to critically think, and this is 40% of the population.
It's only 18%.
So statistics can't just tell any story.
What I said. Damn, let me just finish the statement. Okay. You can create any narrative using statistics. So you can go per capita to say one group of people murders the most people and smurders the most people in America, or you could use the actual number to say this is the totality. You can frame questions or interpret stats in a way to create a narrative and run with that narrative. The same way, like you used the phrase birthing people earlier. Are there different types of people that have babies?
Birthing people.
Yeah, you said the birthing people.
I said birthing rate.
Birthing person. No, it was birthing person.
Oh, I used the term birthing person? That's just gender neutral. It was just gender neutral.
What's that?
So,
another made up.
But I don't remember saying that. But if I did, then it's just.
Wait a minute. So when usually people in academia, they use a lot of gender neutral terms. The only thing a birthing person means, like, you can take offense to it. I'm just saying, like, the only thing a birthing person means, that means that a woman, a cisgender woman, can be a person that gives birth, but a trans man can also be a person that gives birth. So when they say that, they're talking about different types of people. So like you have to understand, like there's another world that does not use the language that we use. What she just said is not offensive. Just like if you don't use the term birthing person and you just say mother, that's also not necessarily offensive. So we have to allow these terms to be used and not take offense to it as if she's doing something to anyone. She's not. That is a term that is used.
Yeah, I didn't take
offense. You just can't say woman. Like what's?
I mean, I just saw your face. That's all.
Yeah, the face I made because today we had. Well, I don't know if it was today. It might have been yesterday, but there was
Birthing person just means a transgender man is included. Saying that's all she's saying. You like
I understand.
We're in a day and age.
Not a woman.
Not a man.
A female, but not a woman. That is completely different.
Born female, transgendered into trans man.
Or maybe even not transgender.
A
just
female is just a
female, but just doesn't identify as a woman.
Female reproductive.
That's all the birth person means.
Yeah.
That's all the birth
We
person
don't have to go through this. Like we're not gonna go down this rabbit hole. My point is you have to allow this language to exist around you. You do not have to use it if you do not want to. You don't have to take part in those types of conversations. But when you hear it, I don't want you to be all confused.
So, Bo, here's the thing, though. I just want to make this one statement, and then I want M. White to finish because he's been trying to finish. What I have a very important question of, and I mean this like with all authenticity. I do not mean this to sound shady, right? How Dr. Lady O brought up the average lifespan of a person. If we take into account the average lifespan of a person, but we also get the opportunity to talk to the up and coming generation. If things bother you about the up and coming generation, understand you don't have to live with them. You're finna go.
Look.
So why are we trying to change what they got going on?
We're not trying to.
If you're 23 and you want to say birthing person, and that bothers somebody that may be 40, 50, 60, they don't. No, not you. I wasn't bringing it up towards you, Dr. Lady. I was saying how you brought up life expectancy. When you brought up lifespan, I think about things like that, and I don't mean it in a shady way, but it's always like a generation's past or have something against the next generation. But I'm like, you realize that they have every right to make this world the world they want to live in because they're going to have to live in it the longest. Not like the 50s and the 60-year-olds. If it's weird to them, that's cool, but it's not weird to the generation that's coming up. And that's how they want to live their life.
I get what you're saying, but understand, but they're also leaving faster. Hold on, but they're also leaving faster than we are.
Why are y'all laughing at me? Because I'm not saying it to be disrespectful. I really am asking.
Say that. But I get what you're saying, though. We are almost out of here.
Right?
And that's God is true. We are getting older.
I'm really not saying it to be disrespectful, but that's like how y'all probably as Gen Xers and millennials probably felt about like the silent generation trying to tell y'all this is weird, this is wrong, and you're like, this isn't your world anymore. It's mine. I run this.
What's confusing
for like Gen Z to feel that way?
I want to say something real quick. So
let M. White finish.
Okay, I'm sorry, M. White. Go ahead.
Because what I'm hearing is men can have kids too.
Well, if they change over to a woman.
Yes. Okay. So the speech, I just want to be clear. I didn't even realize that I said it. Like I still do not know for sure if I did or didn't, but I do my best to use inclusive language. But can men have children? It depends on what you think a man is. If I say, hey, I identify as a man, then okay. Why am I going to argue with that? First of all, let's really talk about trans people. Trans people are less than 1% of the population. They are 0.7% of the American population, and even less globally. So I try my best not to even get into trans issues, but I still want to use gender inclusive terms because everyone on this panel uses gender inclusive terms. When you see a jacket that someone left at your job or at the bus stop, what do you say? Someone left their jacket. I hope they find it. Like everyone uses
Just
gender
'cause-
inclusive terms. You
Yeah,
don't know
but
if that was a
they're trying
man
to
or a
make laws
woman.
in which
I don't
they
see how being
say, though, it's not the
inclusive.
same.
I don't see how being inclusive is crazy. And I want to address something someone said about the black community is cooked. The black community is doing great. Even with our prominent single motherhood, the black community is doing great. Are we doing as good as we should be? No. But a new study
I think I'm on the
has
wrong
been
panel.
conducted. First off, I think we should give
I,
credit where
I
credit
thought I
is
was
due.
talking right now.
I think we should give credit where credit is due for black
Hold
people.
on,
I'm
Kia.
sorry.
Kia, and White supposed to be talking, okay? Let
I'm
and
sorry.
White go.
I'll
Yeah,
continue.
just let him finish up.
Robin single, mom. Oh,
Robinson.
Okay.
I didn't say
let me make it up.
M. White, please go. Marcus, go.
I was trying to get to a point 20 minutes ago before everyone decided that it was time to speak while I was talking, and it was time to interject and say what they thought I was saying. In the very beginning, I understood what the term meant. I disagree with using it, and I disagree in totality because, in my personal opinion, it feels like the emperor's new clothes. We know something is a thing, and we're pretending that we don't see it. We're all pretending that we see an outfit, and we know that that outfit does not exist. So when we're discussing men and women, it's only one definition in my understanding, and I've never seen a man.
No, is that my internet or yours?
No, Marcus
Oh.
froze, man.
Everybody,
And
he
I don't know
froze
if you
for
can still hear us,
everybody.
but you he
Yeah.
froze for everybody. Yeah.
So I got a question. Why are we talking about masculine roles and what man is supposed to do, man supposed to provide, when everybody believe in all these different gender roles? Because if that's the case, then like there's no point in having these conversations.
I want to be 100% honest with you, saying a lot of people aren't having these conversations under like 35 or 40. They're not. Like when you go on the younger side of social media, they're dancing, they're listening to music, they're on there for shits and giggles. They're not talking about the dating pool. They don't care about submission. That like these are things that matter to the older people on social media, not like old, but older people. Like, and it feels weird because it's like, I really actually like having you on here tonight. Like this is my first time meeting you because I feel like I've said that. I've said a lot of things you're saying, and I feel like it's being received better just because you're a man. Like it's coming off a little bit sexist. I'm not gonna lie, because I've been like, why are we talking about this? Like the next generation coming up doesn't care about marriage. They're not really trying to have kids out of the wazoo. Like they're not sitting up here having, and then I get these responses like, well, that doesn't mean we shouldn't care. And that's like saying we don't care about our kids. But how many of your kids are actually sitting there being like, they're rooting for this and this and that we're on here talking about? That's not what they're talking about. That's not what's at the forefront of their mind. If you want to talk to them about things they care about, then you would actually have to stop calling the things that they care about stupid and listen and then talk to them about it. But if you're just going to only talk to them about what you want to talk to them about, that's probably why most of the people in the comments are 40 and 50.
When I talk to people that's younger, like in their 20s, I always ask what's their core to life. I always ask what is their purpose? How do they see themselves in the next 20 years if they're here? They do want family and kids. They just don't want to, they don't want this, what they call this struggle type thing. They do want marriage and kids. They do that, because they having sex. So they definitely want a child at some point. And it is good to listen to them to get where they're coming from. I have grandchildren that's coming up that's going to be in this world. But the thing is, gotta get them to stay out of debt, though. No young people stay in debt. But they do want marriage and kids.
That is very true. That is, you know what? That point that you just made, that's a topic that I feel like if everybody wants to keep being like, we're trying to talk about this to help the next generation, then talk about financial literacy, because that's where they're lacking. There is not a surplus. There is not a surplus of financial literacy. There is a surplus of who should be dominant, who should be submissive, who should be having a baby, who should be married, who should be like everybody's talking about gender roles and relationships. The younger millennials and Gen Z, that's not their thing though. They need help with financial literacy. 20-year-olds need to understand how to file taxes. They need to understand what it takes to buy a home. They don't know what property tax is, bro. Like, those are the things that would actually be helpful. And it's like when we're repetitively just talking about like when we should be married and when a woman should be quiet and bring her man peace. Well, the 22-year-old's not, she's not going to be quiet. She's not going to bring a man peace. She's out here singing Sexy Red, and that's cool. Just help her get her taxes straight, though.
Now,
let's be realistic.
Let me add something to that, right? By day, I'm an accountant. That's what I do for a living, right? So I agree with you on that. But what most people don't understand is marriage plays a major part in that. Every woman I know that's a so-called baddie, they are in astronomical credit card debt. Through the roof. They live in they can't sustain a lifestyle. That's why they need a man. That's another topic for another. I ain't gonna go down that. But here's the thing, right? It's family that that generates wealth, not an independent man or independent woman. Family that generates wealth. And the fact that we just allowing these people just to get us caught up on all these as the world turned issues, you see soap opera, it's us. Like I tell people, I'm a dictator. I'm not afraid to say it. Yes, all my kids are adults now, but yes, I rule my kids with an iron fist, and because I ain't letting none of these worldly ideas mess up. And now look, all my kids are doing very well because I was a dictator. My wife homeschooled them for the most part, and I controlled their mind. And we not letting all the worldly stuff, get into their head, because that's the reason why a lot of these kids are messed up in debt. They don't know whether they coming or going. They don't got nothing. They have what they call the social media. They flex and all that stuff on social media, but behind closed doors, they can barely pay their car insurance.
Do you know?
That's what I was gonna say. Like,
I'm sorry, I just want to land right here. I'm sorry, Ms. Di. Do you know 60% of unalivings in the state of Georgia were Black? I just did a video on it this morning. Do you know about a month ago, I was going down 7585, and on the north side of 7585, they had the ladders and the stuff, the fire truck. I thought it was a bad accident, over somebody trying to jump off. You got to understand that we talk about the younger people are also more stressful as well, and they're unaliving themselves at a higher alarming rate. So we got under you. They think they're making the right decision, but they're really not. And I'm sorry, because I know Miss Lady Di cut her off. I do apologize.
I know you did. Because I had a lot of stuff to say, but it's all past. But to Laisha or whatever, like these people or the Gen Z that we're talking about, most of that stuff we could blame, I would say, the parents. All this stuff should be taught by your parents. Kind of like what Saint was saying. He taught his kids. So these things that are outside of the house, right? If kids are gravitating to it, it's because their parents are not doing a good job. You learn everything from your house, and then when you become an adult, you prosper. You kind of do and learn, do what your parents raised you as, and then you find yourself and you do that thing. But all these kids that's in debt, kind of like, well, why didn't the mom or dad show them how to spend money? Why didn't they let them pay a bill? Or there's some parents that let their kids work. There's some parents let their kids work so they can help pay bills, which I think that's kind of crazy in my opinion. And then there's some parents who let their kids work so they can teach them how to spend their money. So depending on the type of parent you are, your kids should not be having a lot of debt. You should teach them about credit cards. You should add them as an authorized user on your good credit. Like, it's so many things that we I don't know if you're a millennial or not, but we as millennials that could teach the Gen Z people, like, it's our fault. You know what I mean? So if you see that these kids are this way, then be the parent, or if you don't have kids yet and you want to have kids, be that parent that can change the world and as far as your household first. And then with your kids being successful is going to help other people be successful, because those kids have friends. Those kids are hopefully going to get married one day and have their own kids. So it's all just passed down information. If we're not passing anything down, then of course the world is going to be shit, like it is kind of, you know, somewhat now. Nothing is being passed down. There's a lot of nonsense going on. I think earlier, this is so old, but someone was saying that males cannot provide. I think Kia was saying that males cannot provide as much, right? Meaning like they're the sole provider. They can't provide as much because minimum wage hasn't changed. Well, I believe that men can provide. It's just that a lot of things we have to let go. So if you're talking about trips and all these vacations, you're just not going to go on a trip and vacation right now until money starts to earn and increase, right? There's times for everything. So instead of, and this is one of the things that I'm saying that's programmed, a lot of women are being taught that you need this and you need this starting off, right? When it comes to a marriage, it's not about struggle, because I know people keep talking about struggle and stuff. It's not about struggle. It's about, there's a time and a place. If you're at this age, you have to grow to be at this place. If you're 20, you cannot just have all these things that you want unless shit was passed down to you. So you have to grow into that. And I think that that's a fair statement for young people. If young people are expecting things from a man that is 20, it's not going to happen. You have to let that man grow and let that man be this. Now, if you want to help the house and work, do that. But you can be in a house with a guy, and as long as he's able to take care of himself, which means that he has a place, a car, and all that stuff, then he should be able to take care of you. Because when you buy bed sheets, it comes with most of the time 2 pillowcases, right? When you buy food, it's not just for one person. If you look at the serving size, it's for 2 or more. So I'm tired of people saying males can't provide. They can. It's just that some of y'all don't want to start somewhere. Y'all want to be all the way at the damn end of it. And then I wanted to say to, I think so, you made a good point earlier about how people should not basically listen to what others are teaching you that is toxic and all that. But I wanted to say that, I meant to say that millennial women, Blacks, are taught that they don't need a man. Millennials. I don't know about your generation or whatever, but in my generation, that is exactly what I've been hearing like my whole life. I still hear it now to like my younger family members, that family members are telling this to young women. They're saying that you don't need a man. You can do it by yourself, have your own account in case he leaves you. These are like literal things that's happening. There's women saying, don't wait for marriage, just have that baby. Like, this stuff is destroying us, and it is being taught. Do you have to listen to it? No. I agree to both. Yeah, don't listen to the nonsense. That's kind of crazy to me. Like, find a man that can be the best for you without listening to what he needs to have. As long as he has the Most High first, right? His finances are getting in order, meaning he's taking his life seriously. He doesn't want to be a bum on the street, so he's doing things to make sure that doesn't happen for himself. Then you could take that man seriously. He's not an asshole. He actually likes women, right? These are the things that you should be looking for in men. So that's all I wanted to say. I can't say it, but here we go. So that's it.
You did good.
I wanted to respond to when you said, I wanted to clarify my point. So I wasn't saying that men just are incapable of being providers or incapable of being protectors. But the point that I was trying to make is that these standards that we say, that we build this idea of what masculinity is supposed to be, is unrealistic. Because the truth is, if a man is God ordained, whatever God you believe in, to be a protector and a provider, but we live in a society that is built on Christian values. Most people in this country are Christian. Most people in this country are straight and are in a heterosexual relationship. If this system is telling you, hey, you as a man, your value is based on your physical strength, your ability to be stoic, don't show any emotion. The only emotions that you are allowed to show is your horniness and your ability to be aggressive. Those are the only emotions that you're allowed to show. Every other emotion, keep that to yourself. We don't want to see it. But also, you need to protect and provide under a system that, especially as a minority, a Black man, you need to be quiet. You need to be quiet, but you need to excel, right? So you need to be a protector and a provider, but most Americans in general, including Black people, make less than $40,000 a year. The number is like 39 something. And so the reason I was like, oh, well, you know, yeah, you could go to Disney World once a year is because when we look at psychology and what psychology says is an ability to have a good quality life is one, work-life balance, and also being able to travel at minimum once per year. If you cannot travel at least out of your state once per year, then you are like, that is not the optimal position that you should be in. And
But
with your
here, you keep
children,
living in like, I'm sorry, I had to cut you because you was talking about statistics and all this earlier. You keep talking about what you're reading and what they're saying can be happy, but in reality, right? I'm older now. I'm 34, right? I'm about to be 34.
Oh, you baby.
I have many kids. I'm married and stuff. I have family members. I've lived in many different states. Okay, I've seen things. Okay, you don't have to go to Disney World. You don't have to. No, I'm saying you can never go to Disney. Hold on. I'm not saying you like. Okay, let's talk about the one trip a year. You're saying that a family must travel or should travel to out of state somewhere to see whatever, which means they have to spend money.
It's ideal. Yeah.
It's like, but you don't have to do that to create memories and have fun. You could go an hour down the street, I'm just saying, and go to the nearest mountain, go to the nearest park and spend probably less than what you would spend going over, not overseas, but going out of town. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you have to travel, but you should, yes, go outside. You should go outside and explore the world, but it don't have to be that you spent $10,000 to do it. Even $5,000 to me is just too much after a while. So I hear what you're saying, but I want it to be more reality like, yes, go outside your house, create memories without spending so much. That's why people are not able to have this fun, because they're having these expectations that you must spend that dollar to give your kids the world, or spend that dollar for you to be worth something and all this stuff. Competing with each other.
My goal is to try to be more realistic. That's what I'm trying to say, is that they're saying that, hey, your masculinity is based on whether you can protect or provide. Even when we talk about just home ownership, forget the one trip a year, forget your kids being in extracurricular activities, forget all of that other stuff. Let's just talk about simply home ownership and the man being the sole provider in the household and the woman being the homemaker. That this white picket fence dream, based on how much money the average American is making, especially when it comes to the average black man and the average black woman, it's just not possible. Most
are you
dual
It is
income.
possible.
So are you saying this? Are you saying
It's an
this?
impossible
Women.
standard.
So Benzo, you want to exclude all these gender roles? Women should start paying for dinners, trips, taking men on shopping sprees, and paying for vacations. Is that what I'm hearing as well?
That's exactly what you're hearing. Yes.
Wait, is that bad? Wait, I need to understand. Are we saying, say, is your standpoint that women don't, and that's like not part of the gender roles? Or is that what your point is? And then Kia's point is that women should do that?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get an understanding of the conversation.
On the internet, whenever a woman pay for anything in regards to a man, that means he's sassy. That means he's less of a man when a woman.
I think that's the difference between feminists and women with opinions.
Okay, go ahead, Bo. Go ahead. Because I'm trying to grasp the two difference in the. Yeah, I'm trying to see if y'all are on opposing points. But go ahead, Bo.
My point. So, I don't want this to get lost, because Saint brought up a really good point earlier. Masculinity is what he makes it. He does not conform to what society tells him masculinity is. He wants to be the man for his wife. But now you're arguing against what people think gender roles should and should not be. It is the same exact thing. It is the same exact concept, the way you feel about masculinity. People in relationships feel differently about gender roles. Gender roles do not anymore have to have hard lines. Gender roles do not have to be as rigid. You cannot hold on to certain things and then now you don't want to let society dictate what kind of man you should be. We do not have to let society dictate what gender roles we adhere to, because whatever makes you comfortable in your relationship, that is what should matter. Because the way,
can I get an understanding from the men why that's not enough for them? Like, why is it that, like, the point that you just made, why isn't that okay for the men? It seems like it's like, it's not okay that my opinion works for my relationship. I need to spread this opinion, and I need to make people, like other people's women, submit and succumb to this opinion too. Like, you got your girl, she agrees with you. If you want her modest, she's modest. If you want her exposed, she's exposed. If you want to freak in the sheets, she's free. Like, so why isn't that enough that you got your person? Why is it that like it kind of, and I'm not saying y'all specifically, but it comes
don't
off
really
like
care.
a lot of men want control over like their woman and other people's women too. And it's like, if you don't like that next man's woman, why does that get under the next man's skin?
Let me answer real quick. So, to be honest, I don't care how another man lived it or another people live their relationship, but let's be consistent and not double-minded. A man, I guarantee you, you're not going to date a man and say he want to be a stay-at-home boyfriend or a stay-at-home father. I can guarantee you, you're not gonna go out there and bear that load. But guess what?
Don't put money on it.
As soon as a man, I guarantee you, if your man say, "Babe, yo, listen, you ain't gotta do nothing. I'm gonna go hold this down." You're gonna be sitting up there with your feet, and he's never gonna look at you as a lame. But I guarantee you, if a man come to you and say, "Hey, listen, I want to be a stay-at-home dad," you never gonna respect him because you're not wired to. So we can't be double-minded on these conversations like that.
But we are not being double-minded. There's nothing double-minded about it. The thing is that I'm always speaking. I'm not speaking from my feelings. I'm literally speaking. When I talk about these things, I'm speaking from the economical state of this country. And y'all live in delusion because you think that people do not make the decisions that they need to make for them. Men don't come to women and be like, I want to be a stay-at-home dad. No, if the woman makes the money and it makes sense for that father to be the primary parent for that child, for the children in that household, that's the decision that is made. Women are also not going to our men. I mean, some of them are. We're not also going to our men talking about something. I want to be a stay-at-home mom. Like, sometimes it just makes sense. And you all are living in this manosphere delusion that women are not wired like that. I know I know women who are the primary breadwinners of their family because their job out of college just so happened to pay more than their husband's. And the husband was actually the stay-at-home parent. That happens. And women do not belittle men like that. Women do not look at their men differently. Not good women anyway. And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. What I'm saying is this is a reality in this economic state of this country. Y'all don't understand that this country is shit right now economically, and you have to make the best decision for your family possible. And you all just want to be I agree with you. Why do we always have to have this Superman complex, and we have to have a Lois Lane complex? Do what makes sense for you.
No, my sister. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not saying I'm not beating my chest, my sister. I'm not beating my chest, and I'm not saying, and I'm not saying that because I do believe that the economical system we're in right now is trash. But listen to what I said. It's double-minded because we're talking about the conversation of gender roles. That's what the conversation about. And what I said was, I guarantee you, 99.9% of women, if you was to go to them and say that, hey, if you their significant other, that, hey, I want to be a stay-at-home dad or a stay-at-home boyfriend or a stay-at-home husband, it's going to be frowned upon. It's going to be you're going to probably call him every lazy Negro from here to Broad Street. It's just but women. But here's the thing. That's why I say these gender norm conversations is disingenuous, because it just in the real world, in the reality, a man can't do that. It's not going to happen. Now, I'm not saying there's not men out there that have done it and they did what's right for their family because their wife is, you know, a top exec somewhere. But in our community, it's not happening like that.
I'm gonna try to answer the question that I'm gonna try to answer the question that Bougie asked.
These conversations about like gender roles, the point that Bo is making, and I'm so glad she said it. She said the words I could not find. They don't have to be rigid. And my only point is that saying, attaching your masculinity to this ability to protect and provide, I think that is double-minded, because I'm a feminist. You know how many times I get called a man-hater for saying your value should not be in your ability to protect and provide, but it should be because I value you as a human being, and that's man-hating? Like, do you, like that's crazy. The thing is, and in our community, pre-colonialism, let's not even talk about during slavery, Black women and Black men have always worked alongside each other. Even when it came to politics, even when we go to from Sojourner Truth to Elaine Brown after Huey P. Newton was sent into exile, and Black women, we have always chosen to be race loyal over being gender loyal. Over being gender loyal. And with all the way to the 2016 Black Lives Matter protests, we have always stood beside our men. We have always worked alongside each other. So I'm just saying that Black men should not subscribe to the same belief that your masculinity is attached to your ability to protect and provide. If you feel the need to say, hey, I want to protect my woman, I want to protect my family, I want to provide for my family, I want to be the sole provider. Who am I to say that you can't do that? But just like Bo said, I don't think these lines should be rigid, and masculinity should not be based on those things. A man is masculine because he has X,
can
Y
we let
chromosomes
Real
and it should
Dope
end there.
I want Real Dope to answer my question, because I think he had an answer.
Yeah, I think because I don't think anybody answered your question. You from what I heard, you were saying that if you have your woman and she's doing what you want and y'all living a lifestyle that y'all want and the gender roles that y'all want, why are y'all so focused on another person's relationship and what they got going on inside of it?
Right. Because it kind of seems to be a lot of like picking apart. Like, you know, people will say their opinion about what they want in a relationship, and then you have somebody that is like, oh, well, I'm married, so let me give you advice on what you need to do. But I didn't ask you how your marriage works. I'm telling you how mine works, and it works just fine for me. Why does who I am as a wife or who he is as a husband bother who you are as a husband and who your woman is as a wife? That's y'all's house. This is my house.
Don't you think that's just human nature? And I'll give you an example. And I don't know how the ladies on this panel feel, but I think 80% of the women in our country, if they saw a woman getting down on one knee proposing to a man, they'd be like, get up. They'd be like, get up. Like, what are you doing? And that's none of your business, right?
That sounds like that video.
Facts.
You're funny for that one. You're funny for that one. That was a good one.
I'm just saying, like, I think it's just human nature to kind of like the way that you see the world, you kind of want to do a little bit of work to try to, you know, if that's the way you see the world being a good world, you just try to do a little bit of work to preach the word, you know?
I was gonna say,
do you not at least see where I'm coming from in that? Like, you got a woman. I don't need to tell you how to be the man that I think you should be, because who am I to tell you? Because then, like, mind you, like, this is how I process it, right? When you're on these panels, I always imagine it like the women that are sitting there, like, being this docile, absorbent of the knowledge, and like, yo man not ready to like cuss you out back there, sitting up there talking about some yes king to a random man on the internet. The same way I would feel like if I'm trying to tell you what kind of man you should be, your woman not back there like, Negro, I'm the one cooking and doing laundry and, you know, loving on you. And who is she to be telling you anything? Why is her opinion important to you? Why are you even listening to that? Like, That's how I look at it when a lot of these conversations be happening. Like, does that other person in that household not take that as disrespect that your spouse, your partner, your significant other is willing to listen to some random person on the internet that they just met 5 minutes ago? Like, and then a lot of times if a woman argues with a man, then men will get on here and be like, not literally on here, of course, but on the internet, and they'll be like, oh, well, I know you must be giving your man a hard time. No, you don't get a soft version of me. I don't owe you that. The same way that you're not going to treat every woman in the streets the way you treat your woman at home. The same way so many husbands and boyfriends say it's not my responsibility to protect all women. They love saying that. Like, they love saying that all the time. Oh, I protect my woman, not all women. Well, I give docile and I give kind and feminine and quiet to my man, not all men. You can get this cussing out, just like you feel like I could get hit upside the head and that don't have nothing to do with you.
Well, see, but when you start cussing and fussing at them, and all of a sudden you're not feminine, all of a sudden you're masculine, and you know that. Now, Lord knows I get that a whole lot. You know, and I know you hear, you know, so, and that's what they do. Oh, well, my woman don't talk, my woman, you know, look, I just because, look, I hear some women all the time, they don't raise their voice, they just always soft. That's them, that's me. Sometimes I talk loud, it is what it is. But that does not mean women like me are not feminine women. And so you get that on these men panels, when they start calling you masculine, they quick to call you masculine. These women are masculine. It's like
and to add to what you just saying, I'm talking about the broader conversation of trying to, you know, mess up all these gender norms and roles. So if we going to do this, then y'all should be on your platform telling women that it's okay to take men out on dates and take them shopping and go to the mall. And like my brother just said, propose to them.
Proposing is too far, but I don't think that there's anything wrong with taking a man on a date. I don't think that there's anything wrong with, like, you know, he takes you on a date, you can take him on a date. You, like, he bought you a purse, you can buy him a nice pair of shoes or something, or, you know, like, it's because my thing is like, I've never been one to not give on Valentine's Day. Like, on Valentine's Day, I'm reciprocating on a gift. On Christmas, I'm reciprocating a gift. On Mother's Day, I got a gift. On Father's Day, you're gonna get a gift. Like, that's not a gender role. That's just like, does she like you, and is she not selfish? If she's and I've never said no shit like this, but if she's a selfish ass bitch, then say that, because that don't have nothing to do with it. Because if she like you, she like you. Like, she's gonna see that cologne in the store and be like, oh yeah, I love it when my man smells like YSL or Chanel or whatever. Like, that's not a gender role. That's, I saw this, I thought about you, I wanted you to have it.
Would you take the man on a first date to SLK or Chopped or Roof Crisp? Are you taking men on first date?
I've done it. Well, I've done it. I spent $500 at Chops.
Okay.
It was a tip of 150.
Here's what I wanted to know. Bougie,
I want to eat where I want to eat. So if you don't want to eat there, we're still going to eat there if I want to eat there.
So Bougie, here's a question though. Why is it not cool for the woman to propose to the man? Why is that the threshold?
Me personally, that's my personal opinion. That's my opinion. Now, there are women that feel like that is cool, because mind you, the reality TV reference, what was that? That was the Chrissy Lampkin and Jim Jones all of them years ago, back on Love and Hip Hop New York. She definitely proposed. And I mean, you know, everybody made their jokes, but shit, she got her man. So technically, I guess you can't really. Right. You can't really shade her too much, because if you single and she got a man, then she still got a man. But I'm gonna laugh. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna laugh.
So
that's my opinion.
Why though? Right? It's the same thing. Right? You just have a different
threshold. I feel like it gets a little bit weird. That gets like, I don't mind buying a gift. I don't mind like buying gifts, paying for the dinner. I don't care. Like, to me, that's not a big deal. Especially like when we were younger, I always made more money because bartenders, you make tips every day. Like, we was college students. He was like working at First Watch during like brunch when we were like 20, and I'm like a bartender. Okay, so if I wanted to go and get sushi and eat $100, $200 worth of sushi, that's what we're going to do because I want to go and I like you. I love you. Your finances aren't going to stop the way I feel about you, and I want to spend time with you and I want to eat. So let's go. But
No,
that's
but
what
you're
I'm
talking about
saying.
your
It
man. You're
gets
talking about
weird
We're doing
when you
the
take
same
it to a
thing
certain
though.
level, though.
Are we doing the same thing though? Are we saying, okay, you're still putting your views on people? That's just your threshold's different. You're saying, okay, now this is going too far, but it's the same thing as how I might say, well, damn.
Well,
You're
I'm not
still
going to
saying
tell.
there's a gender
Jay,
role.
Well, see, here's my thing. And that's what I started off saying in the beginning is that I don't feel like it's my place to humble somebody. So mind you, it like, when you used to be able to see the stuff that people liked and commented on like Instagram, right? Before they took that feature away, you don't catch me playing the mean girl role. Like I said earlier, I'm not going under the comments to humble you. So you propose to your man, I'm gonna laugh to myself in my house. Because that's my business that I thought you took it too far.
No, I got
But
it.
like, I'm not gonna tell you that because what would be the purpose? My opinion don't mean nothing to you. I'm nobody. I'm some girl in Atlanta you don't know.
We all have our opinions, particularly when we jump on the panel, right? And a lot of people may disagree, and some of us are doing this for the betterment of society, in our opinion, right? At least that's what we think we're doing. So we try to avoid sometimes when people come up with ideas that we don't think will work for people that are looking for answers. So we all have I think most of us want the same thing to work. We both want, or all want, Black families to do better than what they are right now. I think that's a consensus. I don't think there's anyone here who would disagree. Now, we all have different ideas on how to get there. So that's where the discourse is, right? You say this is going to work. I say that's going to work. I say, hell no, that's not going to work. And it's just one of them things, because what we're trying to do is convey a message to the masses to say, look, this is what we're going to do to get to success, right? I mean, you're always going to see those different debates, whether it be politicians. You got your red versus blue, and they might have similar ideas as to what they think may work, but completely different ways of getting to that purpose. So that's just to answer your question from before, why people might have their input on how things should go in a situation. Is it technically their business? No, but for people who are seeking answers, then we're going to use this example to say, I'm telling you, this is going to fail. And that's where the stats come in, and we start saying, all right, most of us are failing at this, and this is why I believe they are.
I don't think the ladies I don't think they understand that they're not doing anything but necessarily just pushing against the idea of having culture. Like, if you belong to a community, you're going to have a culture. I don't care how big the community is, how small it is. There's going to be an ideal way that you live life. No, I'm not saying that everybody, in our culture or community has to do the same things. It's always going to be a small group of people who do things differently. But if you believe in culture, then you believe that people have an idea of what people do. People have an idea of how you live life. That's just the way culture works. And that's how, and humans are communal. We are, whether we like it or not. We like to belong to groups.
And just look at every culture. Every culture understand family. But it seems like everybody is playing a daggone big joke on Black people, because we're not the only ones, but we coming on internet all day telling people how much we don't want to be together and the family dynamic don't work and we need to switch genders, while all these other cultures understand family.
It's embarrassing.
So we eliminate the family dynamic.
No. The reason why you think other people, and I'm going to speak specifically to the white community. The reason why you think they value family more It is because they are procreating to keep their numbers up so that they can stay at the hierarchy of society. The more of them, the better. They are getting married so that they can procreate, so that they can keep their numbers up. We are wanting to be together or not wanting to be together because we find value in each other, or we don't. Our value system is different.
So why are black women not getting married?
Their value system is based on strategy, societal strategy.
Like
So
no
we
value
have to
system.
we have to stop looking at things like that. Like people, we don't value family. We don't want to be together. We want to be together. But unfortunately, things in our community specifically are so convoluted. So many different factors play a different part into our mindset. And we blame it on how we're brought up and our parents and this generation and that generation. But we have to understand the pathology of our community. I stress this all the time. People don't read enough. You don't understand your history enough to understand how convoluted this is. That's why I try to tell people you cannot hold rigid lines
That's an
to
insult.
our lives.
That's an
because
insult.
We have had way too much
Only black women
mud
do that.
in the water.
Insult people.
Our water is muddy. And we have to live life the way we can afford it and the way we have the
I'd rather drink muddy water.
because a
than to
lot
be with
of our
black woman. I'd rather drink
people
muddy water
do
than
not
in a hollow
have. I
log.
don't understand what is going on right now. A lot of us do not have the capacity to live life the way other communities do because of our history and the pathology of our people.
Yes, we do. The thing is, again, I don't take this the wrong way, sister. That is a white man's mindset, which everything you just said. Because I love history. Here's the thing: I single everything down to family, and we do understand family. All we had was us for hundreds of years. We've been here. That's all we had. It's only up until the 80s when they put the crack and all that stuff and segregated us, I ain't gonna say for good, but when they segregated us through the drugs and the privatized prisons is when we started really getting segregated and separated from each other. But man, we always been together. We always understood family. As a matter of fact, these people study us when it comes to how loyal we is to family. They study us because they just couldn't understand how we would stay together even through the roughest times during slavery.
Saint, they right now trying to dismantle that because black women have typically been race loyal, and it's been hard to get them to date other men. So they create shows and try and purposely create romance stories like Bridgerton or Love Island, where they take a black woman and introduce her to a white man in this mystical fairy tale way and frame the white guy as just the Prince Charming of all Prince Charmings to get black women to bite on this. These people are not working in our benefit. They advertise mobile baby deletion stations and convincing our men to wear skirts and tutus while telling our women they're masculine and that they should be the dominant person in a relationship. All of these things equal ethnic erasure completely, and we just sitting here championing it like it's a stat or it's a statistic that makes any of this make sense. That's why earlier when I was trying to get it out, I understood completely, but I was frustrated because I was seeing like we're not perfect, we're not in the best position, but I was seeing the decline in the ability to create solid families by the language being used. My son can't ever have a child, and my son will maintain being a son. So I don't have all of this other stuff is pointless. And it brings us further and further and further from being able to live in harmony the way we're supposed to. And we should be moving strategically. We're in the middle of a 400-year campaign against us. Why wouldn't we move that way?
Right.
There's another thing. There's another thing real quick. There's another thing. it's not just us. A lot of people want to think that it's just us. I know Saint, he talked about it earlier. There's a population collapse across the board. It's not just us. And even if you look at like the Red Pill podcast, the most popular black Red Pill podcast has about 1.5 million subscribers. The most popular white Red Pill podcast has just about 4.5 million subscribers. Right? I interact with a lot of them. I've spoken to them. I've collaborated with some content creators. They are dealing with the same issues. They are not having good relationships. They are sucking at the dating game. It's across the board. This ain't us. It's
Now,
everybody.
I'm
Right?
gonna
Now
tell you
we
what's
got to worry
happening,
about
though.
us.
See, the difference is they on code. They
Yeah.
dysfunction on code. Like, because there's a breakdown in every community. Don't get it messed up, because that's not what I'm saying. But they on code. It's like I always use this example, like the liberals.
Genocide.
I would
Say the
never
word,
trust
brother.
a
Genocide.
liberal.
Go ahead.
The reason why I would never trust a liberal is because they can code a white. Now I'm talking about a white liberal. They can code switch at any time because they know in the back of their mind everything that worked for a conservative going to work for them at any given time. So that's the same mindset of what's going on, and we got to be able
What does
to
that mean?
understand the move. I guess being I'm from Philly, I'm real strategic when it comes to like stuff, and I watch moves, I watch patterns. So although these things are happening in these other communities, the one thing they never do is code switch. The problem with us, we code switch too much, and we adopt all their mindsets, their principles, and bring them into our community as if they are our problem. They not our problems. They not a problem when they say, "Oh, black women was part of the black men was part of the patriarchy." I'm like, how? When black men and black women was out in them fields together. Like, what are you talking about? Stuff like that. But I'll land right there.
Right, Devon, have you gone? I have not heard you speak. Have you spoke at all?
No, I haven't.
All right, yeah, you can go. You've been pretty patient.
No, I just wanted to say that life is not a sprint, it's a marathon. I think a lot of us just, especially in our culture, but it's all races. We living way beyond our means. We're trying to be like people that we're not, but then at the same time, we're just on the outside looking on the end on other people's lives. Because I mean, we're worried about we're basically worried so much about what people think about us, and we're not trying to fix issues. And I think a lot of it has to do with, like you were saying, I think it was it M. White? He was talking about a lot of the things, how they try to emasculate our men and all that. They bring the white man in like he's the white and the white shining armor or whatever. It's just a whole bunch of things that's going on that has started since slavery times, since the beginning of time, and we just have to really. This is something that's going to continue to go on if we can't come together as a people, men and women. And I do honestly believe that we can work together, but I just believe that something's going to really tragically have to happen for us to actually come together, like as a people.
That makes sense right there. I think people are trying, especially us African American people, well, really every race, but too many people trying to do it all by themselves. They really try to get so much done by themselves. They want to be known as the one that started this $1 million business, or I've got the house, I got the car, I get all this stuff by myself, and all this individualism, talk. It's too many of us that's doing that when we stressing ourselves out, unalive and young, because we're trying to, like you say, impress people for what? They ain't gonna care. They ain't gonna care if you're dead. I mean, I'm just saying, they not gonna give two rats tail. They're gonna come to your funeral and be nosy. Then that's it. They go about their life if they don't make lies about you, talking about how shitty you were, they thought you were. So but the thing is, family, until we get back to the core of life, nothing is going to work. You know what I mean? We got to understand how important family is. We got to understand how important it is to build with someone, you know, and don't be afraid to build with somebody. Don't be afraid. I think that so many people are afraid to go into these unions like, oh my God, such got divorced after 20 years. Such got a divorce after 10 years. So they worried about the end result. You ain't even at the beginning. You ain't even there. You worry about something that may not even affect you. You know,
Right.
you know, and we got to get them out of that fear. And that's another thing that I read about that suicide stat is that there's a lot of fear. It's a lot of fear that being put in these younger individuals about that. There's a lot of loneliness. A lot. You got to go read that thing they did in Georgia with 60% of the suicides are from Black people. That's how much we're unaliving ourselves at our rates.
Last African, I want last African. He ain't get in yet. Just let me, you finish your point if you have to, though.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay. Thank you.
Last African, it's on you.
Well, I mean, but Black men are depressed.
Say, Reese, you out?
Is that me? Am I on?
Yeah, I got to roll. Yeah, I got to roll. I got to get up and.
Good night. Good night. Thank you for coming
Well,
up.
no, I agree that Black men are depressed, with that statement. But for the last 30 years, you've had Black women, announcing that they the mother and the father. Can y'all hear me? Am I here?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I talking?
We just letting you talk, bro. You got it. You got it. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Oh yeah. Am I saying anything? Am I? For the last 30 years,
yes.
I've been saying that Black women have been announcing that they the mama and the daddy. They've been raising children on their own, and they've been creating men that they don't like. The very men that they. Huh? Okay. But basically, that's all I was saying.
Lock his ass up.
And you raised the little girls now. Well, not little girls, but grown women today. Through generations have been raised, and it's morphed into a hatred for Black men, right? And women. And one thing I don't like about Black women that I've noticed in this next generation of this next iteration of Black women is how y'all greet each other, and then you don't how you greet men versus how you greet one another. Y'all always girl, looking fine, looking good, and hugging each other. And I noticed that a woman I went on a date with, she didn't hug me when we first went on a date. But I haven't dated Black women in years, but that's something I noticed a long time ago. But the affection that they have for one another, but not for men, and that's strange. But I always try to advise younger brothers to stay away from that madness, and love don't have color. So
hey, hold on, the last African.
Love who love you.
Have you?
And like I was shout out to the Saint for saying that generational wealth doesn't work unless you have a generation.
So, damn, he froze.
Last
African,
you gotta get feeling.
I wanted to ask you.
Do that mean last African in his family? Is that what he?
I want to know what happened. I want to know what happened.
Look at God.
He said he stopped dating Black women a long time ago. He come back. What are you dating?
I'm done. Take me off.
Well, while he out, Phil, you got anything to add?
Cut the show.
Can you make that commitment?
No,
I
don't want it.
Maybe he means Africans as opposed to Black Americans. Like he only dating Africans. Maybe that's what he meant.
There you go. He back. The last African. I had a question for you, brother. You said you stopped dating Black women. When you say Black women, are you talking about like African Americans or just like anyone with melanin? And if so, who were you dating now? Okay. And what differences have you saw?
Well, Well, I'm a bit of a free spirit, me. So as far as the dating thing, you know.
You gotta clear it up.
I'm not what you call a social person. I don't. I'm 50 years old. So well, I'm 50 years old. You kind of take me out of that whole dynamic of what y'all call a social life. I don't really have that. You know. So I'm a country boy. I'm not.
Okay.
You know.
So it's hard.
Yo, so specifically what I
You can't say about being black women.
I get more affection just in passing.
I don't know who did that.
From white women. So.
Oh, you say you get more passion from white women? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he said. Okay.
Mark, Mark it up. I guess you want this one. I had.
What you mean? Explain. What you mean?
Go ahead. No. I mean, shit, man. That's a major statement, and it has to be addressed. We got a bunch of beautiful black women on the panel who, we're not going to agree, and I think a lot of the gentlemen will also disagree.
Affection from them.
That's crazy. You get more affection from a woman that love you. And black women love differently if they love you. Kicking white women, bruh, I don't know. The way I view it, if you sold my people into slavery,
like I said,
or you bought the slaves, I ain't fucking with you like that, especially to create a family with.
That you claim,
but these white people didn't
feel
do
like
that.
you want to,
They're a little bit younger than that.
Represent in a way.
Sins of the father.
They don't find you, attractive in a way. And the things you're saying, they don't even like the things you're saying about them in their defense. But go ahead.
No, they don't.
You say they don't find me attractive? Niggas, please. Women in general usually find me attractive, brother. Especially black women.
Yeah, I ain't never had no problem in those areas.
Document for me.
I don't know.
Okay. Big ups to you, Emily.
It's a
Phil, what you got to add?
a lot of affectionate good black
Phil,
women.
what you got for us?
Some people just can't attract them.
Do you agree? Oh, you still going, lady? Go ahead.
There's a whole lot of good black women.
We trying to get Phil the stage real quick.
Oh yeah, appreciate y'all. Shout out to the panel. Finally got up here. It's a little bit late though. I've been in the comments, but I've been wanting to say that a lot of what discussion has been tonight, I think we kind of missed the idea of what it is to be like, the nuclear family. We talk about, our people, our culture. We talk about how things have changed throughout the years, generations, but the blueprint is there. And I think a lot of times we're not paying attention to what is really right before our eyes. There's nothing really new under the sun. And I hear, I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm not one that likes the modern rhetoric, where you have different ones that think they can be this or that just because they say it. I don't think anything in life shows that. You have facts, you have examples, and you can look at those examples by life, nature, science, biology, the word of God, history. So I mean, maybe I'll jump back up here when I got a little bit more time to kind of dig in certain things and revisit certain conversations, or just get in where I fit in. But just wanted to say that for the most part, we make it too hard.
Pause again. So look, now hold on just a second there. We can't really drop that. I don't think the last African had a great opportunity to explain himself. So what I'm saying is that I dig it. If you date outside of your race, I don't really see that as an issue, right? That's preference, whatever. Everyone is entitled to a preference, but it becomes problematic when we dog out our counterparts, right? we have black women who are our sisters, our mothers, our daughters, and we gotta be careful with that. So what I'm saying is that, and your results may vary, right? And that may have been your experience with some, and there is some issues to be addressed. I do understand that certain things have to be certain ways to be able to obtain a black woman. In many cases, right? You might have to be swagalicious. You might have to there's certain things you just gotta have in order first before you can get a good portion of black women. But I mean, a lot of these things are things you pick up growing up, but your experience shouldn't be inherently bad just because you're dealing with the black woman. I can't see that, because most black women be down, they'll support you, they'll have that work for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you on, they be on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, whatever you on.
I disagree with you, Trev.
You do? Well, okay, on what part? I said a lot.
So I never been with
Name
anybody.
something you like about a black woman.
Hold on, I've never been with
Okay,
anybody.
can I answer that?
Nuts.
No. We're gonna get back to it. Let real dope finish
something you like about
MY.
I've never been with anybody but black women. However, I don't think it's fair to tell certain men that, hey, your experience with black women shouldn't mean nothing because my experience with black women. If somebody's like, yo, I've been dating black women all this long and this is how I've been getting treated, then I think you can try to throw out another perspective of, maybe it's the way that you vet, or maybe it's the woman that you're around. We can throw that out there, but I don't think it's fair to just tell somebody like, you got a mom, you got a sister. Who's to say that you would date somebody like your mom or your sister? Maybe you like, I love y'all because you're my sister and my mom, but I wouldn't be with you. You might have missed
what I said though.
Maybe.
I didn't say he's not entitled to a preference or any of that. What I'm saying is that you don't have to bring black women down at the same time, right? Because there was a lot of negative stereotypes given out, and that didn't have any validity to it. Not at least not in my experience, and I don't know about your experience, and maybe for you too, judging by what you're saying. But I don't think so. I think results may vary depending on what type of man you are.
I mean, but can I say something about that argument right there about your mama and your sister?
Absolutely. Go ahead. You can. Absolutely.
People like that.
Go ahead.
Number one, I'm just saying, my sister, I love my sister, loyal. All the women in my family are loyal. But would I date them? No. Right? I don't like a woman that drinks, like say liquor. Not that they, liquor drinkers or nothing. No, women, I'm saying not my personal experience, but women, period. There's certain things I don't like smoking cigarettes. I'm flexible on that. That don't bother me so much. But a woman that drinks hard liquor, every man should take notice of that. And most young black dudes don't, because you've been raised around a liquor drinking, cursing black woman, cigarette smoking, all in the house, playing cards and gambling and stuff all in the house. Men in and out the house. You've been raised in that type of environment, and you've normalized.
Is that AI?
Because she's put the father out and brung in some dude who ain't responsible for nobody in the house, some stepdaddy.
Excuse me, sir. Are these pictures of you?
Nothing invested in
Nah, it's AI. It's AI.
That's the blueprint for
It look real.
Women in America. That's the blueprint for most households in America.
Real though.
No, that's the blueprint.
So what
I
I'm
wasn't
saying
raised
is
that
that
way. Now, my mom and dad, my daddy was in the army, and my mom and dad is married since they was in high school. That's how that happened.
So you saying that you wouldn't date them? Does that mean that your sisters, your cousins, everybody you describe, are they all like cigarette smoking, alcohol drinking, man in and out of the house type women? Is that what you're saying?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. That's African.
Last African, we can't hear you.
You on mute? You on
phone.
mute? No,
you on mute.
Your joint muted. It's muted. Hit the mute button.
No, it's on the computer. It's on.
No, we can see the mute on. Yeah. Hit the mute button. Can we unmute him?
He trying to fix the
mic. Microphone, you can't even work it. That's why
it's muted.
It's so last African. If you go to your computer screen and look
what
down a
OG be
little towards
doing,
the
don't
bottom, you'll see the
Those
microphone.
old folks in technology.
Oh, it said your mic not connected.
What OG
Why you
Steve
figure it out? I answer that question about what I like about black women, because you phrased it as if there was nothing that could be liked about them.
Yeah,
So
I don't like that. They don't even like that
one,
way.
one, I like the way they laugh and they sense of humor because they get jokes culturally that other people probably would not be able to get. I like the way when they get out the shower, their body be glowing brown, and it just it's nothing like it when that skin hit the light, especially when you got like some LEDs or something going on. The hue off their body, that shit be popping. I like the way they talk to you when they trying to encourage you. The way somebody you may think is a strong can find it in her to be nurturing and lift you up with that. I like the way they laugh, like just the tone of the laugh and how deep where it comes from. I like the way when they in shape, the way their body is bar none, is second to none. When they in shape, it's second to none. I like the way they cut spades when you playing the spades game. So the card thing don't even really bother me. Because in the spades game, when they come through in the clutch with that big joker, and you thought, yeah, I appreciate how they come through, and you can actually damn near dap it up with them like one of your homies when you get to that. When you friends with them, and when you dating them, they really just understand what you going through as far as, I seen my father and them get treated this way by the police, so I understand why you quiet right now. I understand why you don't want to deal with the world right now. I understand what you about to go out there and face. I understand all of that.
Oh no, I was letting you speak, bro.
Yeah.
Did I get the right button there?
You good?
Yeah.
You back in now. You back in. Hey Marcus, we should have saw you for this clip. Real shit.
Oh no, I was being polite. You were speaking, brother. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, yeah. What else?
No, you
Oh,
But
I
everything you
like
just said about black women, I have never seen that.
Damn.
I mean, everything he said was pretty standard. He pretty much was like, he pretty much like everything.
Right.
So basically,
all right. So do you have a decent sample size? Like, how many black women have you dealt with to come with this conclusion?
Right. Good question.
Two.
Lady O, you said 2.
And when you see something crazy that other people can't understand, like you see something that you like, man, that was racist, and other people just don't get it. You just give each other the look. You don't even got to talk about you. Like, and the communication with the eye. We got codes that, like, we intrinsically link to our people. So we got codes and languages that don't even exist out loud that we could speak with our eyes to each other. But you have to be akin to the experience to be able to translate and understand what we talking about.
You just gotta be raised together. It's just
I
a culture.
really,
It was a little white girl
I
over here
really hate to say
in the
it, but
Dollar
I feel like
Tree the other day.
I just have to equate
I was
this
going to get me
to
2
how I was saying
cold
that,
fish.
certain people ain't gonna have to live with certain people in a little while. Cause that just really upsets me that you could come out of a black woman's uterus and you don't have nothing good to say about black women.
Well,
Nothing.
but the woman's uterus was able to produce the sperm that they put inside of us. So that's why I said earlier we came out y'all
Like,
nutsack.
I don't understand. But again, I don't have to understand
said
because
that
in a
black
little
women
while
are
it won't be for
extremely
me to
loyal
understand. He won't be here.
Why don't we come with compassion
Bye.
in situations like these?
See,
like, where's the
Because
compassion?
there's nothing to be compassionate.
My mic on yet?
See, here's the thing, real dope. I'm gonna be honest with you. To me, that's the equivalent of saying, why can't I be compassionate for a white person that's sitting here saying, oh, I've never had a good experience with a black person, whether it's male or female. Like, what do you mean?
You wouldn't be
What do you
compassionate in that
mean?
situation?
No.
So if a white person,
I want to go to war at that point. Because at that point, what you're saying is our men are less than, the women are less than. What do you mean you've never had a good experience with us? Like I told y'all, what was that, 2 episodes ago when I talked about being race loyal? I'm gonna argue with y'all down about whatever I want to argue with y'all about, right? But it ain't nothing better than a black man, period. So a black man sitting in my face telling me that you don't like the women that help create our community, that's trash talk. I don't respect it.
I think that people you can date.
Different
No.
opinion about this.
No.
I think
No.
that he should absolutely think this way, because whatever he gets, he does. Listen, let me tell you something. I feel like because I fear that he's one of those men now. I could be wrong, but I am going to say this because this is what I am observing. It looks like he smokes heavily. It looks like he drinks heavily. It looks like he's a walking contradiction of himself. And if I'm being honest, I wouldn't even want to date a man like that because I do not like men who smoke. I don't like men who drink heavily. So I think that he should absolutely be given off to that community, because if he doesn't like us, I can guarantee you we don't deserve him. We do not deserve that. We don't deserve none of that. So I feel like we should just let this man have his opinion, because the way M. White described how he likes black women or loves black women, that is all I need. Because I need more men that speak like that, and the ones who don't, I think we should let them go on their merry way, and whatever result they get from the things that they want, we bid them adieu, wish them good luck, and tell them congratulations whenever they get what they get. So,
like the man in Georgia that posted he didn't like BLK women, then the YK women
And that white lady killed his ass. Yeah. Yeah. Because you have to also understand, I'm not gonna lie, like I was very much so raised like pro-black. My mama always told me you don't mess with no raw chicken and you don't eat no forbidden fruit.
Yeah,
but that's just me.
I think like
That's
when
just
these,
me.
I just think it's like it's much more fruitful in these situations when we ask questions and we try to understand people. I think that's how you be genuine in a conversation. Like I
Right.
want to know your experiences. I'm genuinely have compassion for you not liking black women because I love black women, and you can't have that experience because
Why
maybe
would I
you had
want to know about his experiences of disliking black women?
because no, not his experience of like what happened to you. What happened? Like what are you seeing that I'm not seeing?
He's saying who hurt you. So what
Yeah,
I'm saying,
what are you seeing? Like what
I
happened? Like,
But when women literally ask that, then we're being manipulative and we're gaslighting y'all, and we wrong for saying that.
No, it's not that. But I think that we should explore this a bit because I want to know what would lead you to that conclusion, right? What experiences do you have, right? Because this is an idea. He's on a public platform. There's other people who are going to observe this. I want to know why. I want to know what's going on. What will bring you to that conclusion? Because there's probably a lot of stereotypes that he has developed over, not probably, definitely as he expressed, and I want to know why. And I would love to have the conversation to see, and I'm not trying to change his mind. He could date whoever he wants, and he's not gonna give a damn about what I got to say about where he dating. You know what I mean? But I just want to know, like, why he came to that conclusion, because I certainly disagree with some of the opinions that he had about him for sure. But I wanted to see how he came to that conclusion.
Right.
Our women, why y'all gotta be so sassy? Our women, y'all are
Who
so
says
sad. Y'all, no, our women, they just real like they just like
Lisa?
I don't. You can get out. I don't care.
No, you know what it is?
No.
It's because what I can appreciate from us as a race is the way that I feel about us is like we have in-house problems. We argue amongst ourselves. But it's like there have been so many times that I'll get on panels, right? And like a woman of another ethnicity comes on there and she's like, yeah, because that's why. And the black men will be like, nah, I still love my black women. I might disagree with this black woman. I might not like the way this black woman thinks, but I still love black women. Great, cool. You get my utmost respect because that's how I feel about black men. I don't have to like what you're saying, but it'll never be a space and time in my life that I'll ever be like, I'll trade up. I think, no, we're going to have an in-house disagreement. We're going to argue amongst ourselves as family do, but that's family business because we black people. That's not no Asian person's business. That's not no white person's business. We're not bringing them into it and being like, yeah, because the white man's better, the Asian man's better, the white woman. No, they're not. No. I don't care who's in these comments. I don't care what race y'all bring on this panel. I'll say that in front of anybody. Nobody's better than
I
y'all,
didn't
and
never say
nobody's better than us.
they better.
Nobody. That's really how I feel. So when I
I
hear
never said
that,
the white
it really
women were
makes me
better.
feel disgusted. It upsets me. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the few things that really bothers my spirit.
I think we
I
should
don't
let
like
the
it.
last
I never.
African,
Wait a
if he
minute.
can ever get a
Smooth. Is
connection,
my
I
mic
think
on?
we should let him speak.
Right.
Your service nervous, baby. You want
I
to fix
think
it. You got the
You might
boot.
want to hardwire if you want it off of internet. You might want to just use your Ethernet.
You got the boot. He don't
Oh,
probably don't know.
mine is.
You got the Boost Mobile.
Well, Bougie, I think that
Service.
I always grew up thinking like that women were more nurturing than men, right? But I think that's kind of propaganda. Because in a situation like this, I just think y'all would lead with much more compassion in general. Like
Hey, is my
for
mic
example,
on?
Yeah, you on, bro.
I think women nurture children, but I think men nurture women. That's what I think.
Why you trying to? She up there laughing. Is my mic on, man?
Indeed.
I know she
Your
ain't
mic
laughing
is
with
on,
me.
brother. Go ahead,
I
brother.
mean, we are
Everybody was interested
nurturers,
in what you
though.
had to
Men
say.
also.
Oh, I am.
You on, bro? Go ahead.
Hey, look, I never said nothing about white women were better than black women, right? And that whole argument about I did.
We can hear you.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I never
think your
said that.
internet. No.
Maybe
I never said black women. Is that me right there? Can you hear me now?
That's you.
We
That's
can
you,
hear
bro.
you
That's
good.
you, bro.
Yeah, keep going.
Come on, can you hear me? Because you're messing with
Yes,
my
sir.
audio
We can
right
hear
now.
you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Y'all can't hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Go ahead. We can hear. We can hear you. The last African. We can hear you.
I'm inside that Verizon
Can
commercial.
anybody hear me right now?
Yeah.
Go ahead. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Nobody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
We
We hear you. Yes,
internet.
yes.
Oh, so you can't hear me?
Yes.
Because I never said that
Yes.
I didn't. I thought.
Man, can you
Okay.
stop? Please stop asking us
I never
if
said
we
that.
can hear you. We can hear you.
White
Lock
women
his
were better than
ass
black
up.
women.
Lock
And
his
I was-
ass up.
You might have to
Did it
you might want to
again?
upgrade your
Hey,
service.
look, man. I said,
This ain't nothing but the Lord. Okay, let me tell you something. The
Black out
Lord
and
is
come back.
protecting us against whatever this man about to say. I'm trying to tell you now.
I'm getting sabotaged
Because
right
when
now.
that man came up
I know-
here and he was
Okay,
interrupting,
Lord.
I'm talking about talking over me the entire time I was
It's
talking.
because you're not on black
Oh,
people's
okay. Well, I'm
Wi-Fi.
saying I never
If
said
you
that.
was on black people's
Okay,
Wi-Fi, it would
I
be
never said that.
strong and resilient.
Thank
I
you.
think you need to upgrade
Yeah.
I'm
your
talking.
package, brother. You might need to top tier.
What is?
Beautiful.
Y'all behave.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Hey, look. If,
Overall,
you know what? The last African. If you you could probably get on with your phone too. Just
I never said
do
that
it that way.
white women were better than black women.
yeah, you
What I
did.
said was,
Yes,
I
you did.
preferred them over.
That's why you stopped. That's
Y'all
why I
still
cut
laughing.
you off. You about to lie.
No, you know what? Wait, there's obviously
Y'all,
a delay.
somebody in the comments
So,
said he's on a Karen plan, and I love
Hold
that.
on.
He's on a
Hold on, y'all.
Karen
Hold on,
plan.
y'all.
His Wi-Fi plan
Listen.
is
Here's the
Every
problem.
time
Is
that man
there's
get ready to
a
say
delay.
something,
It's
the
a
internet.
delay, like, and the delay is a few seconds. So he'll be talking, and then y'all will say something, and he won't hear it till like 5 seconds later. So it's messing him up real bad.
Oh my God.
Well, he
That
jumped
was
off. He might
that
jump.
was
He
a good
might
one.
jump.
That was a good
I
one.
think he's going to jump back in eventually. But I was curious at the
I
very
will
least
say,
to hear.
I'll just say to what he was saying. I mean, I kind of see where he's coming from in some ways.
Uh-oh.
I definitely do not agree in any way. I can see his perspective, but see, because I think a lot of times we as a people, we will attach ourselves to, just like we talk about with politics and whatnot, right? Race baiting and just identity politics and stuff like that. We But when it comes to a person's character, when it comes to their integrity, right, their morals and stuff like that, then now we can go somewhere. Because I don't look at a person's, skin color and just say that they are just this type of person, and I have to have a certain amount of loyalty to that. I don't, but I do identify with the fact that we are who we are, and I'm going to make sure that I take care in the sense of house first, if that makes sense. I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to allow myself to be stagnated by the fact that, just because we share the same skin color, now, I'm loyal to you.
Well, I mean, we get what we attract, for the most part, but I don't have a problem with who people ultimately marry. I do. One of my nephews is married to a YT girl. We love her to death. But I don't like when we're just saying. I don't like when people say I'm deliberately not going to date a black man or a black woman because of their race. Exactly. That's what I don't like. I check when women do that too. You found you a good white dude, that's cool. Or you found you a good white woman, that's cool. But don't generalize us as all black women. We just terrible. Now we can come with our ways. I'm the first to admit. I'm the first one to say, yeah, we do have some over here. But I also have 3 beautiful daughter-in-laws whom I absolutely adore, and I can tell you they can be firm, they can be nice and sweet, and everything, But I love the way they treat my sons. That's why I like. And I love the way they treat their wives.
I raise them white.
I don't like the stereotype.
Wouldn't even raise them around black women.
Okay, go ahead. Hurry up. I'm gonna let you shut up just for you. What you say?
I don't want to talk. Y'all make a phone.
Yeah, he gotta get on his phone or something, maybe.
He ain't saying nothing. Is he down?
I got that business internet. You might want to upgrade to that business level or something. Maybe.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You
Nobody jump in, please.
Can you hear me?
Nobody jump in, please. We can hear you, dog. You in there? The last African, we can hear you.
No, look, I'm my bad about the Wi-Fi thing. I don't know where I'm at now. Okay, but that's I didn't want to say like I know how it might have sounded, but like the women on the panel, like all the attractive women, physically, aesthetically attractive, right? Because when I first like Lady O, your hair the other way when you wore it, just your hair combed down into your face. I remind that's how I liked women. They weren't their natural hair like that. I loved that right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
But like I said, that the attitude is still the same. But like I said,
I can't change my attitude.
What makes most black women repulsive to be around. Like when you go to a restaurant, most black women I've dated, they'll find something wrong with the food, or they'll make the experience just you turn people off is what I mean by I don't know if society made you that way or nature, nurture, you call it what you want, but you have bad personalities. That's why when I saw that statue in Times Square, everybody know the Times Square statue, right?
Oh, that big girl that depicted, that was disrespectful, but okay, go ahead.
That's what. Well, it's a more of a representation of like a symbol of the victory over black men, and we use this to destroy you. This is the, because you notice there's not the black woman destroyed the whole family, because look, when do you see a black woman without children? Why do you see that woman without children in that picture, without nothing to give her significance? Because the significance of her is that she destroyed the entire black family. Right? I'm done.
Okay, I want to go back to one thing when you say when
that's
you do
just
the
how
rest.
I feel about how I see black women. It's how I feel about them. That's good.
Right, and it's unfortunate that you have those negative experiences because most of us ain't going to restaurants at cutting the food. They out there, but that's just, we ain't out there cutting the food like that. We could be.
No, he said you're gonna find something wrong.
It's only.
Huh?
He said you're gonna find an issue with something. That's what he said.
Yeah,
That's all women though.
No, I
That's
mean,
all people.
it's
No,
women that
People
y'all
in
want.
general like that.
That's okay, because I mean, I'm gonna tell you that the real
it don't
experience.
matter. It don't matter, man. Like if you with a white
No.
or
I
black
mean, the
woman,
real
man.
experience.
Like if a woman feels
was out.
uncomfortable, she gonna let you know that, and it's up to the man to like calm her down, like set the tone. Like that's just how it is. Like it ain't. It don't matter if it's a black or white one. I done been around white
No, it's
and black.
not.
I never like. I never been with a white woman, but I've
No.
talked
You
to
don't have
white
to
women.
calm. You don't have to calm nobody down, brother.
Nah, it's about you setting the
No,
tone.
you don't. Okay, I'm not gonna say
It's
not
about you
all.
setting the
I'm gonna say
tone,
not all white women.
making them feel a little bit
Okay,
more
but look here.
comfortable
The fact
in
that you're
that
saying
in the
that you got to calm a
situation.
woman down, that you think that you got to control somebody
They're
else's emotions
emotional.
and their behavior.
They're emotional,
That's wild. You that don't.
but they're emotional. You should know that already.
But okay, no. Children, right? Okay, we are all. No, okay. Understand something, brother. We are all emotional people. We are all what 90%. We are all okay. We are all 90% emotional. Hold on now.
Okay, so
young brother,
okay,
hold on. That other 10%,
we are emotional.
That other 10%,
emotional,
brother, it determines.
but they are the weaker
It
vessel.
determines how you control your emotions.
At some point, age,
You
they
had
should
to do all
mature.
that just to say that. She don't think she's the weaker vessel. She don't think she's the weaker vessel. I don't think that the woman is the weaker vessel. I don't believe that.
Right? I'm gonna just tell
Everything
you
that
this:
you
that
said is from a script, and every person you
no,
heard
that's
it
what
from is
I've
full of
seen in
shit.
our experience. This is what I've seen in experience. It doesn't matter how old they get.
That's out of a script book. That's out of a book, man.
It just ain't out of no book. It's reality. It's life.
Women are stronger than us. Believe that.
But you just said you don't. But you just said,
a woman is
how you
stronger
gonna
than you, brother. They stronger
What you mean
than us.
by that? What you mean by that?
We talking now. If you physical strength is one thing, but you don't understand that whole dynamic. Keep living.
But if you just
no, I want
you've
to
been listening to somebody,
that one. How
tell
are
you
women
something.
stronger than us?
It's
In what
not.
way
It's
are
not
women
so. If even in spite of the conditions in this country for our people, our women make sure to secure food, shelter, and clothing for themselves and for children and for their family. And don't start that type of process until much later in life, right? That we talking about survival skills in the current environment, not something that you just done heard in some manosphere, because I don't know nothing about that. I learned from my
What makes
granddad.
you say women are
I'm going
stronger
by
than us?
I don't know
experience,
nothing about
man.
manosphere.
That's all I'm going by. I'm going by what I may look a little. I may look
look at, and there
young,
wasn't
but I'm
nobody playing
42.
cards at our house.
Like I raised kids. All my kids, my
No, brother,
youngest
you
son
sound
grown.
young. I'm not gonna get
So I
into it.
got a
No,
lot of,
I
and
don't
I'm
argue
a
with people.
grandfather technically. So I got a lot more experience than you think I do. So I'm not just saying this out of
That's
no
what the
book.
problem with our people, with an entire generation.
You said your youngest son is grown?
Yeah, my youngest son, like I had 3 boys biologically, even raised two stepchildren. They all grown, seen them graduate, been a part of their lives.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
You
So
look young. I ain't think you were that age.
yeah, so
And that's awesome.
You said you were granddaddy too?
Let me
yeah,
explain something. Bro.
Technically, through marriage, yeah, I'm a grandfather.
It's okay, but see, sometimes we can assume these roles and think they define our manhood, and they don't. Sometimes some black men embrace religion and mistake it for intellect. It is not. Right.
What defines our manhood?
We have lost our way as men in the position that we're in this country, and we wonder why our women are running around acting crazy and looking foolish, wearing other people's hair in their head, all this glue and adhesive in their face and skin, trying to look like something that they, like what? It makes no sense. And behaving like a behavior like something that you've never seen before, right? They lashing out for attention.
That's not exclusive. That's not exclusive to black women.
Like
White
a lot
women
of
wear
young
hella weaves and pieces and eyelashes and makeup and all of that. That's not exclusive to
what defines our
women.
manhood?
Don't forget the Botox and the filler
That's not being honest.
and the BBLs and the breast lifts and the breast implants
That's
and the hip implants and all of the things that they want to do to look like the blueprint.
That's not being honest.
Well, I wanted to ask you what defines our manhood.
A handful of them do that, and en masse.
A handful.
A handful.
So you're saying that
Wait a minute. So would you like to go and look up the statistics for which race of women gets more aesthetic procedures as far as Botox, lip filler, and cosmetic surgery?
No, that's definitely gonna be white women.
I date a white woman. She don't go to the Asian spa to get her nails and her pedicures and stuff.
Yes, she does. It's more of them at the Asian spa getting their nails and toes done than it is us.
Right.
That argument
I was a cosmetologist.
As a matter of fact, I hate the narrative. I also hate the narrative that black women wear more extensions and weaves and wigs than white women. White women get tape-ins, K-tips, I-tips, micro-links, and all of these things that black men haven't even heard of before because we don't wear them. They go and get $600, $700, $800, $900 hair extensions. And y'all are mad about us wearing braids and wigs for a week when they wear that shit all year long. And somehow they have convinced y'all that their hair is actually to their butt when 9 times out of 10, a lot of their hair is way shorter than ours.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to fight you on that though.
Just for 25 years, and
we can look it up.
Think it's about
they have always.
No.
It's not about your appearance.
I know a lot of white women get extensions. I know that, right? I know that a lot of white women.
A lot.
However,
it's not
as a black woman,
fifth time, it's not your appearance. It's not what you look like.
Some sort of extension is a part of our uniform.
It is not your appearance. It's not what you look like.
For the most part, it's a small group of black women who are all natural, but for the most part, it's a part of our uniform.
Who you are.
There is still a chunk of white women,
unattractive about
white women who don't do that.
I'm not saying that black women don't do it. What I'm saying is it is more likely for you to. I don't like the narrative that white women, that's their real hair. Everybody wants to run with this narrative that black women wear extensions and the only time we have long hair is when we wear extensions. That is not true. I'm sick of that. We have hair, a lot of it.
Hold on, this giving me a headache because Africans won't stop talking.
He's still
like
you can't hear. I don't know if
he has. It's not about your appearance.
You're on a delay.
I know, and I want him to stop. Like now, it ain't as much of a delay that he can't hear them talk. Having a discourse.
He
just keeps talking while other people are talking, and it's giving me a headache. We got to speak one at a time. Jesus.
I'm not gonna sit up here unless somebody say no, like
I didn't mean to do that.
Dumbassery about black women. Black women have hair. We wear our natural hair very often. White women very rarely wear their natural hair. They just cover it up with the fact that their micro links are just as bleach blonde as the bleach blonde that they put in their hair because they want to be blonde so bad. Like, I don't like that. I don't like how it's this thing of like, black women can't grow hair. Black women don't have long hair. Black women need a wig. Black women need a weave. Like, what are we talking about? We're on the same panel where like every single time that matter of fact, in society in general, right? We're talking about how you want to see a woman with her natural hair, and we never have a conversation about how many men sit up there and say they want to see a woman with their natural hair. And the moment you see her with her natural hair, it's she ain't got no hair, she nappy headed. You wanted to see 2B, 3C hair? That's the only thing that's acceptable when it's the curls that hang down a little bit, because the first time I ever got on here with a puff on top of my head, I was all of a sudden little black orphan Annie. But now all of a sudden it's like you got a wig on. Oh my God, Black women with a wig. So which one is it? Are you going to accept her and her Afro puff, or are you just going to say that white supremacy has been soaked so deeply into you that now you are accepting of a certain hair texture? It's like you only want to see a Black woman in that specific hair texture. If it's too coarse, we don't like it. If it's fake hair, we don't like it. But not everybody's gonna have 3C 2B hair. I'm sorry. Like
the only what you
And
call
Lord
Black
forbid if
woman
I
that I
color my
will
hair
date
blonde,
is a
I'm still
African woman
natural.
on the continent, not in America.
Well, I mean, hold on.
Now I didn't want to say this to begin with, but I knew Pan-Africanism was the problem. From the very beginning, I knew that was the issue. Pan-Africanism promotes low ethnic self-esteem. So that's why these stereotypes you see towards our women, you are universally applying, because there's this fantasy idea of what Africa is as a mystic, perfect place. And it's not true. It's 142 million orphans there.
It's a lot of hoes over there too.
It's beautiful women in Africa, but what I'm saying is Pan-Africans tend to have an ideology about what's going on in Africa and how they're just a different form of perfection that's been untouched by some form of culture, and the Pan-Africanism is the thing that's messing them up to give them low ethnic self-esteem. That's why he would get up on here and say these things about Black women when he said his mom and his dad was married his entire life. The women that he's interacting with, the women that he's probably interacting with.
Who's saying that? I can't.
This me, M. White.
I don't like the fact that we get up here and say they don't want to date.
Yeah, my
like
mom and dad
me.
is married.
That's like me saying I only want to date African men. I don't want to date. First of all, I'm like 60% Nigerian, so I'm pretty much a Nigerian person. I mean, to me, I'm American. That's why
Anything but Nigerians.
So you leave us alone.
Nobody.
Let me leave us the hell alone. We're some hardworking people, okay? Don't play with us.
I beg.
But I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense when, I mean, you gotta be probably Nigerian or something yourself, to say that you're not gonna date an American. Most of us are from Africa. We are from Africa, whether it's Nigerian. We're all from Africa. I mean, what are we talking about? I want to.
That's what I'm saying, baby.
Lady, oh, I think you flirting.
No, don't even play me, because Lady O don't flirt with me and on panels, baby. And definitely not him. He ain't that, baby. Don't play with me like that. Don't do. You know what?
Y'all say that.
Watch it, Lady.
You gonna take that, Lady O?
Get him. Take that, Lady. You know what? Don't play like that. There's not one man can say Lady O flirted with him. Not one. Not no inbox, no nothing. Not one. That day, not one. No.
That's what you're supposed to say.
No. That's what I know.
Look at that. Look at that smirk.
What I say? Can you hear me?
I see that smirk.
No, don't play me like that. Definitely not that. Not the way he talked. They're too reckless.
I apologize, lady. If I said something,
I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm saying the rhetoric that he put out.
I said you just I said I liked you. That was just my way of saying I
no,
liked you.
I mean, yeah, he did start off with that, Lady O. He said it's some very attractive ladies on the panel, and then he pointed you out specifically. So what y'all got going on? Y'all got something going on?
I'm older than
no, he was talking about you. He pointed you out.
I don't even know how to take
he said he liked your hair when you had it in the little bob last week. That's what he said. He said he liked your hair in the bob last week.
He's talking about you and Bo. I'm too old.
No, he's talking about you. He said your bob. Remember? Y'all heard him when he said he liked her bob last week.
When she had her hair down.
Yeah, I remember
he said thank you.
He definitely shot his shot.
Lady O, we need you to bring him back. You're the only one that can do it.
Lady O, if you put on the dashiki, he gonna believe you a whole new person.
Y'all know I'm still here, right?
I take compliments now. I definitely take compliments. I ain't gonna turn them down.
Look, Lady O, you can bring him back to our side, though. I think you're the only one that can do it. You can bring him back.
He would never come back. I get a hold of him. He be like, I'm done. I'll never do with a Black woman again. I was playing. I'm just kidding. No.
I've been done with Black women. I don't even, I don't go down that road with Black women, man. I did, like I said, Black women are
you
beautiful.
don't like
but
Black
I just
women,
don't,
you say it.
what do y'all? That's that little saying, y'all. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. You know, that's
But
what it
didn't
is.
y'all raise us? Didn't y'all
I don't
raise
think
us?
nobody be saying
Didn't
that.
y'all raise us? This I'm gonna tell black women. Didn't y'all raise the men y'all hate? I'm gonna say that to black men too. Don't y'all raise the women that
They,
y'all don't like sometimes
no,
too?
they moms raised them.
No, the men be raising these little. I'd say men raise some of these 304s out here.
I'm gonna go pay my Wi-Fi bill.
Lady O, you right.
See,
You right.
mom,
Wait a minute. Who just said that?
Black
Heard
women
that.
for the last 30
Men be
years don't say
raising
that
hoes.
I'm the mama and the daddy.
Lady O, right. Some of these fathers be doing it. They be raising 304s. Yeah, they do.
the black community is majority
On
matriarchy.
Father's Day, girl. How many times you hear that, man? What?
We're majority
Stop doing that,
matriarchy,
brother.
though. We gotta be honest.
Don't do that,
You said we're majority matriarchy.
brother.
Black community.
I'm not
You can't
in the
do
black
that.
community,
Come up
yeah,
out of
but
that.
still,
And the co-sign for them in their bad behavior. Right?
Now,
They
I would
always
say
bring a
when it
black
comes
man
to
in who don't have no responsibility until he the next baby daddy. That's what's the problem with our communities, man.
okay, and you and okay,
A lot of women been raising children, especially men, and it's done traumatized these young boys. You know, y'all have done that. Black women have done that.
I'm gonna
I've seen it
concede to that
firsthand. I know
part,
grown
right?
men who still.
I'm gonna concede to that, but I'm gonna say this right here too, as a mom of boys. Why are we teaching our boys not to make babies with women that they're not marrying? Because we gotta. I mean, I'm the first to hold women accountable. I'm number one to hold women accountable, but I also was like, don't make babies with women you're not marrying either. It doesn't matter if she required or not. You need to require if you know you got a pregnant, because that's how it was back
Don't
in
sleep
the
with a
day.
black. Don't sleep with a black girl because it'll happen without you. With or without you, it's gonna happen.
I'm done. I ain't about to with you.
What you saying, lady?
A white girl ain't gonna go have no babies like that on you.
This
They ain't
man is
gonna go out there and have no baby. The white girls
This
don't go
man
out there
is
and
a
just have a
troll.
baby just to keep a
He
boy
trolling.
or to get an apartment and get a check.
This man is raised
Destroy
baby
lives.
shit out
Yeah.
of y'all.
Yeah, he is
So
raised
Dead
baby.
serious.
He
I'm
raised
dead
baby.
serious.
let me
He
tell you
raised baby
something.
shit out of y'all. I ain't falling for it. I ain't fell for it one time. I've been laughing this entire time.
Let me
He got
tell
me
y'all
with that
something.
African comment, but other than that, I ain't fall for it.
Somebody not
But Pan
You sitting
Africanism
up
got a
here
sore
talking
spot in
about
my head
something you
right now.
dislike black women, and you ain't
Yeah.
told me not one actual personal encounter that made you like everybody up here done asked you why you saying all of this about black women, and you can't tell me nothing about it. You also can't tell me what race of women you actually like and what is so great about them versus the black women. All you've actually done is sit up here and talk shit.
Drinking a Pepsi at that. Let me tell you something. I don't know what Pepsi is doing into your inside, sir. Black women is the least of your worries. Okay, I'm done.
What's the worst thing a black woman ever did to you in a relationship? What's the worst thing a black woman ever did to you in a relationship?
I apologize for that. If it sounded that way, I meant no disrespect to anybody. It did not. It's not my
You
intent.
meant all the disrespect. We just gonna give it to you back. And
I
we gonna
wanna know
kiki
what
about it.
I do
That's
want to know
all. We
what
just gonna kiki about it. It's okay.
I do want to know what have been your experiences of black women, not the black women in your family, but black women that you were intimately involved with.
It's relevant, but I would
And
say
that's
black
not-
women
no,
are
it's very
extremely
relevant.
untrustworthy. That's the first thing they do. A woman should
No.
remove doubt.
Could you talk from your personal
woman should
experience?
remove doubt in a relationship. Black women create doubt. Right?
Okay, what happened
Can
to
you speak from
you?
your personal
What
experience?
happened to you in your 65, 75 years of
this one
living
black girl. I
that
was
got you
happy in a
so pissed
relationship
off
with
at
women.
black
He's saying it
women?
now.
And
You said he 50.
He talking about it now. Hold on.
that's what I'm doing.
Ooh, that's shots fired.
Tell us about your experience.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't hear you, last Africano.
I'm 75. Oh my.
That's Lasha said that.
Oh my.
He said that 2 minutes ago.
She did me like that.
Say that.
See, that's what I
She
mean
did me
about black
like
women.
that
I've been
before,
called
too.
a good-looking 50 by other races of women.
She called me a
Not
baby
that
boomer.
I'm not
That's
arrogant by
what
no
she
means.
know
I'm saying
damn
other
well I
women
said
find
it
me
It was
attractive. That's why
She did me the same way.
I
we
have never
almost the
called you a
same age.
baby boomer, lady. I just said older people,
What?
and then you brought up how you had
Y'all can't
gray
hear me
hair. I
again?
never put an
Because black
age
women
on
cheat on me and
lady.
stuff like that.
Looking like a baby boomer. I
The
remember
only
she
people
said
I have
that.
ever
Is
put
that
an
what you're
age
looking
on
for?
is that big
But that's
African
only
man that get up
one
here and
that I can
talk
say.
shit,
I was
and
with
this
one that I
man
could
right
say was
here.
loyal. I was with one that was really loyal.
That's how they do us 50 and older.
Wait, let him get it out. He it's a delay.
What?
Can you start over?
Oh,
Can y'all not
hell
hear me?
no.
Because I think he's saying positive experiences from what I heard him say. Can you start over?
But he lagging though. Not with that internet.
Damn.
I can't.
Baby, that Boost Mobile getting them. I'm telling you.
Not gonna
Well, you know,
work.
I had one.
That internet is
I'm just
real
saying. Okay,
bad.
well, this one
Cut
black
your
woman
Wi-Fi off. Cut your Wi-Fi off.
went out there when I was out at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It's been years ago. I was stationed at Fort Campbell, and I was with this one young lady, and she was the best little brown skinned girl. She didn't have no interest in me. She just wanted to break my house up. That I was over there
You was
happy
married?
with that one girl. She didn't like her. But I was just the one example. And once she got me out.
Oh, I want to hear this story.
I do too. Yes,
So she
sir.
got you
Can
high?
you call back in from your phone? Can you call back in from your phone?
Before I got
Because
home.
your internet is cutting in and out. We hearing every.
You know, I ain't know no better. It was just good. And yeah,
What
just
she
tore the
got you
house. She
high
was
on,
gone.
bro?
She didn't really, I was back in the.
Well, good
Oh, I
morning.
want to hear this story so bad. Sir, can you get on your phone? Are you on your computer or your phone? Your Boost
I'm gonna try
Mobile is really...
something else. I'm gonna try something
Just pull up on, grab your phone and then press the link on your phone so you can use your mobile data.
Yeah, because yeah.
I'm on my laptop.
Please come back. I want to hear this. Please.
Yeah, you don't even need to have a camera on. We just need to hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, use the phone. That's gonna help a big deal. We'll let you right on in. Pause.
Shut up, Trina.
The parts that I did hear him say was I was with this one and she was extremely loyal. That's what I heard, and then I heard something else, and I'm butchering this story.
High
Forgive
off
me.
or something. That's what I wanted to hear about. You said you got him high. I want to know what he was high on.
I think that's what I heard too. That's what I'm saying.
I call him like I see him. That man that smoked something in his life.
Yeah. I mean, so now you want to hear it too, Bo. How before you didn't want to hear shit.
I think from what I hear he's saying,
I wanted to hear all of it. Once I knew he was trolling Ray Satan, I was like, I want to hear everything he got to say.
Did he go to sleep? Oh no.
I think he was married. That's probably where his
situation comes from. Too.
Might have been shit.
I'm excited.
I mean, I've seen similar experiences where people have had, they might have had 1, 2, maybe 3 experiences with a type of person that they were attracted to for whatever reasons, right? Like he might have been attracted to like the city girl or something like that. Now we all know city girls is not the girls you typically are gonna fare well with, right? When you wife them up. So and that's some things too, because a lot of times we'll tell women, we'll say, hey, y'all got to choose better. Why you get that type of dude? Why you get that type of dude? So I don't see why it's a different instance here. It might have been a particular type that he was attracted to. That he
not the
had
whole
no business
race
being
of
attracted
people,
to.
though.
That's how it go. No, that
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
But the thing that I don't understand is, you know how many terrible experiences I've had with black men? I'm talking about awful. And I can list a whole... I could sit here and talk for 20, 30 minutes about what I love about a black man. Just talking. I can name so many things that I admire about black men. I don't understand why people allow their bad experiences to dictate how they feel about everybody. That's really wild to me.
Although
I don't know. Go ahead.
I could say the same thing, man. I done did some things bad to women. They did some bad things to me. I could never say that I don't love my black women. Like I've always rolled out with black women all my life, and I came from a black woman, so and she was a virtuous woman to me. So it's just like I can never disrespect women on that level on my rate to just say that I don't want to deal with them no more. I just think at the end of the day, we outweigh the bad more than the good, and we don't want to extend grace as much as we should, for real.
Nah,
Have y'all
bro.
ever seen a
The two
dude?
worst,
Have y'all ever seen a dude
the two people that's
that
gonna
you?
give you the worst uh details and description of the Black American community is a white supremacist and a pan-Africanist who plans on moving to Africa. Them two
Right.
people will drag our community through the mud.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all this: have y'all ever seen a dude who you ever like? Damn, you know what? I see why he did with them. Like, y'all seen that before, right? Okay, so, and this ain't no justification by any means, but I understand how people's rationale work, right? They'll have some experiences with a particular, like I said, it could be two, three, whatever,
Come on, man.
and then here's so the definition of insanity will yeah, somebody's
That's
echoing.
last
Hold on, let me
African, I
fix
think.
that.
African.
Is that?
Can you mute
So
African,
He is
guys?
He might be
always
trying to
having
log on to
technical
his phone.
difficulties.
Jesus.
All right, that's better.
Right, there
Okay.
we go.
So yeah,
Oh
so what
man.
so what happens is the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So sometimes people will take a drastic turn or maybe even just say, "You know what? I'm at least open to something else." Just out of it could be desperation, it could be just, well, let me just see what it do. Or maybe somebody might have pushed up on them and they say, "You know what? Fuck it, I'll try it." And during a rebounder stage, we all make different types of decisions during the rebound phase. Let's just say the things that he hated the most or had the most trouble with were not present, right? And then he's like, "Oh shit, for real? This is a different world." So he might have experienced that. This is experience that I know from a lot of gentlemen who have his point of view, right? They'll have a different experience, so happen to be with another race, and then they will say, okay, well, this race now I know is inherently bad, and this one I could definitely get with forever. So that happens sometimes. Like I said, I think that we should judge people as individuals, but this is a lot of times where I've seen that come from. Your mic working back, last Africano?
I think it's funny how his name is Last African, which he might be a Pan African, but he like white women. That's hilarious.
Is it African or Africano?
Very ironic.
Pan-African, bro.
African zero. I don't know.
One day y'all need to dive into that ideology fully. You'll see. I've been studying it because I've been fighting with them online for the last week and a half. But you will see it's crazy.
I always thought Pan Africans was crazy because I never believed in that, like the idea, like that we just gonna go to Africa and they just and the cultural differences will just be so smooth. Like, no, they're gonna be like, yo, get out of here.
Wait, I got a question.
It's 54 countries in Africa, and Pan-Africanism don't exist in Africa.
Hold on.
It's a silly ideology.
One African. One African.
Hold on, I got a
It's
question.
54 countries on your
How
mind.
are y'all using the term Pan-African because we are Pan-African? Like, is this something new now? Because we are the diaspora. We are Pan-African.
To my knowledge, Pan-Africanists are
your women.
black people.
You see
who
what your
think-
women doing?
who
Your women are
want to-
talking
who
for
think
you
we
now.
ultimately
They
need to go back
beating
to
on your
Africa.
chest. See, that's what you should be saying. But your black women got to talk for you. She telling you who you are.
Oh my gosh, shut
See, it's
up,
a little
last
African beating
Africano.
on your chest trying to get out.
Leave it to a Pan-Africanist to instigate between black men and black women.
I'm trying to understand something right now. Ain't nobody talking for nobody.
That's what the black women.
I am understanding this to be, and I'm trying to figure out what they mean by Pan-African. I'm not speaking for nobody.
Right. She's asking a question.
Listen, I'm gonna like you in a minute once you get to talking. If your internet ever gets stable, because I want to be entertained. Now, explain this Pan-Africanism to me right now.
Well, currently, the ideology requires you to be a lost generic African who has no history until you reconnect with Africa in order to get the culture that you're missing out on. And once you get there, it's going to be a perfect utopia once all Africans become one and work together in harmony. It ignores tribal conflict, boundaries, the different sects that are they're fighting, the 54 different places where you need visas to go into the majority of them. It ignores the violence rates. It ignores the FGM. It ignores the orphan rate currently. It ignores the HIV rate. It ignores every single thing that exists in Africa currently for ideology that's mystical. And a part of that, us being generic Africans, is it removes all our history and tied to America. So everything we've done, all our achievements, everything we've accomplished doesn't matter because we can't be American. It requires you to throw all of that away or contribute anything positive or influential to Africa. It promotes low ethnic self-esteem.
What you saying is if we need to act like we never got on that boat and just go back to Africa and everything will be right with the world again.
That's what they think. Yes, that's what they think.
Yeah, they crazy.
Africa wasn't even originally
Yeah, they
named
crazy.
Africa. That came years later down the line.
Yeah.
It sounds
That's
like
what
it's
people got.
Marcus Garvey theory on crack, because that's dumb.
And most of us ain't even from Africa. Some a lot
in America.
Man, I'm telling you, most of us that's from our own natives, our own people was here in this country. What do you mean, dog?
But
you
hey,
ain't Indian.
Devon,
Now,
how
there
do
they go.
how do we
You're
know
Indian.
that for sure when it comes
Anything
to
but
like?
African.
Ooh,
That's
I don't
something
want
they
to have
told
this
you.
NBA conversation.
That's something they regurgitated to you to make you think
What do
you
you
have your
mean?
identity crisis. Anything but African. Shame
What
at
can you
Africa.
tell me
They
this
shame
that
Africa
Africa wasn't
to make you
always
think
named
you gotta be
Africa?
something else.
It was named after a white man, Africanus.
And sir,
Tell
you
me that.
know
You know
it was
that?
called the slave trade,
Oh
not the
my
slave
God.
kidnapping,
Hey,
right?
look here.
The Mali,
down the history
Benin,
book.
all these
You know what that
empires
is?
sold
That's cowardice.
slaves.
That's black men cowardice.
It's cowardice
That
to
is
run
black
to the
men's
people that sold
cowardice.
you and expect
What you
better
so
results.
invested in America for?
Right.
Because this is my
What has
country.
America done for you?
It's my country. It's all my
What part
family here.
how the
I
hell
don't
is
have
your
an ancestor I
in
can
your
prove in
country?
Africa. Every
Last
ancestor
African,
back to the 1700s is in America.
Y'all
Last
are
African, where you live
missing
at?
the opportunity. We can
Last
hear
African,
him now.
Last
Okay,
African, where
tell
you
the
live at?
story. Tell the story. I want to hear the story.
If you live in America,
Y'all can hear
you
me
just
now?
talking.
Wait, I want to hear the story.
Y'all can hear me?
You can hear
Yeah.
you.
What about the girl in Kentucky? I was stationed out at Fort Campbell in Kentucky, and a woman. That's the one. Is that the one? Yeah, and it was a little demon girl out there. Well, it was a little sweet girl out there I got with out there, and and everything was going good. We was probably gonna get married, the way things looked. And then this little demon girl who I don't think she really liked me. She just didn't like my girlfriend, and I think she started ambushing me and giving me the business. Before I get to the house, sneaking and giving me some here and there, just doing that stuff. She didn't really like me, but and eventually, when she knew she about had me, she finally come and knocked on the door and presented herself. And then break me and my girl answered the door, and it's her and it's what, and I'm looking crazy. But in my youth, the girl didn't really want
Last
me.
African, you're a victim. You know
Going
that?
back to the barracks. She didn't want me. She just wanted to break us up. But anyway.
So you got caught
today,
cheating and it didn't work out well. So now black women ain't nothing. Bro, quit it. This is what I'm talking about.
Y'all need to, he's the victim
Wait a
here. Y'all need to
minute.
cut it out.
He got caught cheating, so now he hates black women.
Yeah, basically.
No.
No,
We all look. You ain't on your own. I done got caught cheating before too. I just got better and didn't fix the issue.
Let him finish. I'm
I
telling
feel
you.
sorry for him.
What I'm saying is, I'd done that, and that was the only good experience that I had with a black woman. She was totally loyal to me, and she was good to me. And until hindsight, did I see that? And then
until you cheated on her
from that other woman, Well, that's see, but I'm a one woman man. That's not who I am. I
but
don't have
you
that kind of player
wasn't.
thing.
You cheated. You was a player. You cheated. You called it an ambush, but really you lack sexual discipline.
No. He didn't cheat. He didn't cheat.
I was in my 20s. I was in the
here.
army. I just
She
came
did
back
it.
from
Oh,
Korea.
stop.
You know, I
Wait
just
a
had
minute.
to
What does your
leave.
20s have to do with it? Because every time a woman gets on here and says, I was in my 20s, they be like, that's not an excuse. So what does you being in your 20s got to do with anything?
Black men
Victim
don't
blaming.
speak. Come on, let's
Well,
hear the story.
I'm just saying that was a time in my
I'm
life
sorry,
where
real
I
though.
was,
I'm not going to victim
for
blame
once, I
you,
was
right?
out on my own.
Victim blaming.
No, I
Were
mean, that's
both
just
of the
one. That's
women
time when I
black
was on my own.
women?
I mean, when I was younger, my teenagers, I didn't have two women. I had two older brothers and older sisters. Girls were just always around, and you know, my brothers had girls. I just had to just sit there and play shy brother. I ain't have to do nothing. Sit there, don't say nothing stupid, and I get some play.
Oh, you had to be.
Africano. Hey, the last
You
Africano.
had to
Both
be.
What
of
it
them
is,
black
playing in the background, clean up man,
Secondhand pussy.
Well,
clean up man
hey,
in the background. But yeah, I mean,
man, want to answer that question.
but so
Was
I
both
didn't
of the
have
women black
problems with
women
women coming up.
last
You
Africano?
know, I didn't have that kind of.
Were
But
both
yeah,
of these women
and
black
to that
women?
point, the girls that did like me, the girls that I did engage with when I was younger, I had a few white girls back when I was, those were the ones who liked me though. You know, I didn't have to go
Was
look
that the
for
one
them.
that gave you the business?
Just saying.
Was that the
No.
girl that gave you the business?
No, I mean, what you? Oh, no, you talking about? I'm talking about. Don't give them that black girl. I mean, that was different.
Oh, that was the
Y'all know
demon
how
girl
y'all
that
do.
gave you
I
the
mean,
business.
black women have a way of doing things now. The demon, yeah, and like you say today, it's gotten much worse with the internet and just society in itself. You know,
What, getting caught cheating?
Okay, so wait, the
black girls
comments want to
play.
know, was the
I mean,
girl,
younger women, y'all didn't
a
grow up getting.
demon or was her coochie a demon? That's what's going on in the comments. They want to know, was the woman demonic or was it just her coochie? Was it the mouth? What was demonic about this woman?
Okay. Well, being a younger man, you can't, I can't reflect that to now. But back then, yes, it was a culmination of all those things. Because I'm gonna tell you something, black girls, you didn't have to work. Back when I was coming up, you didn't have to work that hard. You didn't have to have as much as the persona of all this stuff. I'm a rapper and all of this. You didn't have to do all of that back then. Girls liked you and they thought you was cute and they seen your little love letter. They fold it all up like origami with the perfume on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just how it was back then.
They still do that.
With little butterfly stuff thrown on for you. And that's what you did get a black woman knew how to do that, get the affection out of you and like trick you a little bit.
You keep saying something about her.
2 or 3 different boys got the same love letter. You ain't know it till later on.
That man is a victim, y'all.
Oh, it's my Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
He is a victim.
Can you explain
CSI?
Those women were
You mean
predators.
SVU?
They
It's
sought
SVU.
him out, and they gave him the business. Let me tell you, because there's no way that he could turn that down. There's no, and he's a victim because if they hadn't been throwing it at him, he wouldn't have taken.
And they kept doing it to him too.
Somebody got to call Olivia and Stabler and them so we could catch these people doing these heinous crimes to that poor man, because you didn't deserve that, sir. And they also want to know in the comments, was she from New Orleans? Was it the voodoo? The hoodoo?
Yeah, voodoo pussy.
Hopkinsville, Kentucky, man.
I'm curious if demon pussy is bad or good.
Kentucky girl, she was straight off the farm. Yeah.
She was country cornbread fed.
They don't even make them like that.
It's good and bad, real dope.
Yeah, they don't make them like that no more. That's why I say black women, y'all ain't like that no more. That girl's.
How you know? When the last time was that?
I hope not. I hope we don't.
They hit them with the moonshine back in Kentucky.
That's what he was on. He had moonshine.
This is the highlight of my night. Well, she had some. Well, I don't want to say that.
No, say it, please. Say it. Go ahead.
We listen and we don't judge.
A lot of the girls out there had big breasts like I like. I don't want to say breasts. Can you say breasts? I say breasts.
Yeah.
She had big breasts.
You a titty man.
I like that.
Okay.
That's why I like white girls.
They got fake ones.
Real dope. You connecting the dots for me.
Right.
Things like that were just,
They better up top than down bottom. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then they got fake. They do a lot of
Not
fake.
always.
not always.
Yeah.
But back in the,
I know you
I
like that
have
hood too.
noticed though that I have noticed that like when I was growing up that most white women didn't have no ass for real. It was flat. Like they was better up top than it was. Now it's just different. But when I was growing up, you just seen a white woman, they may have some breasts, that was it. Black woman had the full package. Like, and it was always like that until
Yeah,
now,
but
you
you
know.
know, you young and strong. I'll give me some of that pancake booty. Give me that. When you know, it's fine. It's everything. It's there. It's like ragu, baby. It's in there. And plus, that pancake booty, after you ain't gotta fight that hard to get through all that ass. You ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? You want to wrestle with all that ass after you get about 50. You get my age, you know
Well,
better.
wait, hold on.
Whoa, what?
What you?
But
How you stop your hands from slipping down her leg?
I don't know. Whatever.
Oh man.
Bro, it
You
ain't that
put your
bad,
hand back
man.
there.
He
You
said he's too old to be wrestling.
you stop from slipping. Wait. Oh,
He's
but
too
you
old
put
to
them
be
up.
moving ass out the
Loud
way.
pipes, big rims.
Slide
That's
right
what
down
I
the
like.
middle. You gonna be at a kneecap before you know it.
No. Okay. Pancake booty.
That's what's up.
Y'all give a brother a hard time. I don't know what it is about black
I
women
support
and
it.
white women.
Listen,
You know, like y'all not
I
like
have been your number one supporter ever since you've been up here. I support all of this.
You said they give you a hard time because you dating white women.
You know what? You know what I'm saying? But I think it might be, you know, the fact that black women don't understand that it's not about physical appearance. That's not what it's about with them. I think black women are beautiful, but inside, right? You don't get the humanitarian of the year award. You know, something I hate that I hear black women do, something that really, you know, is the way they call, like they threaten children. Like if you don't get in there, I'm gonna whoop your tail, and I consider that a threat. I know if people think it's harmless, but that's a threat to me. I don't like when they call them little N words. Sometimes you have some of them that say that, and they don't mean any harm, but from the subconscious mind, I guess you don't. But it is harm, and I always try to enforce language. But you can't tell black women about language because they're just you know what I meant, or I didn't know what I was just anything, just shrugging it off. Language,
You know how many,
especially when
you
you
know how
talk
many,
to children, that pisses me off. I get
I,
mad
I
about
agree.
that.
I agree. I agree. Nobody should be talking to children that way. But you know how many different archetypes of women there are? You describing a really specific niche archetype of women.
He like the city
This is
girl.
right.
I'm describing that woman that's on that
That's what I
statue
was
in Times
saying.
Square.
Right.
She
He
looks
just
like
talking
the type
about
to do that, and
hood
it's a bunch of them.
dicks.
That's why
He
they
like
put it
the
up there.
city girls. They look like a bag of laundry.
Yeah.
He talking about the hood
Yeah,
chicks.
That might
It's,
be
it's,
right.
it's look, sir. It's emo black
You can put
women.
a
It's
burlap
hyper
sack on there.
religious
She a
black
nice
women.
woman. I
Is
love on her to death.
it's emo black women. It's hyper religious black women. It's women in the Nation of Islam. It's Christian black women. It's alternative feminist black women. It's radical feminist black women. It's a traditional black women. It's the women they call pick. It's so many different types of black women, sir. It is not just the one that smokes squares, drink alcohol all day, and curse kids out. That's not just the only type of woman that exists.
And some of them, that don't smoke and drink are the worst ones.
Okay, but
I don't want to say that.
thank you, brother. There you go.
Come on.
There you go.
Hey, I'm just being real.
Hell, they need a drink. Some of them need a drink. Some of them need to hit a blunt or something. Hey, and let me tell you something about the brother.
So
who's
you
talking
believe
about,
in gentle
that's a typical,
parenting?
what we think of as the hood rat girl.
Oh,
No, wait,
I
when
bet
he was
he
talking
do.
about that girl, that drinking.
I bet he spanked children.
he put belt to ass, but he don't. Wait,
You know
wait.
what woman is?
The last
that's that
African.
Howard University graduate girl. That's who it is.
I wanna clarify. You believe in gentle parenting?
Educated black women to the non-educated black women. Huh?
Do you believe in gentle parenting, or do you spank kids and you just don't want them yelled at, or?
I believe that children after a certain age, now don't spare the rod and spoil the child. I'm not saying that, But what I am saying, after a certain age, right, that child should have an understanding from the relationship of seeing the relationship between mother and father, right? I noticed when I was a young boy, I never had to question my father's authority in the house, because my mama get a rap on the beak just like anybody else. Yeah,
What that mean?
That's how that was, you know. But not saying my daddy was a woman beater, nothing like, no, that never happened.
He just like a smack him up
His
a little
word
bit.
was
A
there.
little bit of discipline, little pop.
I mean,
Little pop in the mouth.
I remember
Shut
one
up.
time that my daddy hit my mom. It's the one time. Huh? No. I'll tell you, and this is a very, you know, but my daddy wasn't like that. But my mom, I remember this was after my mom and daddy separated. My daddy would come over, you know, every couple of days. You know, his daddy be back home. You know, I'm a little boy. I don't know what's going on, but you know, later on, you know, you remember and reflect on it. And I'll never forget this night, because my daddy came to see us, and my mama, all I remember was her carrying on. At the time, I didn't remember none of this, but I remember her saying, you know, later, them children can't eat no hugs, and just bye. Just remember her going on, and all I remember was hearing that sound, and the blood hit the wall. Looked like somebody took a needle and popped the syringe, and it skipped across the wall. That's how it looked. And everybody was, oh, mama. And in my mind right then, I was about 5, 6 years old. My daddy was the devil. You couldn't, I mean, I hated my daddy. You know, for years, I carried around a hate for my daddy because of that. But only until I became a man did I understand it. My daddy my daddy didn't beat on my mama. He didn't never, he wasn't no woman beater. But he was coming to see us, and she had got out of line in front of us, and she was really carrying on something off. She knew what she was doing.
So your daddy committed battery and cruelty to children, and you as a man, you felt like once you grew up, you was like, I want to commit some battery and some cruelty to children too. So my daddy ain't wrong.
But cussing out children is too far.
No, I love my mama.
Calling children little niggas is too far. But busting your mama in the lip or the nose and the blood skeeting across the wall is okay.
No, in the head.
Now, hold on now. Maybe we can learn from his dad.
Right there on the head. Hit her right there across the head. Right? But what you don't understand is my mama was a good
I'm not going to
didn't
stand
smoke or
this,
drink or
y'all.
nothing. She just, you know, carry on. I love my mama to death, but my daddy, well, as a man, like I told you, years later, I hated my daddy up until when he died, and you know that about that thing, but not, you know, not loving my daddy, but about that thing, I really hated him about that. But until I had to carry that. See, and a lot of women, what y'all don't understand is you are in control of what a young man, how he perceives his father. You are in control of a lot of his emotion, because a young man's a lot of his manhood is surrounded in protecting his mama, and that's a natural instinct. It don't even have to be taught or nurtured. But what you do is manipulate it and turn it into something bad, and you poison the boy. I've seen your black women do this. So when you talk about the trauma that I have from black women, it ain't from no kitty little minded sexual dating thing. It's what I've seen them do to the lives of young children, and then when they get in adulthood and terrible people, they say, well, I did the best I could. Well, no, you really didn't. You did your worst, and you're proud of it, but you get to keep living on and going on while they suffer. So I don't deal with black women.
Well, I will say this though, like I will say this, it doesn't matter like the race. I think that some women just operate in that way. And when it comes to the mother and father, like when the children does see that at the young age, children most likely gonna love their mama no matter what. But then when you see your father do something and you don't really understand why he's doing it, then he's gonna be the villain until you become older and you start to see, like, you start to understand. So I do kind of agree with that part of what you're saying, you know, because I've had situations like that too. And I was like, okay, you know, and I think a lot of like children go through that. I even heard women say that about their own mothers. Like I was just talking to a lady not too long ago at work, and she was saying like my mama used to always talk this and this and that about my dad, but then now I'm starting to see that it was really my mama. And this was a white chick though, so it ain't just black.
Right. Well, okay, but that's we talking about the numbers, and we talking and when I speak on that, right? It is not my desire to go and be with a white woman. You understand what I'm saying? I would love nothing more than to be in love on a black woman, have a black woman loving on me, but they don't have it in them. No, they don't have it in them.
You right.
Whenever we talk about love with a black woman, they equate that to money. They equate everything to money or something of substance.
So last African,
and I tell you this right here, I'd rather drink muddy water and live in a hollow log before I ever lay with a black woman again.
So last African, what advice
Shout out
do you
to Johnny
have
Taylor.
What advice do you have for us young men? What should we do?
Move to Africa.
Yeah, like what advice do you have for us dating? What
Let
should
me
we
borrow
all
about
do?
20 G's. I don't want to have to sell my grandma and granddad house. It ain't for me to sell. I'm only the steward. This is the family home. They just allow me to live here. Like, I want to hand this property down to my people. But if I can get about 20 grand, I'll be gone.
Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go?
But my first trip would be to see Captain Ibrahim Touré in the land of the upright people in Burkina Faso. I'm gonna join the effort, support the troops. I'm a little too old to engage in the fighting. I'd love to take about 300 strong, brave souls from my group over here to go and represent. And, but I don't believe that's gonna happen. I believe in 1935 in Harlem, in New York, black people, black regular working people, nobody enlisted these people. This is what not America didn't do this, but they identified with the war in Ethiopia. Italy was invading Ethiopia. All right. And so black people in 1935 took it upon themselves to enlist, right? And to go and help fight in that effort, in a connection with Africa. But America at the time blocked it, said that it was a legal and logistical problem.
They did go over there though.
Those black
They
men
helped. No, they went over there. Those
black men were brave. We are a race of cowards. That's what's been taken away from us in this country. See, that's why our women don't respect us.
Pan-Africanism.
You want to bow down? No. Wait a minute. You want her? You want to bow down to the white man, but you want her to bow down to you.
Pan-Africanism.
Then you want to talk. A lot of them talk reparations. That ain't how reparations. Reparations don't work like that. And you can't put a dollar amount on nothing that America owes me for what was done to my people.
I agree with that, but this is Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm talking about, Bo? You see it now?
Yeah, that is.
You want a woman to bow down to you, but you don't want to. But you want to bow down to the white America. That ain't
Sir, I don't bow. I bow down to no man. In my own country, in the country of my great grandfather's home. I don't bow down to nobody.
But last African, where do you live at?
He in America. They always be in America.
We all do.
Why not be in
Africa? No.
I do every day, because whenever you call yourself an American and go through all the motions, you're insulting your ancestors. You insulting
why
your
not?
heritage.
My ancestors never called themselves African. I can't find an African ancestor in my lineage.
You are American. You are.
Yeah, I'm American. Yeah.
People are. Hey, let me tell you something. Adolf Hitler said there's no room on this planet, no space on this planet for a race of cowards, and that's what black men are today in this country.
Pan-Africanism, ladies and gentlemen. Pan-Africanism, ladies and gentlemen.
You don't have allegiance of your own.
Why not?
I do. Black Americans is my people. That's my race.
Black men, because you producing cowards. Stop black women. Stop.
You calling people a coward, but your ass ain't went and got a job and moved to Africa yet. Sound to me like you the coward. If you was that brave, your ass to get a job and move to Africa since you want to be there so bad. Ain't nobody holding you. Nobody stopping you from getting your ass. Matter of fact, go tell Trump you from Africa. They'll give your ass 5,000 and send you over there on a plane ticket right now. Go, let's see it.
Have you ever even been over? Hey, have you even ever been over that? Have you ever even been over that side of the world?
I say, I'll take that trip. I'll take that trip.
Have you ever even been over
All you
that
gotta do
side
is
of the
go to the
world?
airport. You literally can go to the airport right now and tell them, "Hey, I am a refugee. I snuck into this country. I'm not an American citizen, and I'm from Africa. I promise you, they will fly you back to Africa, and you won't have to deal with this no more."
Look here. I've been trying to look for little, you know what I'm saying?
No, you don't have to look for nothing. I'm telling you, go to your nearest airport. Listen to me. Get some paper, write it down. Go to your nearest airport and tell them, I am an illegal migrant and I am from Africa. They will fly you out tonight.
And then go knock on Ibrahim's door and tell him you're there to help him fight.
You talking house nigga shit. I don't talk like that. You talking house nigga.
That's a solution. You talking runaway shit. This is my country. You want to run from these people. I stay here and fight these people on this land. You want to go run and get up on under another man, under another group of people, because you don't got no respect for your people. You don't got no respect for nothing but the goofy ideology that you got in your brain. You don't got no respect for nothing but the goofy ideology you got in your brain. Call me a house nigga and a coward. Nigga, you too scared to go to the motherfucking airport and tell them you're a refugee so they can send your ass to Africa and you can live your merry life. But you know it's a fantasy and you all talk about this shit. Fuck is you talking about?
Marcus.
You live in the la land.
You done
la
pissed off Marcus.
Delusional.
I've never heard Marcus be pissed off before.
No, I feel his pain though. I feel
You
that
done
shit
pissed him
though.
clean the fuck off.
Because you don't even know. You don't even know what you talking about Africa. Most people that's really from Africa don't even represent Africa like that. Like that's what I'm saying. You don't even know.
If you had a pistol, you would pull the trigger right now. But you ain't ready to do nothing to the people who've done everything to our people. But you're ready to jump on me because I called you a coward. I called you.
Sir, I'm with all the smoke. You don't know shit about me. Nothing at all. You don't know nothing about me.
You probably from Atlanta.
You know.
Nigga, get your goof ass out of here with that fake ass Charlie Chapman hat on, looking like an old ass Nino Brown. Nigga, you don't know what you talking about. You just all wolf, no action. Fuck is you talking about?
Fedora, boy. That's a fedora. That's a fedora. Hey, look here. I tell you what.
Where your kufi at in your dashiki? Go put a kufi in the. Go look. Why you got that fedora on? You supposed to be wearing a kufi and a dashiki. Fake ass. You cosplay African. You a whole cosplay African, bro. You a whole cosplay African. You ain't even took the time to learn no language. You ain't even learn no language to go over there. You all talk, no action. You ain't busted a grape in a fruit fight. You ain't busted a grape in a fruit fight. You ain't busted a grape in a fruit fight. Look, I told you where you could get on the plane tonight. If I really believe this some shit, I'll hop on that plane and take my ass over there. But you're just talking. You are just talking, sir. You are just talking, sir. You have this fantastic, magical ideology. This shit is not realistic. You have low ethnic self-esteem. You disrespect Black American women. You disrespect Black American men. You believe in this fantastic. It's 1.7 million people in slavery in Africa right now. They selling people on the app called For Sale to where is it? Saudi Arabia. They traffic them from Nigeria to Libya and selling them to Saudi Arabia. It's 142 million orphans there right now. Highest rate of HIV in the world right now. Nigeria #1 in poverty globally right now. 100,000 people die a year of diarrhea right now. You not getting up and going nowhere. Fuck is you talking about?
And that's Black women. They doing that too. But you don't want to do nothing about that, do you, coward? You just want to say they won't do nothing. They won't do nothing.
Nigga, I did what I was supposed to do. I started a family and I'm raising my kids. How about you, sir? How about you?
You a Grady baby. You a Grady baby. Nigga.
No, I'm a father and a husband and a provider and a caretaker and a protector. Can you say the same, sir? I run every light in this house. I don't rent, sir. I own. I don't rent. I own.
That makes him not a coward. Like you calling people cowards. Man, dog, we all
me too. I'm a coward.
So what do you mean?
Me too, Black men, period.
But that don't mean we cowards. What do you mean you calling every man coward? You talking about like you from Africa, you from straight here from the United States of America, bro. Like cut it, man. Cut it out. Like it really sounds really fake.
America,
like you trying to be something that you're not.
America is our condition.
No,
things that happen to Black people in this country don't happen to the citizens.
I would be an African
We're not
right
citizens.
now.
Nah, that ain't how that work, homeboy.
And the
You
other
can't
thing
believe
is,
that.
why
Right.
you pan-Africanists don't never say nothing to Africans that leave the motherland and come over here? That's the silliest
Exactly.
thing I ever seen.
Exactly.
What do you think? What the little pink dot? Is that the
We're
pink
not
dot?
even talking to a
Is
real
that pink dot?
Pan-African. This nigga don't even like
Is that
black
pink dot
women.
talking?
You know, he's not real.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
two pink
yes,
dots?
yes. The
Which
pink
is it?
dot, M. White. Marcus White. Marcus Wesley White, to be exact.
Pink dot.
September 27th, Chicago.
Oh, you pink dot.
Period.
Yeah, pink dot from Chicago. Right? Yeah, pink.
Yep. Yep. Oh, you wouldn't recognize what I'm doing in this picture. It's called quality time with my child at a children's museum. Because I do things like that that are not cowardly, like stay around and raise my family.
That's the same place to raise a child. I see why you
Hey.
think like that now. You stay in Chicago.
You want to take your kids to a war zone, a war-torn country that you know nothing about and don't speak a language.
Look at that. Look, talking about a war zone. You look how you talk about.
You need to save your money for a generator, because if you move over there, you're gonna have rolling blackouts. And I hope you got a big ass bin to save your water.
Hey, we get better. And when we grow and get better, don't come your ass over there, Kyle. Ain't no room
You
for
gotta
the
get
cow.
solar power panels.
Get your goof ass on.
You sound like JD Band.
Because
JD Band.
Needing a bucket for the water is absolutely hilarious, Marcus.
But it's crazy. It's crazy to me how he like just goes down real hard on our people, like the men. But you don't realize that all these white women and men you praising, they going through the same shit. Like, what are you talking? Maybe even worse.
That's what. If I'm gonna be in this country, you're gonna have to be. Might as well go ahead and join the team, because black people don't even like each other. Men arguing with women, ADOS, FBA, Africans versus the FBA. Y'all argue with everybody, except white people. Black people argue with
White
everybody.
people do the same thing. See, that's what I'm saying. You got your mind is like your mind is so much on praising. Your mind is so much on praising the white man. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do.
He's doing the very thing he's saying we're doing. What is he here doing? Arguing with us.
Exactly.
He started all of this.
So you don't have,
and I'm like, y'all don't even like
argue
each
with
other.
my intellectual
You literally
equals
don't like
everybody else I teach.
He literally said he didn't like us. That's basically what he's saying.
No. What did I say about black women? What did I say about Lady O?
Keep going.
Remember what I said about Lady O.
I'm almost out of
what did I say? You said that I liked her.
I ate all my fries.
You said that I said I liked Lady O.
Did
I
someone say
complimented her,
fries?
did I not?
I had fries. Mm-hmm.
I said it's what's on the inside. Just like the young brother. When I say cowards, I'm talking about me too. You have to get an understanding. Brother, you don't have an investment in America. America don't want you. If you America's child, then you are a bastard child.
America don't even got investment in America. Make that shit right. Do you study? We over $1 trillion in debt. What are you talking about? It ain't our money. It's the federal reserve. It's a Federal Reserve money.
They not talking about us. When they talking,
who is we?
Brother, when they talking
Y'all
about
don't
stuff
speak
like
for
that,
him.
they not talking about black people.
I'm black. I don't know nothing about America.
Ain't no we. This nigga talking about we.
I just
the
leave.
Federal Reserve.
That's just.
It ain't our.
I don't even go here for real.
He's singleizing it like it's just only black people that's going through this shit. It's everybody that in this country. Like, that's what I'm trying to get you to see. It's not just us. And then you seem like you got so much hatred. Like, you talking about cowards and stuff and not liking black women. Like, come on. Like, we all go through shit. We all mess up. Like, we do bad shit. We just got to figure out a way to have a solution, move forward so we can all come together. And it's not even just about the race, because really what it is, they trying to divide us all, period. All this stuff that we do on social media, period, it's a distraction from what they really trying to do to all of us. It's not just black or white. It's all of us. And we all pretty much on the same boat.
Hey,
And y'all
Devon.
playing the short
Jay.
game. Hold on.
Jay.
Last African, y'all playing the short game. Them people playing the long game. They playing with green, you playing with colors. And I just can't understand what y'all don't understand about this minutia that y'all keep fighting about. If in fact you were serious about anything that you say, you would already have been over there. Unfortunately, you are still in the hellhole with us. So I think you might need to play the long game with the other people, the 90%ers in this country. You all are thinking in colors, and I'm trying to think in 90%. There are more numbers in the 90% than there are in colors. They have separated us by race so that they can divide and play the longest game possible so that the billionaires can stay billionaires and we can stay poor. So unless you are
rich, stay poor.
90%ers, you need to be on the team of 90%. Otherwise, you are failing. Clearly, you are, because you're still in this country with us. Because where is your ticket to Africa? Where is your ticket? Give up your citizenship and go. But you're not going to, because that is not your aim. Your aim is to just denigrate your own people because you think that somehow this is a worthless place to you and it doesn't belong to you. And you want to go back to a land that you've never even been to. Neither has your family. You need to be fighting to preserve the land that your people built up. It is unfortunate. It is an unfortunate history. Our people did not deserve what they went through, but our people did what they did here, and we have as much right to this land as anybody else just because of the blood, sweat, and tears that our ancestors shed on this land. Period.
More right. It's a debt owed to us. This is our land.
Right. It definitely is.
Okay. Hey, JD. Hey, Jay Devon. Hey, can I say, brother, that I respect your comments, respect what you said, brother. I might not agree with all of it, but I respect what you said. And I do that because you're man enough to show your face, and you're a real man for that, brother.
What the hell?
I think what we missing here.
Well, he said,
because we always saying it.
So basically, you let me know. I thank you.
No,
for
that
not
was a shot
calling
at me. That wasn't
No,
at you. That was at me. Because my internet started acting up.
Thank you for not calling me a coward. I guess that's what you're saying. I'm not a coward, dude. That's basically what you said.
No. We all in that same
I'm man
boat.
enough
We
to
all-
show
no,
my
we all-
face.
me-
I'm not a coward.
No, me and you, we all in that same boat. I'm just as much
I
a
ain't no
coward
coward.
as everybody.
I may have done
When I say
cowardly
that-
things, but I ain't no coward.
Look, brother, we not.
There's a difference.
When I say that,
There's a difference.
I'm talking as a people, as a race of people. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm not talking about anyone personally, brother. That's what I mean. We remember KRS-One, part-time sucker. What he said, I go for self, but the real self is one with all. The self that's by himself does fall down, just like the guy who says he's down, but then he lied what he is to you. He's a part-time sucker. All right, here we go. That's what I mean.
But I'm saying, what I'm saying is to you, like, I big ups to JR. I've been watching this panel for a long time. This M White, all of y'all, Trev, man, I've been watching it for at least about a year or so now. And I will say this, that I don't see none of y'all as cowards. What y'all doing right now for as men to even put people on these panels is showing people that y'all not cowards. So a man to come up here and say that to me is buffoonery. It's blasphemous.
I agree.
You taking it personal, right? If you
I ain't taking nothing personal.
No, listen to this right here, okay? Because y'all said something about what's owed to you. You're talking about reparations and all these things in this country, right? And you're saying somebody was owed to you. All right, understand. First of all, they haven't even apologized for any of that. Jim Crow, nothing.
Part of reparation.
I'm gonna say, Jim Crow. Wait a minute. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. It's something about black people. I didn't interrupt you, black lady. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't do it. I did not interrupt you. I'm not gonna go back and forth. I'm not going back and forth.
You've been going back and forth all night, sir.
like I was saying, brother, don't take it personal. This is another thing about black women. See, when Pearl was on this show, she showed how y'all are very unattractive. Just by letting you speak, it shows how unattractive and rude you are. It is something what embedded in your DNA. You have an inherent habit of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Do you think that this is your stage to perform on, as if this is your time, as if somebody in this day and age gives a damn about if you think somebody's attractive? You've got one foot in the grave. You are out of the goddamn door, sir. Nobody cares if you think somebody is attractive. You are almost done. You have to stop talking to people crazy and thinking they're going to let you finish the buffoonery that comes out of your mouth. See, that's the difference. Bo's gonna be a lady about it, but you gonna talk spicy. I'm gonna talk spicy to fuck back and see how I got you now being quiet because I done overtalked you because you thought you was gonna overtalk her. You can't run your mouth more than me. Watch your damn mouth when you're fucking talking to somebody. Watch your fucking mouth when you're fucking talking to somebody. Watch your fucking mouth when you're fucking talking to somebody. Watch your fucking mouth when you're fucking talking. Watch your fucking mouth when you're fucking talking. Watch your fucking mouth when you're fucking talking. You're too old to be acting like that. You're too old to be acting like that. You need to get it together. You need to get it together. Where are you in life? Where are you in life? Where are you in life? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, sir? Why are you still here? If you hate it so much, get your ass on a plane and go. All you done sat up here and said is black women is the problem. You hate black women this, black women that, black women this, black women that. We are always the goddamn star of this goddamn show. I'm sick of letting it slide. I don't want to hear it any fucking more. I'm fucking done. Shut up. You can't smoke on camera, babe. I'm done talking to you. Where's your white woman? 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 You're already on white Wi-Fi, and that's why it sucks when we don't know what you're saying. So where's your white woman? Go get her. Go get your white woman to fight your battles. Where? Thank you. Yeah, let me argue with Karen. Let me argue with Karen and Rachel. Let me see where Rebecca's at. Where's Rebecca? Get Rebecca. Get Rebecca. I got kids. Already secured a man. Trying to ring. You haven't said you have none of that. All you've gotten up here and said is that you've been rejected by black women. You lack sexual discipline. You want to go to fucking Africa, but you probably don't own a passport to go because it gives poor. It gives dental. You need dental health care. That's why you can't go to Africa, because you need health care. They don't want to take your dirty ass over there. Like, why can't you sit up here and shut the fuck up? You've been talking for 3 hours about how you hate black women. It's giving you want to be the baddest bitch. It's giving you haven't gotten no ass in a couple of months. It's giving what's up your ass? Your ass right now. Take your butt plug out. Maybe you won't be so cranky. Maybe you won't be so cranky. Take the butt plug out of your ass right now. Take the butt plug out of your ass right now. I see what it is. You like to go back and forth with women because you want to be a baddie. You want to be a baddie. You want to prove a point. You need to get bent over and fucked. Is that it? Is that what your problem is? Is that why you're so angry and aggressive? You're angry and aggressive with women.
The CDC right next door to the CDC.
You're so mad.
That's an experiment. That's
CDC too if I looked like that. I would be mad too. I would be really mad too. It's giving, I need to be bent over and fucked because all I do is complain and run my mouth. See, that's the difference. You're not saying anything. Nobody
black
heard
women don't
anything you
carry the
said,
STDs
babe.
and
Nobody
say y'all
heard
don't have
you. Nobody
the
heard
woman on the
you.
news said
Nobody
epidemic
heard
numbers.
you. Nobody's gonna
Epidemic
hear
numbers
you.
of
You don't matter. You don't
syphilis and
matter. You don't
STDs.
matter. Your
Black
time's
women
up.
carry
Your
disease.
time's up. You're
All right,
not
y'all.
the star of the
Disease,
show.
Okay.
You're
trash,
not
Hold
the
on, y'all.
star of the show.
Hey, hey, hey.
You're not the
Hold
star
on,
of the
hold on, y'all.
show.
Hold on.
wipe your booty with
You're not the star of the
antibacterial wipes
show.
disease.
Hey, listen. Hold on a
You need
second,
to
guys.
shut it. You need to shut it. Shove
Put
whatever
some
is in your
peroxide
ass
on them
in your
pimples on
mouth
your butt.
too, so you can be
Whoa.
quiet.
Put some peroxide
All
on
right.
them
Okay.
booty bumps.
Okay.
We're gonna.
You
Got
can
booty
be
bumps.
finished now.
You know what?
You can
I
be
think we're
finished
gonna do
now.
Hot leather
some
booty
super
bumps.
chats.
You can be finished now.
White street booty bumps.
Pull
You
them
can
up.
be
Pull them up.
finished
Pull them
now.
up.
Yeah, let me
All
let's
right,
get,
y'all. All right, y'all. That's enough. He about to pull the super chats up so we can end the
super
show.
chats up.
Yeah, hold
Pull the
on.
super chats up so we can end the
Thank
show.
you.
Let's do some super chats.
Can you pull them up,
Thank
Jr.?
you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Quiet. Hey, brother, calm down. Brother Namzi with the $5. Salute, Brody. Salute. Brother Namzi with the $1. Super sticker. Salute to you. Brother Namzi with the $1 again. Super sticker. Salute to you.
That's it.
And I just want to say something to be clear. Africa is a beautiful place. It's a beautiful continent with nice countries. There are a lot of good things going on in that place. But if you compare it to my people, then I'm going to have to respectfully give you the other side of that comparison, because I love Black American people to my core. And the people that sold it, I'm not going to go that route. I love Black American people. I'll end it right there.
All right.
Good enough.
Appreciate you coming up, Phil, Last African, and whoever else may have came up. I want to thank everybody for contributing tonight.
Gotta keep the commenters in the comments.
Yes, sir.
Hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend, your holiday weekend, if you do celebrate. And catch us next time.